Alrighty. Do I have webcam up or not? Hold on, let me just activate this real quick.
Are we live?
I'm very small. It's very small. I won't leave this on when we have our guests, and there we go. Yeah, see? Genius. Genius what I just did there.
Here now.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
Throw the
Actually,
throw that up. Hit the button, Jamie.
Yeah.
Jamie, pull up the clip.
Yeah.
And while you're doing that, I'm gonna get my water too. Look how prepared we are.
We're so well prepared for this. Holy crap. Man, we're great at this. Streaming sensations is what we are.
Ooh, I'm gonna grab that too.
Oh my gosh, so professional.
It's fine.
He's so professional, guys.
Other things to prep first. It's okay. I've also got the mic turned down a bit because I adjusted it for just me talking directly into it. But that's fine because it's only Joshua's not going to be here for the entire time.
I'll be off and on because it's a very long stream.
We're going to be on the air for a while, and Joshua's got other things to do, and also we're not gonna. It's going to be just me when we have guests on / I'm a guest on somebody else's show, depending on what angle you want to look at it from.
Yeah, I'll most likely be gone during that part at the very least, so that will be at least probably 30, 45 minutes or something.
Hi, everybody. If you didn't watch the video that I put out on the main channel the other day, my first Final Fantasy 15 coverage video was 10 years ago as of the 13th, which was obviously like a week ago now,
Man,
but
so
I've been
old.
busy.
You're
Am
so
I?
old.
I don't know. I think there's some older people who would beg to differ.
Billy the Kid Lawrence with a $10 donation says 10-year, $10.
$10 bill. I give you a $10 bill for these 10 years. Thank you
for the
very much,
donation.
Billy. Appreciate it. I keep forgetting that one of the things I want to put on the bonus features on Patreon is actually the behind the scenes clips from the thing that I did for KH13 back in the day that Billy the Kid Lawrence was one of the producers on.
KH13?
Yeah, the website KH13.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, the Road to Kingdom Hearts 3 little documentary, the little fan documentary that they did.
I remember that.
That I was in. I keep meaning to post like the rest of my stuff from that as a Patreon bonus and never getting around to it. Because there's always one too many things in this world that need to be done.
Okay, let's do it.
We'll do it in a second. I'm gonna explain what the heck is going on a little bit more, also as people trickle in some more. So basically what's going on here, guys, is as much as I wish I could say this was just my own genius idea for us to hang out and talk and do a stream at 10 years, it was not my idea. A YouTube channel called Resonant Arc that I'm a really big fan of. They produce the exact type of show that I wish I was equipped to produce. They do long-form narrative and thematic discussion podcasts of games and sometimes movies and TV shows. And not your typical game or TV rewatch replay podcast where they're just like a recap and making jokes. These dudes are taking deep dives into the thematic intent, narrative layout, art design, etc.
Most of their series on games are longer than 10 hours.
I mean, depends on the game, obviously. Depends on how much there's to talk about.
Their one on FF10 is basically as long as FF10 the game.
And their Nier Automata one, I believe, is only like, I think it's got like one more episode till it wraps up. It's kind of long.
Like, what, 7 episodes so far?
Yeah, I think it's like 9 episodes.
Okay.
But to be fair, like I'm a little bit behind on that. But the one that I just watched last night was like half the episode is just talking about the second sex. Because so much of what's going on in Nier is like allusions to modern philosophy. By modern, of course, I mean like the last 200 years. And just general thinkers. And so they went and did a lot of reading to fill in gaps in their own knowledge on stuff that's referenced. Yeah. And so there's a lot of like areas there where they're, in some cases, guessing, was this a joke? Exactly. Or is this actually an examination of the themes that are being discussed? Anyway, they're a really great channel. They're one of my favorites. Love their stuff. And they are doing, in anticipation of the release of Final Fantasy 16, a basically all-day long stream where they are cutting between various different streamers who are playing all of the mainline FF games. If you were to swing by their channel right now, they are in the middle of looking at Final Fantasy 13. And
they're still going back to do 11 later. I'm
they
pretty sure
they
that
said
11's
they
gonna be later
they
today.
they said that their guy for 11 is unavailable right now, but he will be back later. So they're going to go back for 11 at some point. But basically, they're going back and forth between different streamers playing all these games. They've been going linearly. I think depending on who keeps streaming long enough, they are going to start jumping back and forth between different people. So they're going to be on with us for at least once. We're not going to start the actual game properly until they get here. I don't know how long Mike and Kaysen from Resonant Arc will be joining us. Throughout the stream that they've been doing, they have been swapping to another game for anywhere between 25 to 40 minutes. It just, I guess, depends on the game and how much they have that they want to say about it before they jump somewhere else.
Yeah.
I know that they're behind schedule about how fast they wanted to be getting through these things, but I also know that they wanted to go for like another 7 hours as
Something
of
like that,
right
yeah.
now. So, especially if people drop off as the day
There will
goes
probably
on,
be at least a few who can't
they
keep
they
going
may
all day.
they may cycle back
They
through to us
started
again.
at like 8, and we're starting right now. So I mean, that was part of the thought process. There was
There's no need for us
can't
to
do that
to
for
sit
6
here
for
and
12 hours.
wait until they get around to 15
exactly.
at the end of the pecking order. Plus I have like a job that I had to do.
Billy the Kid Lawrence, thank you for another $10 donation. You are too kind. Busy day for you. Busy day for me, but keep up the great work, guys. Much love. Appreciate it.
Much
man.
appreciated it. And Brooker Lower says 5 for the 5 in FF15.
Let's see what you did there.
That's an appropriate amount as well, I would say.
And if you add the 10 with the 5 from him, then it's basically 15.
It's been I saw somebody leave a comment on the video that I just put out yesterday evening of, it's been 10 years, and someone saying, and most of that was spent waiting for FF15 and KH3, and I'm like, no, because FF15 came out only 3 years after this channel started, and Kingdom Hearts 3 is now almost 5 years old.
Yep. It's because it came out beginning of 2019.
Yep.
So that's almost 5 years ago now.
So in a year, it will still be more time of the channel's existence than less spent in pre-Kingdom Hearts 3 existence, but it's about to tip.
Yeah.
And
in
we've
terms of 15,
well since passed 15.
Because 15 was, basically 3 years until that one came out.
Radin V1 with a $5 donation. Thanks. Congrats on the 10 years. Thanks for the great content. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, seriously, for continuing to watch and enjoy our stuff. Yosh with a $20 donation. You're seriously my favorite YouTuber, Joshua. I mean Jacob. Wait, I can salvage this. Oh my God, it's over 10 years and I wasted it shaking my head. Dude, just hit the delete button on your keyboard. Maybe it's busted. Maybe he doesn't have one of those.
Yeah, maybe
that would be rough if you were unable to delete things that you typed. Thank you very much for the donation.
Yeah, I mean, he said he liked me in these, so that must be a mistake.
I know, right? That's crazy.
It's crazy.
Anyway, but yeah, so it is broken. So yeah, no, we are going to start actually playing the game when they get in here. I don't know how long they're going to stick around for. When they are here, I'm going to turn off the webcam probably. Yeah. Joshua's going to step out, and I don't really know what we're going to talk about. These dudes are how do I put this? While this has certainly been, like, they've asked people to come on and talk about games that are special to them or meaningful to them or whatever, if you guys have been paying attention, my feelings on 15, I would not say have soured. I wouldn't say they've soured.
No, I'd still say it's a very solid 3 out of 5. And that's in our scale and not the freaking IGN
everything
scale, where a good
that
game is a 3 out of 5.
Well, yeah, they were 10 out of 10. I guess I turned that into like a 6 out of 10, maybe.
Yeah, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 would be where I put it. Probably 7.
The thing is that I don't have a problem with... like everything that I said about Final Fantasy 15 back in the day, I do not necessarily disagree with. I don't think that I said anything back in the day that I've come to no longer believe about the game. Yeah. The trouble is that...
It's not like KH, where you said that the combat system in KH2 was bad, and you had to backtrack.
Yeah, made a lot of mistakes have been made.
Mistakes
have been made over the years. Over the 10 years, there's been a lot of them. HK47 with a $15 donation. Bro, don't tell me KH3 is 5 years old. Congrats on the 10 years. It's not quite 5 years old, but we're getting there. Thank you very much. And NP Bro with a $10 donation. I can do 10 for 10. What's your favorite Let's Play you've done on this channel? Ooh, that's rough.
That's really hard.
That's rough.
Well, I've been in very few.
Let me think about that for a second and also read Jordan Combra with a $50 donation. Thank you very much. There's no 15 option, but 50 sounds kind of 15, so here you go. Happy 10 years.
Dang, you're kind of overblowing it there for 15. I mean, that's a I mean, thank you.
No, what he's doing is he's giving Final Fantasy 15 his 5 out of 10 rating.
Ah,
is what's going on there. Yeah, or his
got
50
you.
out of 100 Metacritic rating.
I got
Exactly.
you, I
Thank
got
you
you.
very much for the donation, Jordan Combra.
I'd say in terms of the Let's Plays, I mean, I think the Uncharted 4 Let's Play is the one I'm the happiest with how it came out.
With your performance in
Yeah,
it,
at least with, I mean, I think not just in terms of my performance. I think just the chemistry we had during that one's probably the strongest with all 4 of us. But I mean, it's probably not the best one though. I would say the best one for me, I mean, I'm not in it, but I'd say the best one's probably KH2. Mm-hmm. That's just me though.
I'm curious what people in the chat have to say about this. I'm trying to think of what I'm proudest of, and also what I think was the most entertaining. I have, in retrospect, I mean, a lot of people complained about certain creative decisions made during Kingdom Hearts 2 with the way that I guided Joey through that, or told him to do certain things or not do certain things, and the amount of time that I spent pausing on cutscenes and stuff.
Yeah.
Because, part of why that happened was because, the alternative, KH2 is, every time you go into a new loading zone, there's a cutscene.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as if, if I had 20 minutes of stuff to say about a cutscene, we could just go back to the game and I could talk about it during it. So the alternative was to try and remember, if I had something to say about 6 lines out of the 20 lines that were in the cutscene, the alternative was to remember all 6 of those lines and then stand stock still and recap them after the cutscene.
And I guess I'm still allowed to say KH2 because I was in the one episode of freaking Cavern of Remembrance. So
Sure, you were in there, yeah. You were in there.
Yeah.
I think that... hold on one second. Let me check something.
Yeah. Also, I'll go ahead and read these off. 2 more donations came in. JDog 17 with a $5 donation with a fox emoji.
I just wanted to check they were in fact cutting to 14 and weren't jumping straight to me.
We're chilling.
We're good.
And then Sage Water Dragon with a $10 donation, 10 for the 10 minutes I've been watching this stream.
Excellent.
I appreciate the sentimentality on this stream in specific.
Mm-hmm. I will. Okay, so I do not to. I really don't want to be, how to put this? I have a lot of issues with the DDD playthrough, for example, because the BBS and DDD streams. And then the playthroughs a little bit more were very much word vomits of me getting all this pent up stuff about these games out of my system.
Yeah, exactly.
If I were to play BBS and DDD again on the channel now, I would be immensely more complimentary toward those games.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I really don't think
it's only in the context of this slippery slope starting at 2 where the writing has some problems that just become the entire game later on.
Yeah,
that's the only way in which those games in a vacuum are bad, because in a vacuum, I would still contend that even though BBS has a ton of problems, and even though DDD has a ton of problems, for being on the PSP and the 3DS, they are still incredible games in terms of just the amount of content and the amount of stuff to do, and the combat is, if you're a first time player. Those games. I didn't know Thunder Surge was all that mattered.
Yeah, those games have
was all that mattered.
Those games have longevity issues, but your first time playing them, I had fun with them. Most people had fun with them. And I think that there's a lot of interesting art design and even level design decisions in those games. Part of why I like BBS so much after playing KH2 was because it was oh, there's levels in this game again, crazy. But anyway, what I was gonna say is, despite the fact that looking back at those, I wish
Noah the Otter with a $15 donation. Happy 10 years, Jacob. Got into you years ago because of the KH story video.
A lot of people
ever
did.
Since. Mm-hmm. Life's been busy, but I still drop by whenever I can. Of course, thank you for being you, my dude.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Epic Otter. What I was going to say was that while I wish that those playthroughs had been a little bit more positive, because I don't mind the criticisms that I made, but I wish I'd been in the right headspace to address more positive things about those games. Does that make sense?
No, I completely understand that, but at the same time, you kind of produce those in a really. So a lot of people don't know this, but in terms of we were still producing the DDD and the BBS playthroughs basically in the couple of months before KH3 came out. It's I think we finished DDD I say we, I wasn't in it obviously, but we finished it
we finished
weeks before
no,
the game came out,
not
right?
a week before KH3 came out.
A week?
We did the final session of DDD and the first hour of 0.2 on the same night, and it was a week before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out.
Yeah, and then it was we started filming KH3 the month it came out.
No, we filmed KH3, I'd have to look at an exact calendar for the date, but we filmed it maybe 3 days after it came out was the first session. And that day we still had to film the last 2 hours of 0.2 and film the mobile phone game recap that we did, which I'm still actually pretty proud of. That's one that I would mention. But no, what else? Anyway, so those games were produced very quickly and under I guess I would say a high stress situation. But overall, no, Yash, Night Sky Prince is not showing off a Realm Reborn right now. He's actually doing he's doing New Game plus Heavensward right now.
I would know because I just started Heavensward like 2 days ago, and now I'm doing the horrible grind of trying to level up Machinist so I can do everything with that.
Radin V1 with a $10 donation. I already did $5. Now I can do the 10 for 10 years, but also add them up. That's 15 for FF15, 2 birds with one stone. I'm so smart. Bing. Very creative.
I just hit the mic.
Very, no, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
I've ruined
Very slick what you just did there.
Yeah.
I will, but yeah. So anyway, what I was gonna say about those playthroughs is that certainly while there was a part of the reason that the tone is that way is because I was really stressed and producing them really quickly, and I was focused on word vomiting about a bunch of stuff, so I missed things that maybe I would have talked about otherwise. There was very much still an air of like this is like partially because they were produced so quickly and because I planned them so carefully, they were really breezy. Like the DDD playthrough is super tight. There's not a lot of fat to trim from it. Birth by Sleep also moves along at a really steady clip, and I like that about them at least, that I feel like they're very efficient. And I know that's a weird thing to linger on.
Compared to something like KH2 in terms of the amount of time you're spending in-game and the amount of time spent on frivolities, if you will, there's much less downtime in those playthroughs.
Mana Scrooge says, were some of the FF15 primer videos unlisted or deleted? Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes. A couple of them were demonetized, and I removed them for that reason, because Square kept trying to copyright uploads of the Versus 13 trailers. If you had footage of Stella and Noctis talking in that room, you got flagged.
Okay. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. That's Square.
And however, some of them I got rid of just because they had misinformation. I don't even mean like it became outdated because everything that I said about Versus 13 had nothing to do with the final game, but because I misinterpreted or misrepresented or missaid something because I was an amateur at the time. So I'm a little bit embarrassed
Jacob. I'm still an amateur now.
I was embarrassed by several of those earlier videos and got rid of them just because I wanted to. However, I did not get rid of the original one and a couple of the other ones because they had so many views and there's no real point.
Right?
The TGS,
that's like probably your best.
The TGS trailer analysis one is still up. A couple of others are still up. The original is obviously still up.
That's the one where they showed like Lestalem for the first time, right? And all the stuff with the robot guys.
There
with
were
the guns
there were a couple of others. Bobcat said most recent trophy is Tortoise Toppler. I'm so sorry.
Be sorry for me. I'm the one who did it.
Joshua played most of this game back in the day.
That was horrible. And
Joshua,
that was before the ring.
Yes, I was going to say this was pre-ring.
That was pre-ring. I did that legit. I stabbed that thing with knives like a million times.
In February of 2017, Joshua beat it, and that was the last thing we did in this game, basically. Yeah, Joshua has probably more... No, not probably. You definitely have more time on the clock in this game than me. Because I was working pretty much the entire time we were playing
that video when you... It's the epic unboxing, like where you're like, oh, now back to term paper. Like, that's legit how he played it. It was, He legitimately had like 2 papers left to write.
To be fair, we didn't...
it in the background,
to be fair, we didn't make a ton of progress on it in December.
No.
Because I was making the marketing campaign of Doom video.
Hence why that is in February.
Yes, we beat...
Granted, that's after we beat the game.
But most of our hours in the game were in January.
Here's $5 says, here's $5.
Much appreciated. Here's $5.
That's $4.99, Abe Lincoln.
That's fine.
Would you trick me?
Because Joshua...
No, it's because Abe Lincoln is also on the penny.
That's what I was just about to say. He literally, the penny is right there in the image. There's a picture of him in a perfect circle as the user icon. That's where the remaining cent is. It's genius. That was super smart. I like that a lot. Here's $5. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they might be about to kick to us. I don't know. Oh, no, I think they're still talking about 14.
We'll see. Mana Scrooge, what are my thoughts on 15? Same as Jacob. I would say... I don't know. I think we're pretty similar on the matter. I never really played Disgaea like Jacob did, so I really have no opinion on like, oh, was the combat better in Disgaea or like any of that sort of argument. I thought the combat was kind of simple, but I still liked how mindless it was to a certain extent. I think the story is fine. I really liked the four bros. I mean, we do have pretty similar opinions on it because we're in kind of an echo chamber where me and him will talk about these things.
Look at all the DLC I didn't play. I love that there's one specifically for the July 2017 update that has 2 trophies for beating a boss.
I would say I'm probably just a bit more positive on this, just because I kind of played it and then forgot about it. I didn't really go back and like think about it a ton, right? So like I really have the one playthrough which I enjoyed, except for chapter 13, and for the most part, I mean, we've told the story about how we did chapter 13 before on this channel. I think I talked about it with Bloody Biscuit as well. Biscuit's stream as well, but we won't go into that unless other people want to know about it. But like, oh my gosh, man, I want to see if there's a way for me to change the title screen. In the morning was the most horrible thing I've ever decided to do in my life.
I want to see if I can change the title screen.
Yeah.
Because it's going to boot with the Beat the Game title screen. I want to see if there's an option to change it back to the other one.
We could switch over to my user, because I don't think we ever played it on that.
Then we've got another thing of empty trophies sitting on your account.
Yeah,
and more dates proving when we played this game. I much prefer the last hard number within like a computer system that we played the game to be 2017.
Yeah, that's fair.
And here's $5 with another $5 donation saying, "You've recognized my genius. Thank you. Here's $5. Thank you. Here's $5.
Thank you. Here's $5." That penny is just Big Penny the entire time.
Stop talking about Big Penny.
No.
He's not real. Your feelings for him are not real.
They are real to me.
God, remember this stupid logo bullcrap? Enjoy the wealth of exclusive new content like Expanded Insomnia Ruins, first-person mode, and more.
I will say Royal Edition drops to like $15 every now and then on Steam. I'm gonna wait till it drops below 10, and then and only then will I maybe replay this game with all the DLC. Maybe.
This should already be selectable. I would have had this when I booted. Chapter select is now available. Select it as completed.
Yeah, I think that pops up every time.
Why?
Because
every time you boot the game, it says that. That's got to just be that all this stuff updated. Because I had to download a 33 gigabyte patch.
Yeah, that's why. It's because we didn't have any of the patches because we didn't.
Well, I mean, everything was uninstalled.
Like even the Ring update, like we beat the game and did Adamantoids and all that stuff before that.
Is there a way to change the main? Does anybody in chat know a way to change the main menu back to its default state? Does anyone know?
Like I said, we could. It's fine. We could play it on my user and just turn off trophy notifications.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
I
refuse. No, because honestly, this is funnier. Because this logo is the funniest thing in the world to me.
It's really funny.
It's so stupid. You guys want to see the funniest thing about this game? Let's hit the licenses button. Good stuff.
Where's Cup Noodle?
Good stuff.
Where's Cup Noodle?
It's not those kinds of licenses, Joshua.
No, it's in there. It's in there for sure. Brought to you by Cup Noodle. Where is it at?
It's not in there, Josh. That's not what this is. Those are all just specifications underneath those existing
I
things.
understood. I was making a joke.
Eric Hernandez. Hey, Jake, with a $5 donation. Thank you. Hey, Jacob, will you and the others talk about the cut story / other elements in the 15 trailers alone, i.e. the blood moon, Noctis sleeping, etc.? I don't know what we're going to talk about, man. It's their show. I'm going to kind of I'm going to talk... I spoke to them ahead of time that the main thing I'm going to want to talk about is the development history, because that's the thing. I volunteered to talk about either 12 or 15, and I think they already had somebody for 12, so they took me up on this, and I basically said, hey, listen, man, I don't know what the tone of your show is going to be, because they are not hype men, I would say. Like, their podcast series on 8, which, by the way, again, I recommend all their stuff, because it's all really good, but
the 8 one is I mean, that's the first one they ever did. I honestly think...
That was the first podcast
That was the first long-form, like, Resonant Arc, big deconstruction of a game that they ever did.
Are you sure? I thought Xenogears was before that. I'm pretty sure. You check.
Maybe I'm insane. I will check.
I think that might have been the first one you watched. It was a relatively early one, but I don't think it was the first one of their new format that they did.
It was at least the first Final Fantasy game. I know that.
It was the first Final Fantasy game they covered on the podcast, yes.
Yeah, I know that for a fact.
They did a lot of video essays back in the day. Some of you guys may have even seen some of their stuff because their channel used to be called like Dark Pixel Gaming. It's gone through a couple of rebrands. They don't really do video essays as often anymore. They do long-form discussion stuff.
Nope, FF8 is the first one.
It was?
Yep.
Okay, my bad.
That was the first one.
But anyway.
I think it's a great starting point for their stuff. It's a bit shorter than most of their other ones. It's short. It's still like 10 hours, but it's shorter than most.
What I was going to say about it is that podcast is like a 50-50 split between this game has some interesting ideas. Let's examine them. Let's talk about what it's doing that's working. And the other 50% is like, this is not really to our taste, and even there are areas here where we feel like we understand what the developers are trying to do and it's not working. So they give the game a fair shake, and they try to examine it as a piece of, they're not just there as, they function both as the thing that we've lost in modern day internet criticism of material is that we tend to be like, this is good, this is bad because I like it. Whereas you can have in traditional criticism, in higher quality criticism by good critics, you may have someone who does not like material, but you will still attempt to engage with what the author was trying to do. You may say they failed, but there's at least some attempt to acknowledge what the piece is trying to do and examine what's working and what isn't. And these guys very much function on that wavelength. They've done stuff that's definitely gush fest podcasts, where, for example, like Final Fantasy Tactics is mostly a gush fest, but that's because
the story in that game.
That's because it's one of the best stories ever told in a video game. It's got like 2 problems. Point being, though, is that when they were like, they put out on Twitter when they asked people to come and do the show, they were like, we're looking for people.
Jacob, you're forgetting something.
What?
We have to boot it up on my account.
Why?
Because otherwise, I don't think it will say a Final Fantasy for.
It did. That's why I booted it up. It showed up.
Okay,
that was the other reason I booted it up, to make sure it said Final. No, it says that every time.
Yes!
Every time you turn it on, it says that.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Because I'm definitely going to be talking about that. Happy birthday. I am definitely going to be talking about that. That's awesome. That is, to me, talking point number. I don't know what they're going to talk about. I don't know how they're going to steer it. I don't know, because I've been watching their stream today while I've been doing work stuff before setting up for this. And they are letting the people who they're cutting to set the pace in some cases, but they also want to talk about stuff. But the point is, like, I kind of spoke to him. I was like, hey, Mike, I just want to make sure. I know you said people who have a game that's special to them. I'm very knowledgeable about this game. I'm not very passionate about its content. I think it's interesting in a metatextual sense. What I'm going to talk about during this is, I think this is actually I think there are Final Fantasy games that I like less than this, probably.
Oh, absolutely.
But this is the least interesting mainline Final Fantasy game to me. It is all of its rough edges. How should I put this? All of it's deliberately designed. It has no deliberate harsh edges. It has problems. It has mistakes with its game design. It has areas where it's bad, but it doesn't have any, like, daring choices in its entire makeup.
It almost, it's not, but at the same time, there are certain aspects of the story of this game that feel like, okay, computer algorithm, tell us what's the next plot beat we should hit for either emotional grabbing the heartstrings of the player, or getting them to be more invested in the story in some way.
Yeah, but it doesn't even have that for the most part, because it's just so empty.
Yes. No, I'm more talking about...
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I'm more talking about, like, oh, Luna got killed.
Sure.
Like, something
Spoilers.
like that, where it changes nothing about the plot when you really think about it.
Yes, that's the problem.
It changes nothing about the story.
She could have lived... or died, and the plot would have been the same. That's kind of what I talk about in that, rewriting the story video that I did. Is like, her death is totally meaningless.
Oh yeah, no, because it's like,
could have rewritten around the entire thing.
Noctis is still more broken up about the death of his dad than he is about her death.
I don't know about that, because that's the thing, was when his dad dies, they just go and like, hey, Noct, you want to ride a bird and eat some cup noodle?
Okay, well, yeah, fair.
This is another problem that I'm gonna have to talk about during this.
It's almost like that game doesn't handle people dying very well, except for Jared, the most important character in the game.
Rip Jared, guys. For Jared. For Jared.
For Jared.
Anyway.
Oh my
gosh, no,
man.
So yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to have to talk to these guys about it, or what they're going to want me to talk about, but I basically warned Mike, I was like...
point. It is as corporate as a Final Fantasy game can get, which is ironic given they removed the guy who makes games with Mickey Mouse in them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't think it's even necessarily a lot of corporate think. I'm going to talk about why... I'm going to talk about why I think this game came out the way that it did in that sense, because I don't think it has as much to do with corporate think as people might expect. I think it has a lot more to do with specific goals that they set for themselves, and what they felt as external pressure from the fan base and from gamers, which. I guess the other guys that have been coming on have been talking about why this game is interesting to them, talking about the story. if these guys let me, and I think it should be okay because I basically warned Mike, this is what I'm going to talk about, and he said, that's fine, that's what I want to talk about. I think we're just going to be going into the behind-the-scenes situation.
Yeah, which is
and,
much more interesting.
And what's probably going to happen is they're going to be with us for, like I said, 20 to 40 minutes-ish. We'll talk about that stuff for a while. Then we're just gonna, all of us are just gonna talk about whatever we want to for like another 2-3 hours until they cut back to us.
Can we get to
Then we'll have
Jared's
more of that
death?
discussion about the behind the scenes.
Can we get to
that's
Jared's
that's
death
like
during
10
this?
hours in,
Yes,
15
but if
hours
we
in.
mainline it.
We're not gonna do that.
We're not
Jared's
even
gonna get to Lestalem, dude. I don't remember how to play this game.
I remember. Just hand the controller to me after they're done.
No. No, what I was going to say is that this game actually reminds me a lot of Jedi Fallen Order, which is to say it's a very long, meandering game that has like four narrative beats.
There's 4 plot points, yeah.
Like, I mean, when we were playing through Jedi Fallen Order, we playing it, and people in the comments were like, the game's over, I feel like nothing's happened. Yeah.
Yeah, very
I mean, I liked Jedi Fallen Order. It was a fun video game, but people who are like, finally, Star Wars is back. Finally, some good Star Wars narrative or whatever.
Yeah, like from what I hear, I haven't played Survivor yet. I hear Survivor is much more of like, okay, yeah, this actually has like a pretty in-depth story to it. But like, no, Fallen Order is a very good Souls-like. It is not a groundbreaking video game, though.
And it's not even
it's just a very competently made game.
And it's like there's the story's not that interesting.
Yeah,
like it's well performed.
It is.
All the actors are doing a good job
because of the
in it.
last 2 minutes. That's the only thing that makes it interesting.
There's like 5 seconds of, well, and before the last 2 minutes, there's like 5 seconds of, there's like a parallel between Cal and Marin where both of their orders have fallen.
It's like the title of the game.
That's all that game has going for it.
That's it.
Other than like again, all the actors are doing a good job in that game. That's the other thing that pushes it, which is another thing it has in common with Final Fantasy 15, which is that all of the actors are really committed. And if you played isolated bits of this, you would believe that 16 was not the first game that was recorded in English first.
Absolutely.
Because there's a legitimately really good job done by the main cast here to sell the relationship between the bros.
Ray Chase and Robbie Draymond steal like every scene they're in. Mm-hmm. Like one of them steals it. I'm not saying the actors for Gladiolus and Ignis are bad by any means, but in terms of just
it was the star-making performances for Ray Chase and Robbie Draymond, whatever his name is.
I think it's Draymond.
That was when they became gamer household names.
Sketchy, if you will.
Yeah. Well,
spoilers. Sorry about that.
I think they might be coming to me in a minute here, so they're still playing FF14, but I just want to be on alert that
okay, I will just dive out of the frame as soon as they show up.
Sure.
Is Scott here?
Is Scott here? He just left. Really?
That's what I'm going to do here in a second. If you hear shattering, don't worry, I'm fine. Maybe.
There's stunt glass.
Yeah.
Is Scott here? He just left. They don't make movies like that. Another $10 donation from, I'm probably going to say that.
€10, by the way.
10 euros, excuse me,
so
yes.
Slightly more.
I read it, and just the words didn't come out of my mouth properly. And these words are also not going to come out of my mouth properly. Heike Siegel?
I would say
Siegel?
I mean, maybe.
Heike
It's definitely Siegel, but I'm not sure how.
I apologize. I don't mean to be difficult and ignorant. Thank you very much for the donation, and also I do recognize your name because I know you've been around, so thank you for your continued viewership as well, even though I'm not saying the name properly. And said, my text is gone. I wanted to say thank you for 10 years of grandiose entertainment. What a journey. I feel old now. It's been a while.
When he started this, I was like 13 or something like that. It's been almost half my freaking life. What a nerd.
Yes, and the guy who voices Arden,
Darren DePaul.
He's also really good. No, good vocal performances in this overall.
I mean, that's the only reason Arden is a compelling character.
Yeah.
It's literally just because
he's
Arden
carrying that character on his back.
You needed someone who just oozed charisma, and he does it. It's great.
He carries the character on his back the whole time.
Yeah, 100%.
Can you hand me that box? I'm gonna have my webcam on for I'm gonna cut my webcam off.
Oh, just for the boy. Just for the boy band.
Well, no. There's a couple of things on here that I think are interesting to look at when I'm discussing this. And one thing I'm gonna show is this. I'll go ahead and show the audience. By the way, folks, I just want to say maybe people are gonna come in late and miss it. So just like in general, two things to know when Mike and Kason join us, because I'm not going to stop and interrupt their show to explain to you folks. So a couple things you guys need to know. I'm going to patch their audio in. If you want to, obviously their stream will be running over on their own channel. Here's the thing. While the video quality for this is maybe slightly lower than our normal streams are because I'm using lower latency, there's still going to be a delay between me talking to them on Discord and the video feed getting to them, because they're going to be watching the same stream that you guys are watching right now, which is going to be a few seconds behind. So like just to give you guys an idea of the amount of latency, in a moment here, I'm going to type something in chat. I'm just going to type now in chat, right? And I will declare aloud, I'm sending the text now in chat at the moment that I hit enter. And you guys are going to see, if you're looking at chat, there's going to be like probably a 10-second discrepancy between that word appearing and you guys hearing me say the word now. So I'm going to type in chat and hit enter. I'm going to hit enter on the text now. I'm going to hit it now. And you guys are going to see probably like a 10-second or so delay. So with that in mind, any commentary on the actual game while we're playing it, I'm going to let them drive it, because they're going to be seeing cutscenes or events in the gameplay. There you go, 6.5 seconds, 8 seconds for me. They're going to be seeing it about 8 seconds or so after I see it. And in the same vein, because you guys are going to be hearing them on the Discord call with me, like they're going to be seeing it, the point is, like, you guys are going to hear it 8 seconds late, even though they'll be responding to what they're seeing in real time, right? So point being,
John Haas, he's not a time traveler. It's just that the future is now.
Ah, damn it, missed it.
Is now.
Ah, it's so hard. It's always hold on. It's like hold on. If we just wait, I think we can catch it like now. Ah, damn it. It's always disappearing in front of us.
Oh, man.
So point is, I'm going to be letting them drive the commentary on events that are happening in the game, which is fine by me since I'm probably going to be talking about development stuff anyway. If we are talking about the game at all, I imagine they and me are going to find that type of stuff more interesting. But with that in mind as well,
Ruby Knights asked, "Hey Jacob, are you going to play Final Fantasy?" Yes, we're waiting. We're waiting until Mike and Kason show up to start playing 15. I am going to dive out of the way as soon as they show up.
Yeah,
I'll
so
be
that's
back after they.
I'm gonna request anybody in chat who's been here. If folks show up and don't know what's going on, I'm gonna ask you guys to explain it to them, because I'm not gonna interrupt Mike and Kason's show to recap what we're doing live
Jacob's not
on
going to
their
be,
stream.
Jacob's not going to be very active in chat while Mike and Kason are on here. It's their show.
I may look at chat, but I'm not going to be explaining like what we're doing, because anybody watching their show is already going to know. So if somebody shows up and wonders what's going on,
I meant 15. My bad.
Yeah, if someone shows up and wants to know what's going on, please, you guys in chat are going to have to help them out. And with that in mind, the other thing is, while they're on, I'm not going to be reading donations. Yeah. So anybody, when they're gone, if anybody leaves money during it, I will go back and read your donations after, but I'm not going to be stopping to read donations while they're on with us.
Mono Scrooge, do you know Resonant Arc's thoughts on FF15? I think they're pretty mixed on it. As a whole, I don't really know specifically what they like and what they dislike about it, but when they've talked about it before, they'll usually concede that it has a lot of good stuff going on, but they aren't the hugest fans,
which is about where I'm at.
Exactly.
And I'm a little bit worried about being the fly in the ointment on this, because I think a lot of the people that they've had on up to now are like big fans of their respective games.
Exactly.
And I know a lot of people really love this game, and I'm not going to be here to take that away from anybody. I am going to try and talk about a lot of positives while we're on here. But that's the thing is that to me, the metatextual stuff on this is so much more interesting. Even stuff in this game that I think is good is driven by things outside of the game itself that I think are more interesting.
It's also the fact that the history of this game basically is the history of 10 years of Square Enix as a company.
Yes.
The whole 10 years of waiting, like all that stuff. That's why it's way more interesting to talk about, at least in my opinion and his. It's way more interesting to talk about the metatextual stuff and the stuff that happened before it actually released, is just because in terms of the impact it had on Square Enix as a company, it's so much bigger than the impact this game had after it released. Obviously, it sold really well, got pretty good reviews. It's just that in terms of the effect it had on Square Enix, the before is much more impactful on the company as a whole than the after, if you will. Did you say that's fair? Did you say that's fair, expert? Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Because I'm just a dumb idiot who plays his Nintendo games.
I see you like to play Super Mario Sunshine.
That was a terrible Psycho Mantis.
I can do better.
Snake, I see you like to play Castlevania.
Okay, that was better. Wasn't great, but it was fine.
Anyway, but so yeah, that's some. So they're gonna come on for a bit.
Pin a message in the chat explaining what's going on. That's a good idea. Yosh Kapoor says we can try doing that real quick.
Sure.
Hurricane area. Vicky 3 is not great. It's like fine. It's like a 5 out of 10. I'm not a huge fan of it. I spent way too much money on it. I mean, it's fine. The new update, from what I hear, is not great. Again, I'm just going to stick to EU4 and CK3 and play 4. I'm fine with those. And then, honestly, I think Vicky 2 is still better than Vicky 3. But, you know, what can you do? Not every release is going to be a gem.
Anyway, but yeah, so we are, so with that in mind, you know, I'm not going to be, I will wait to read donations until after they've departed. I will wait until after they leave to pivot to other subjects. I'm going to be pretty focused on talking to them when they're on.
Yeah,
I'm
leaving because I'm not the authority on this game.
Well, it's also just because I was invited on and I didn't say I'm going to be bringing a +1 with me.
Obviously that too. I'm just saying also for the sake of the conversation, it will be much more smooth if I dive out of the frame.
Yeah, so just going to be appreciated if you guys...
Now I actually have to do it.
Don't do it. No, you do not have to do
doing
it.
it.
Do not do it. There's a lot of stuff over there you could break when you dive, so please don't do that. But no, yeah, no, I remember the movie Ruby Nights. There's no way in hell we don't talk about the movie during this.
Just like whatever back home.
Mm-hmm.
What does he say?
Just like something. He says something canyon back home. He uses the word canyon, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe he says ridge. It might be something ridge back home. But the point is it's the exact same line. What a good movie. What a good movie. I really want more Breaking Bad alums in Final Fantasy, though. It'd be really funny if the...
Children better than Kingsglaive? I think it
tells
is.
a complete story.
Yeah.
It tells a complete story. I mean, if you don't have any context going into Advent Children, it's really messy, but you can still observe that there's an arc of a character who's depressed about something, and he gets over it.
Yeah. No, I do love that film is like the epitome of...
That's what Ninja Bunny Wedge's VA is in Breaking Bad too. That's what I'm saying. We need more Breaking Bad alums in Final Fantasy. Yeah. We've got 2 of them in now.
He's Badger, right?
Yeah. Get Bryan Cranston as Sid in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Oh my gosh. That would be awesome.
Who should the guy who plays Gustavo Fring, who do we get him to play?
Oh, that's hard. Maybe like... Trying to think who's even left at this point who hasn't already been introduced.
No, you know, hold on. Jonathan, he's not, I don't know, maybe he's too old and it wouldn't sound right for Sid, but in terms of tone, Jonathan Banks or whatever his name is, the guy who plays Mike or Hickey from Community. Get him as Sid,
he would be really good as Sid.
No, they haven't announced Sid yet, Johnny Games. We haven't seen Sid in any of the trailers or anything yet. General Leo and FF6R, that's not bad.
I think for Gustavo, it might work as like he would be a bit character, but as like Yuffie's dad or something. That might work pretty well.
Who knows?
We have to get the entire cast of Breaking Bad.
Absolutely, get everybody in there, including minor bit characters that had almost nothing to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the things I'm gonna turn on my webcam briefly when we start this, and then turn it off again because of the desync that's gonna be occurring. So it'll be distracting.
It's Giancarlo Esposito, by the way. We had the name wrong.
One thing I'm going to show during this. There's several things. Oh, hold on. I think they were just waiting because Night Sky Prince had an ad, but I'm gonna make sure they aren't trying to kick it to me.
This is where I'm hoping 17 goes.
Okay, yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah, they went to go, and he's now stopped doing the quest, and he's showing different zones. He was showing the ending zone from Heavensward. He's showing one of the cities.
Yeah, I could tell that looked very much endgame.
Things we're gonna talk about in this. I don't know if you guys remember what comes in the Day 1 edition of Final Fantasy 15 because it's pretty interesting.
It was incredible.
I maintain that this game was a good success for this series because I think a lot of people didn't even get to the worst problems of this game because they didn't get to the hallway. Yeah. They played the open world for 15 hours, had fun, and dropped it. Yeah. Right? And then it came with an ad for Zodiac Age.
An ad for World of Final Fantasy, right?
An ad for I Am Setsuna and Fragmentary Passage
Oh, I forgot
and
there was an
Dragon
ad for
Quest
Fragmentary
Builders
Oh,
and
no.
FF14 Online and World of Final Fantasy.
Was that when Heavensward came out?
That was that was
after.
includes
So that was before Stormblood. Though.
that was before Stormblood.
Yeah. That tracks. Yeah, because Heavensward did come out in 2016.
Here's the most interesting artifact of all of this, though.
Yep.
We have this document here, right? If we open this sucker up, it says, from the Final Fantasy 15 team, and on the inside, it's autographs.
Yeah, they're like, thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support with signatures.
I said the right thing.
It says, thank you for your
I didn't
support
I
in
forgot
the
that.
background behind everybody's signatures.
They were so desperate for this thing to succeed, man. They were so desperate.
I mean, obviously,
that's, honestly, that's
it's
pretty damn cool.
It's
but...
cute. It's really cute, and you know that these people cared about what they were doing. But no, I don't mind that at all. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's an odd thing that you don't normally see.
It's a Final Fantasy for fans and first timers, right? They were so desperate for this to appeal to
everybody. And it was also like, again, they were
10 years
trying to
ago.
do the Yoshi P live letter from the producer thing.
I mean, yeah,
people were involved. The active time reports.
The exact same
people
thing as
were
what Yoshi P's been
involved
doing since
with the
2014.
production throughout the entire thing. They wanted people to feel involved in making it. This is as much your thing as it is our thing, especially with all the feedback. Thank you for your support throughout the years of us making this. I'm not saying anything condemnatory about those signatures. I think that's a neat thing to have included.
Yeah.
It's totally
so,
fine.
yeah.
It's cute. But it makes you wonder why they do that.
It's like,
what kind of...
it just raises an eyebrow. You're like, oh,
You
that's
raise
cool.
an eyebrow.
Wait a second.
Why did they... And I don't have an answer for why they did that. Maybe it's just a cool idea that they had. And they're like, you know what? That is cool. Let's do that.
I like it.
But I think it communicates something about the headspace that they were in.
Yeah,
and I'm not even sure
exactly
exactly what it is.
Yeah, I need to stop. You have the Resonant Arc stream over in the corner. I have to stop looking at that because I haven't beaten Heaven's yet.
That room is you're gonna go to next. Remember, you were talking to the two brothers, and one of them was going to one location. This is the location you would have gone to if you'd talked to a Monolen instead. So you literally could have already been there.
Well, yeah. See, I started it like 3 days ago, and I was like, hell yeah, time to get started. I was like, just want to switch to Machinist, and then it's like, oh, you don't start at level 50 for Machinist. You start at level 30. Time to go run the same dungeon and do dailies for like 4 days so I can actually play the game. I understand that that's part of their monetization policy is they want you to pay for levels or whatever else, and they can't just let the game go that quickly because then what's the point in having multiple jobs? But it was just sad, I really wanted to shoot. I really wanted to shoot the gun in the game, because I'm an American gamer and I have to shoot the gun. That's how it goes.
Where's the lie?
No.
Oh, but anyway,
That's a lot.
What was what?
I mean, we just kind of went on like a
Sure, yeah.
very extended talk there with like no breaks for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, and this is good because I wanted to be able to just sit and talk to people anyway before we played anything, so this is totally fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh-oh. They're about to come to me.
Uh-oh. I'm okay.
Shh. Uh-oh, hold on. Okay, they are coming to me first. All right. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, am I here? I don't, no, I'm not in a call. Yeah. I'm trying. Hold on, folks. Which channel am I joining? Am I joining gaming or am I joining there's a couple of different voice chat rooms. Oh, I found, okay, nope, it's visible to me now. I'm in here now. Okay. It was invisible to me. I don't think I had permission to access it. Yeah. Yep, we're good. Sorry about the trouble there. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Hey.
So we got that one going. So we have two different streamers we're going to be having a conversation with simultaneously here, all right? So how am I going to handle this with the links? Here's the frustrated Jacob link.
You'll just have to include both links and then pin both.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
In
I'll
the
put them
same
both
comment.
in this. That's I can't. Hold on. Let me try that
Maybe
again.
just hit space.
There are two links right there. So we have frustrated Jacob.
Hello.
Meadow, are you in the chat?
Hello.
Oh, there he is. Hello. What's up, guys?
What's going on? How are y'all?
Doing good. I didn't have you both here. So we have two streamers for FF15. I wanted to bring Jacob on specifically because he knows a lot about the development history behind Final Fantasy 15 and Versus 13. So that's going to be really interesting to talk about. So we'll get to you in a second, Jacob. But let's talk to Meadow here first. Move you over. So we've got you on screen, and I got to switch over to the screen like that. So what's up? How are you? Meadow.
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing great.
No, great.
So, Final Fantasy 15. Tell us a little bit about your history with this game and why you like it and why it's special to you.
Well, it wasn't my first Final Fantasy game, but it was like amongst the 3 top Final Fantasy games that I first got into. One being 7. Like it was funny you mentioned Versus 13 because I kind of was like keeping up with the development history. Maybe not while it was Versus 13, but I think it was Final Fantasy. It was 15 at the time, but I went back and watched a bunch of videos and stuff like that. So
nice. So you played the game at launch. How did you feel about it? Were you a fan? It was a little bit divisive at the time.
Yeah, I think I was a bit jaded at the time because I was just really excited for it to come out. And then like I played it and a month, I think I dropped it for a little bit and I got back into it and I don't know. It wasn't what I thought it would be.
Yeah.
But then Royal came out and it fixed a lot of issues. A lot of the story I was just really confused with. Like I didn't really understand a lot of the stuff. It felt like a lot of stuff was like missing. But I thought Royal was really fun. That's the version I'm playing today.
Okay, so the Royal Edition that has all the DLC and everything that's been added back into it, right?
Flying cars.
Yeah. Okay, sweet.
Exactly.
All right, so go ahead and feel free to start a new game there. And then let's come over here to Jacob real quick. Jacob, what's up?
Howdy. How you guys doing today?
All right. We're doing great.
Doing great.
So, I remember that I saw the trailer for Final Fantasy Versus 13 at E3 2006, wherever that was. And I immediately knew I was buying a PlayStation 3. I saw Final Fantasy 13. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
I think they even teased Type 0 before it was called that. It was called Agito or something like that. But it was 13. It was Versus 13 specifically that I was just like, I have to play that.
Yeah.
And then I didn't get to play it until way far into the PlayStation 4's life cycle. So I bought a PlayStation 3 and never got to play the game I bought it for. So it had a very troubled development history, is kind of the point that I'm making here. And so Jacob has followed this, researched it, and so Kaysen did a video too a little bit
on Project W.
Project
in
W.
particular, yeah.
So I'm sure we'd maybe touch on that a little bit, but give us the rundown on what happened with Final Fantasy Versus 13 and why it became 15.
So that's the thing, is that a rundown on this, because I not in an attempt to toot my own horn or anything, but I just because of how I
Is it gonna take a while?
I'm not. I mean, I promise I will. You guys can dictate the pace of this and ask what you guys can ask the questions you want to ask. But the point is, I could talk about this basically as long as I wanted to. Because I actually got started on YouTube doing coverage of Final Fantasy 15 way back in the day. I don't really do pre-game release coverage of stuff anymore, but it was basically a situation where when this game was originally 15 specifically was unveiled in 13. I remember there was mass hysteria in the streets of people confused about whether or not, is this a turn-based game? What's going on? I don't understand what kind of game this is. And, obviously it wasn't, but people were leaving legitimate comments like that. And I had been similarly to you following Versus 13 since it was revealed, basically, and had been following it closely and felt that I was knowledgeable enough to be able to try and explain, okay, where did this game go and what happened? Because there was also, I don't know if you remember this or not, but at the PS4 reveal conference, this is the first interesting thing of how it became what it became, really. The first sign was at the PS4 reveal conference, where they didn't actually show the hardware. They just showed they just said, hey, we're making it, right? Shinji Hashimoto came on stage and showed the tech demo that we'd already seen before for their new engine, and then just said, hey, by the way, we're making a new Final Fantasy game for PlayStation 4. See ya. And then he stepped off stage. and I distinctly remember thinking at the time, why wouldn't they just say it unless it was something we've seen before and they don't want to talk about it yet? So I started thinking this might be Final Fantasy 15. But why wouldn't they just say that? What if it's Versus 13 and they're making it bigger? And I guess with that in mind, the first real thing, this took a while for me to come to this realization, but as we are here watching this opening cutscene of the game, we're looking at character designs that have existed since 2006. We're looking at locations that have existed since 2006, when it was a totally different video game with totally different staff and totally different creative leadership. Which I guess brings me, first thing that I want to talk to is the entire concept of Fabula Nova Crystallis, which you mentioned Agito 13 a second ago, as well. And this was I've come to realize I think at least, I've come to suspect this was an elaborate marketing gimmick. Because they said, though, the point of it is that there's this shared continuity between the games. They share a mythos, right? We have shared elements from these various different games. So they're all stories about conflicts over crystals and people who have a fate that's dictated upon them and they fight against, and some shared gods and elements. And I'm like, don't all the Final Fantasy games have those things?
More or less the same.
Basically.
So what I think actually happened was that obviously in the 90s, you had a lot of Final Fantasy spin-offs. You had Tactics, you had the Chocobo Kart Racer, you had various different spin-offs of the Final Fantasy series. Then you had Crystal Chronicles going into the GameCube and stuff like that, and you had the compilation of FF7. Yeah. Going into PlayStation 3, I think they knew how expensive game development was getting. I don't think they realized how tough it was going to be yet. Obviously, they didn't, because of what happened subsequently with this and with FF14. But I think they realized it was going to get more expensive. And making spin-off games was already getting more expensive on the PS2. And I think their thought process must have been, it would be really hard to make this M-rated, bloody, mature action game that Tetsuya Nomura really wants to do with his Kingdom Hearts team. Right. It would be really hard to make that on a huge budget and as a really big divergence from the tone of the series and sell it as the big new game, right? Well, what if we could think of a way to put a Roman numeral on the end of it? What if it wasn't actually Final Fantasy 16 or 15 or 13 because it might be too M-rated and violent and action-oriented and fans might reject it? But what if we could somehow attach the Roman numeral to it so it could sell more units and we could give it a bigger budget? What if we said that it was like they were connected by a thing? And I think that was the extent of it.
Yeah, that sounds like a very Yoichi Wada sort of directed the company, what they were into doing at the time.
Yeah, and the same thing with Agito 13, where that was originally meant to be released on, like, basically really high-end gaming phones that only ever existed in Japan.
Right.
That was going to be this really high-end mobile phone experience that, of course, eventually was too high-end, and they had to move it to PSP. I think it was a similar thing, where it was, how do we move this really expensive, high-profile, and weird experimental project? Because Type 0 was also an M-rated, extremely violent, dark experience. Now here we are, like, 15 years later, and Final Fantasy 16 is doing all of these things as part of the mainline series, but I think that was... It's interesting to me that in interviews, Yoshi P has talked a lot about, like, Game of Thrones was a really big influence. We told the team to watch a Game of Thrones, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But that seems almost to me less like an influence on the material and more like they got to use it as a proof point that, look, this can make money.
Yeah, that's more what it sounds like.
But when the companies get as big as Square Enix, especially after the PS1 era and stuff, it's really difficult to avoid situations like that where it's like it's just whatever makes money.
Yeah.
That's how you have to convince people.
And
so we got on Metal, just real quick on
go
Metal
ahead.
Stream over here, the opening of the game here where they're pushing a car in comparison to what we had been shown in a lot of trailers or like other material beforehand, where there was a battle happening in Insomnia itself. I think a lot of people who maybe weren't following the game's development super closely and didn't understand that Nomura had been moved off the team and they had a new director and the game was sort of changing a lot, might have been surprised by, like, wait a minute, like, what happened to all that stuff you showed before?
And this is the first gameplay of
yeah,
the game,
you're
right?
just
It's
pushing a
pushing
car,
the car
to a gas station.
I love it.
Meadow, you still there? I think you might be muted on our end. I can't hear you coming through if you're talking. But
sorry about that. Yeah, I just didn't want to talk over you guys while you guys.
No, you're good.
Oh,
you're
that was good. You're welcome to chime in anytime.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't want to. I'm not trying to hog anything. Feel free to everybody jump in all the time.
That was a really good intro, though. I thought you painted a pretty good picture of, the development of FF15.
Yeah. So, do you have any idea? Because I haven't really looked into this in many, many years. Like, around what time they decided to move Nomura off the project and put Tabata on, or any of the behind the scenes of how that went down, or anything like that? Has anything been said about this? Because I would assume not.
2014
like, they don't want
is
to
when,
like
is
air
when
out
Nomura left the project.
14.
He was Tabata was added in 2012, and Nomura was removed in 2014, at least publicly. He was definitely still on it in 2013. I want to say he was removed in like mid 2014, and they announced it late 2014.
Okay.
And so at that point, how sharply did the direction the game took, even like from a story standpoint, how much did it change at that point when Tabata took
That's
over?
hard to say, because one of the, and I am going to remove my webcam while we're doing this, but one of the things that's interesting about this is that like a lot of the decisions that were made were the result of deliberate creative changes, moving between different creative teams. But a lot of it was like, okay, the original game. One of the specific things that they cited when talking about things that had changed was that the nation of Lucis like worshipped. They said they worshipped Etro, the spirit of death, the goddess of death, who was mentioned in Type 0 and has a pretty big role in the 13 trilogy. One of the kind of leftover lore elements, if you will. And they basically explained that we had to remove Etro in her entirety because in certain countries, having quotation marks Reaper worship will automatically get the game an M rating. So having some elements of even if it was just like, oh, there's a goddess of death that this society looks up to, they said would get it an M rating. soldiers that previously spewed blood when Noctis killed them in those trailers back in the day were turned into robots. So I think a lot of the changes that were made to sell units. But then there's other stuff that like I look at and seems more like possibly a lead creative decision. So it's often difficult to see, I think, where the legitimate creative decisions of the director like end and where the even more so than, because I mean, I just mentioned, like corporate decision making, but one of the things that's most interesting to me about this game is the fact that they had tons of feedback throughout the process. And they were really, this is the most reactionary a Final Fantasy game has ever been. Like the open, well, I look at a lot of this stuff and I say, okay, the big open world in this game, maybe they just really wanted to make an open world game. Maybe they just really wanted to have this type of mood, but a lot of it feels very much in response to FF13, stuff, and even stuff that's positive in this game. Like, I mean, I think everybody in general agrees the best thing about this game is the bros, right? Is the the connection you have with your the bromance throughout this game, right?
Yeah, right.
And I'm a big fan of the party in this too. I mean, even just I'm glancing over here at the stream and I'm looking at this opening cutscene with them standing around talking to Sid and Cindy, and I'm like, I like these characters. This is fun stuff. I enjoy these people.
Yeah.
But even then, I asked, and and to some extent, all these characters had been around since the Versus 13 days. You look at old trailers, and there's like a scene of like Gladiolus giving Prompto a noogie or something in one of the Versus 13 trailers. But I ask myself, is the fact that all of these dudes are best friends from minute one, is that a response to the fact that everybody in 13 hates each other in the first couple of hours?
Right. It takes a long time before they warm up to each other. It does feel that way. I feel like Final Fantasy 13 had so much like controversy, I guess, surrounding it.
Yeah.
That, especially Tabata, that seemed to be his sort of directorial style. I'm going to put out surveys constantly.
Yeah, he
to
did
like
a lot.
get
Yeah,
a feel for what the audience feels about even our in development kind of like build right now, and what can we, how can we?
I love the cup noodle hat, by
this
the way.
late.
I just saw that on a second ago. I saw the cup noodle hat.
Thank you.
Yeah, how can we pivot like mid development and make some changes that would more accurately address like what the audience is looking for? It's a much more like, I don't know how to even describe it. It's like, it's not an artistic way of directing something. It's all like business minded.
And that feels odd
like
because
designed by committee.
Whatever you can say about Crisis Core and Type 0, they have distinct visions of themselves.
Yeah, sure. What were you going to say, Kason?
Just designed by committee.
Yeah, designed by
That's
committee.
what
It's a great way to put it.
It's like there's not really any direction, but it. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's clear, and I think it's maybe not universal, but nearly so, that Final Fantasy 15 had a problem with disjointedness when it came out. But of course, they tried really, really hard to address that over the countless, it seemed like, DLCs and things that they released. And Jacob, you said you hadn't played the game since it came out, right? You hadn't played since release. Have you?
No, I haven't. And it's funny because I never got that cup noodle hat that I'm looking at right now. I don't think back in the day. And
right.
What's really interesting, I'm going through this tutorial right now, and it's interesting, especially contrasting this with the FF16 demo that just came out, which gives you like some walk around stuff, and then has a diegetic combat tutorial. And this one has like a totally disconnected from anything tutorial, and then lore guide that I'm looking at right now. This stuff
really different.
This is definitely not my area of expertise. So if anybody else in here knows a little bit more about the background and lore of 15, I have forgotten a lot of like what was the deal with all the various gods in this and whatever, because that was not my strong area of investment in this game.
Sure.
I kind of just wanted to add. I remember you were talking about Etro. I remember there was a painting in one of the trailers from a long time ago. And it was, I think her name was like Stella at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, became, what is her name?
Luna Freya.
Luna
Freya.
Well,
okay.
Stella meaning star.
Yes.
And it turned into Luna meaning moon.
Yeah.
You know.
But Noctis and Stella were standing around the painting of Etro. But then a lot of the stuff, some of the stuff from like that Reaper worshipping kind of made its way into like Noctis's outfit.
Yeah, his outfit
that
never
I
changed.
saw in the trailer. Or
Yeah.
in one of the cutscenes, there was like a skeleton on one of the buttons, and you see a bunch of skulls on
Yep.
his shirt.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
get a I'm trying to get a
stuff,
close up
so-
on his outfit right now, but I
Oh,
can't really
let
get
me
him.
switch
I'm trying to
over.
get him rubbed up against a wall so you can see it if you cut back at me really quickly. But his
Yeah,
his
I'm looking
t-shirt's
at it here.
covered with skulls and crossbones.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So like the design elements are still there. They just took it out of the story. This idea that they worship this
Oh,
death god,
interesting.
right? Yeah.
I thought that was really
Huh.
cool. It's kind of disappointing that some of that didn't make its way into the game.
Well, and the
That's
weirdest
interesting.
part was how they had a trailer leading up to the release of Final Fantasy 15, like a couple weeks before it came out. It called the Omen trailer,
Omen, yep, I
which
remember it.
to me still represents the original story of Versus 13
It's
more than
being-
it does 15.
Yeah, yeah.
It's almost like they just made a short, tiny little trailer movie
Yeah.
to like pay homage to
To what it
Versus 13.
would have been what
And-
it could have been.
And yeah,
Because that the Omen trailer had Nomura's handprints all over it.
Yeah,
it felt that way.
it felt very opening of FF8. Absolutely.
Yes, and also a little Kingdom Hearts esque.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Speaking of
by the
Kingdom
way-
Hearts, yeah.
Well,
go ahead, my bad. I'm sorry.
Verum Rex, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
Verum Rex.
that's
Bring that up.
exactly what I was gonna say.
So Verum Rex, in my mind, it is elements of Versus 13
Yeah.
being
Mhm.
used in a different kind of way.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Verum Rex is. It just
Yeah.
seems to be that way to me.
And is that
It's
going to
really
be part
blatant.
of Kingdom Hearts 4 or like what is that?
Technically,
Has
it's
that-
part of the universe, but I don't know
So,
if it's gonna have any of the characters.
I'm
or any
I
connection
don't know how much
whatsoever.
our other streamer. If our other streamer's a KH expert, I'll let him take it on this one since I'm already talking a lot. But I know a
Oh,
good
you're
bit
good.
about
You got
KH
this,
as
Meadow?
well.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Are you a Kingdom Hearts guy?
I am a big fan of Kingdom
Yeah,
Hearts.
you take you take
Okay,
this then. Go
tell
ahead.
me, what's your take on Verum Rex as it relates to Versus 13 and all that?
I think it's incredibly like blatant the
Yeah.
connection that they're
Oh,
trying to
yeah.
make between it. I think Nomura is trying to kind of get his game back. If you saw like
Yeah.
I think it was a secret ending towards the end of Kingdom Hearts.
I did, yeah.
It was like if you put them back to back, they looked exactly the same with him riding in the car toward the end. And
Yeah,
so it
that's
seems like
right.
they're really setting up for that in the future. So
So is that? I mean, I don't know. I don't follow Kingdom Hearts at all. Is that going to be in Kingdom Hearts 4, the Verum Rex stuff?
I think
yeah,
it's
it
its own game.
seems like it. Yeah.
Is it going to be its own game now?
It's been
I
confusing.
I don't know because at the end it
Yeah.
showed the character
The
when
Verum Rex
they
character, right?
made their
Yeah.
way, when they made their way into his world. So it seems like it's still going to be a part of
so
Kingdom Hearts in its
still
own
part
way.
of Kingdom
But
Hearts 4. Okay.
There was an
okay.
interview with Nomura where he actually discussed I was considering whether or not I wanted to make Verum Rex or Kingdom Hearts 4 first.
Oh wow,
But
I didn't see that. That's great.
but in the trailer of KH4, Sora is definitely in the location from Verum Rex. So it might be
Right.
he's going to like introduce elements of this other idea that he has, like basically have the characters of Verum Rex guest star in a Kingdom Hearts game and then do
Huh.
that, and they'll be it's unclear as of right now what that
Yeah.
crazy boy Tetsuya Nomura is up to.
Well, Verum Rex was in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yes, it was.
yeah,
It was. Mhm.
briefly at the kind of in one of the
Yeah.
endings.
So
or
I
something,
actually
right?
so
well,
one
no, you were able. It was part of the Toy Story world. I
Yes,
think,
there was a
right?
Oh.
video
Right,
game
right,
called
right,
Verum
right,
Rex.
right.
Initially, it seemed like it was just a cute little reference, like,
it's just
haha,
a video
remember?
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing
But
that's
yeah,
interesting
there's like
to
a whole
me.
minigame there.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting to me is that there's a lot of like obvious homages to Versus 13 visually later on in that
Yes.
game.
Oh yeah.
But
for
when in
sure,
that
yeah.
scene that we mentioned a minute ago, where where Stella and Noctis are talking about Etro and they're looking at that painting, they talk about a concept that was
Yeah.
repeatedly stated across the Versus 13 trailers, where they talk about quote the light of people who see the light of expiring souls. They said that people who have near-death experiences have like premonitions about when people are going to die in the world of Final Fantasy Versus 13, and Noctis
Yeah.
and Stella were two of these people. This element was removed. It's not in 15 as we received it. But I couldn't help but notice if we want to try and look for like thematic, because I don't want to speculate too much about what Versus was going to be about, because you never know.
Yeah.
Like there was an interview with Tabata where he said that Versus 13 quote never quite took shape in the development phase, and that may have been saving face, or that might have been it was a project that got out of control.
Yeah.
But one thing that's really interesting to me is there's a bit in in Kingdom Hearts 3 where all the characters die. Spoilers. Don't worry, they get better. Sora briefly is in the Beyond realm, and he is talking to the souls of dead people who have regrets from their life. And they are the way that they're discussing it, he's literally talking to the lights of expiring souls. And when I look at that, I can't help but see possibly a thematic echo of what might have been going on in Versus 13. But then I look at this game, and because we've been talking a lot about the development in Versus 13, and I don't want to completely, blow past whether or not 15 was doing anything on its own. And there's an interesting, in a way that's maybe going to be a bit of a vague spoiler for these games, so if anybody doesn't want to be spoiled on Crisis Core Type 0 or 15, maybe mute the stream for a few seconds. I can't help but notice that all three of the Tabata games are about young men dying because of old men's petty wars. All of them are about a young innocent who is just trying to fight for what he believes in and his friends, winding up getting killed because of increasingly petty conflicts between the powers that be. That's also the only way that is the only way that I can justify the inclusion of Genesis and Crisis Core, because it makes the machinations that lead to the ending of that game even more silly and pathetic. The only way I can justify that character's inclusion.
That's funny.
That's what was it? The movie Troy? Did you ever see the movie Troy with Brad Pitt?
Yes.
Yeah, Sean Bean plays Odysseus.
Oh, yeah.
And in it, there's a line where, because Achilles is super upset with the way the war is going.
Yeah.
Because everybody out there is just getting slaughtered. And then Boromir, Sean Bean says,
his real name is Boromir.
Exactly. His real name is Boromir. He says, war is old men talking and young men dying.
Yep.
Get used to it. And this is politics.
And that's a very consistent thing on all of Tabata's work, actually, I think.
Interesting.
So, Meadow, since you've played the Royal Edition, I have not.
We haven't.
I have not revisited Final Fantasy 15 since it was released, so I don't know how it feels to play it now as a quote-unquote complete version of the game, right? But you said you've kind of warmed up to it at this point a little bit. So why is that?
Well, in the beginning, I mean, it's pretty cool because I'm not sure why they included these, but these weapons in the beginning are what you get. And, you see this Dragoon Lance and this, this sword and all this stuff. But then you also have like a bunch of the DLC. I think it includes every DLC except for Arden's story. So there's a point in the game where some of the characters go missing. And one of them is Prompto. Right. And I personally haven't played Prompto's story yet. But from what I've seen...
No one, right?
Yeah, he's in. It's in the Empire.
Yeah,
right?
That was pretty good.
So you get to experience that a little bit, and Gladiolus and everyone. So
So another thing they added was the ability to switch characters. That was not something that you could do in the original game. You only had Noctis.
Right.
How do you feel about that in terms of like in the middle of a battle? Is there like a good sort of like a good gameplay reason why they would tell you, okay, switch to this character now and play as Gladio for a while, and then is like strategic, or is it just mostly, I just feel like playing like this dude, so I'll just switch?
I think it could be a mix of both, like I'd like to compare it to Final Fantasy VII Remake in a way, like in how it just changes the combat a little bit more. Like you get a glimpse of that when you there's a button, L1 button, what you do, and they all have different abilities, and it helps you to take down some of the enemies. So I think it's just a glimpse of like what the DLC is like once you get a chance to play with them.
Yeah, so I remember I played some of those DLCs. I think I played all 3 of the character DLCs, and my favorite was the Ignis one. I liked kind of his gameplay style.
Really?
It was pretty cool.
It's most of the time when I ask people about the DLC, I've never heard that. So that's
people saying Ignis, yeah, because that's all happening during the battle in what was that? It's a city that you just.
I only know that because the name is literally on the screen right now.
Yes, exactly. It's during the battle where Leviathan comes out and
That was a
Noctis
really
is
cool
doing his
part.
like Super
Oh,
Saiyan
man.
battle against
That
that,
was
right?
great.
Yeah.
And so Ignis is
Yeah.
Ignis. It's where I won't say that. Something happens to Ignis that's big for the story.
Yeah.
But it's kind of plays that little part
Right.
of the story, and I liked that. I think of all the DLC stories, that was probably my favorite one. But
I think
Um,
that scene that you're talking about, that was in the trailer, and there's a lot like that they
Oh, yeah.
removed.
a
Mhm.
ton
From
they
it?
removed. A ton.
Yeah, so
Well, that's actually
um,
something that's interesting about. I've joked before that Final Fantasy 15 is a game comprised entirely of smoking guns. Because like you look at that trailer, the original 2013 trailer that shows the Altisha battle, and it's like obviously running in a prototype engine, and what we eventually got was much jankier than that. The Ignis DLC has a significantly higher production value than the actual scene in the original game, and that's because the engine was being developed while the game was being made.
wow.
Right.
Because they
They
were
had to
developing
switch.
the Luminous engine simultaneously with the development of this game, and it's like you go and look at the DLCs, and the production value, especially in Prompto and Ignis, is increased significantly in terms of the set pieces. But the other thing that stands out to me is that one of their very clear. So I just skipped to this chapter partially because it's interesting to look at this Venice city, but like I was showing the boat ride. I think one of their very clear design edicts on this was unbroken experience. As few only load screens at chapter breaks. Everywhere you go, you get there dynamically in real time. To make the world completely seamless and ongoing as a natural space that you're exploring. And what that also meant was that why is Noctis doing that? He was kind of shimmying a little bit there in an odd way. You'll see that in a second. But one of the things that's interesting about the game is that you have this big open world where you start out in Arizona and you eventually move to some grasslands, and if you go far enough, you get to a little bit of like volcanic rock around a mountain. They tried to space it out in such a way that progression felt realistic, because they really wanted the game to feel grounded and realistic throughout its entire runtime. But what that also wound up
Fantasy
leading to
based
was
in reality, right?
Yes,
a
exactly.
fantasy
Right.
based in reality.
Yes, no, I mean that's very much a something that was discussed, like you say, in the Versus trailers. So I think that's been part of the design philosophy from the beginning. But what it also meant is, especially with the removal of Insomnia, you don't have a lot of environmental variety throughout the game because they're trying to present everything naturalistically.
Right, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of this stuff was kind of maybe one of the drivers for this, especially given the 2013 likely time period when Nomura was taken off. Isn't that when the PS4 launched?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Missing the window for the PS3 was just a disaster, I think, for this game.
Yeah, I think so.
They missed it, and in order to
Oh, I've got Assassin's
in order
Creed
to make
DLC.
the PS4, they had to
Excellent.
like kind of redo a lot of stuff, and the way
Yeah.
keep the engine compatibility. Like you end up losing a lot when you decide you're gonna hold off for the.
Knocked us out of Insomnia to prevent the original events of Versus 13.
Nah, jeez.
So is that
JJ,
I never really
interesting.
thought of it that way, but like that makes sense as like their way of trying to work in the legacy of what the game was supposed to be
Yeah.
into what it is now, and
Right.
give it like some space to live there without it really ever being released as the game.
So one
that
of
it was
the
originally
bigger
envisioned
troubles
to
with
be.
this game,
Hmm.
and I mean I really am sorry because I don't want to dominate this conversation too much.
No,
It's
no, you're
it's
good.
just
That's why we
it's a
brought you on,
it's
man.
A 10-year long story. The Crystal
It is.
Tools development engine, which was mentioned earlier while you guys were going through Versus 13. It's like Versus 13.
Yes.
Sorry, Final Fantasy 13, real 13. Like it's a very pretty
Yes.
game, and the engine did what it needed to do for that game. But that's another instance where the engine was being developed alongside the game. And the trouble was that Crystal Tools was being developed while Versus 13 was in production, and 13 and 14, and it was supposed to support all of them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you had teams getting cannibalized to support the development of that team. This is a name you guys will know because this is one of my favorite like little things like as a shorthand of what happened behind the scenes on this. You guys will know this name, a guy named Jun Akiyama, who was part of the Vagrant Story team. He was one of the event
Ah, yes,
directors on Vagrant
yes.
Story.
He's beast.
Yeah, so he went
Because
on
the
to
events,
be
the events of Vagrant Story are like some of the best.
That's the
Absolutely.
best part of the whole game.
some of the best cutscenes in video game history, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he went on to be one of the writers and event directors on Kingdom Hearts 1, and then he worked on Final Fantasy 12, which also has some of the best cutscenes in video game history.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Very
he's
good,
not a
very
he's not a
good.
credited writer on that, but they've said in interviews that he did some writing behind the scenes toward the end of it, and he was directing cutscenes and whatnot. If you go look at his credits, after 12, he kind of disappears, but he randomly has a credit of Crystal Tools engine development staff. What happened was there was so much pressure on multiple games being developed at the same time, and 13 and 14 were the priorities, that a bunch of the what is generally referred to as Tokyo team, basically Tetsuya Nomura's core development staff that worked on Kingdom Hearts 2 and was working on Versus 13, a lot of their staff got cannibalized to go and just help with getting the engine running. And that's also part of why the Kingdom Hearts series wound up for a little while being developed by a separate team on handheld games, and why eventually Tokyo team got dissolved, reorganized, and turned into the Tabata-led team that became Luminous Studio to produce this, and why Osaka team, which took over the handheld Kingdom Hearts games, wound up kind of becoming the lead developers on that. But yeah, so because the
What a
engine...
mess, dude.
It's an interesting situation where Tetsuya Nomura as a guy is like, it's notorious often attached to 17 different projects at once. He's a lead artist on so many different games.
That's true.
At the point in time where he was working on Versus, he was also directing 3 Kingdom Hearts games. He was co-director or supervisor on the first couple of Dissidias. A lot of stuff like that. I think that you have a situation where if you go look at the timeline, I'm not going to break it all down because there's so much to talk about here, but if you go look at the development timeline, Versus 13 was not in full production until 2010. Because they could not make modifications to Crystal Tools to support a development engine at the same... I had to put an action game at the same time they were making 13. So even though this game was announced in 2006, development didn't really start until 2010 because they did not have the tools necessary to be making it. And so the real problem was that by that point, they really only had 2 years of development on Versus 13 into 2012 before they then said, the PlayStation 3 is about to come out. We need to just restart this. And similarly from there, it has been said, they vaguely alluded to the idea that Versus 13 was going to be multiple games. I think it was planned to have multiple sequels, from the beginning. That the story was not going to conclude after just one game.
Yeah.
And so with that in mind, I think that what happened was they looked at the fact that 13.2's sales plummeted, and the fact that Versus 13 had been in development for so long, and said this needs to be one game, and we need to make it 15 to really sell a lot of units, and it needs to be one story. And that was probably where most of the creative decision changes happened, of how do we preserve what we already showed, but how do we make something that's going to operate totally on its own? And I think that's also why you get Kingsglaive, the movie, because we showed this big Tokyo city constantly, but in the 2011 gameplay trailer, which was the only gameplay for Versus that we ever got, in that trailer, we see a lot of gameplay in the city. And when I look at that trailer, it looks extremely ambitious for PlayStation 3. It looks not exactly quite at Yakuza levels of detail, but Yakuza games depict 5 city blocks. And that city was supposed to be a series of action set pieces that lasted maybe 5 hours at the beginning of an open world game. I'm willing to bet that city was a complete bottleneck in production, and someone at the top said, you can't put the city in. It's costing too much money. We're wasting too much time on it. And then they said, well, that's ridiculous. It's at the centerpiece of all of our marketing. Even though we can't get it to run in real time, it needs to be in there somehow. We can't just cut it. Hey, you know what doesn't have to run in real time? A movie. And I think that
makes a lot of sense.
I think a lot of stuff that happened with this game stems outward from that.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I feel like Nomura was just really done dirty with this because, it seemed like it was a story he conceived and that was really important to him. And that it was actually really cool conceptually. but that
Yeah.
perhaps his ambition got, I don't know, quote unquote, carried away. But at the same time, he was basically being made to make all these Kingdom Hearts games and stuff.
Yeah.
His attention was divided between being an art director, or not an art director, but like a character designer on this thing, and then
Yeah.
directing Kingdom Hearts games and like writing and figuring out how those are going to go, and then kind of on the side, probably not even being given the budget he needed, or the time, or like the resources to make the one that was really important to him. Which
Yes.
gives me the feeling that's why Verum Rex exists. It's like,
Yep.
if you're gonna do this to me, you've got to please give me a way to do. Like it was, I don't know that for a fact, but I
so
get
much
the
work
feeling.
was already done.
Yeah, that it was really important to him. Otherwise,
Yeah.
why does Verum Rex exist at all?
I'm also
Right,
of the
like-
opinion, and I know you're not a big Kingdom Hearts guy, Mike, but like, I like the Kingdom Hearts series well enough, especially the earlier entries. I feel like you can watch the enthusiasm drain out of the writing in real time from like 2010 onward in Kingdom Hearts, where it just gets a lot less interesting as it goes on. And I don't know if there's a lot of, I don't want to get into that too much. Like, there's probably some Disney interference in that as well. But it really feels like he had this thing that was full of blood and guts and was going to be, there's a really interesting interview about Versus 13 where he talks about, I've actually been very frustrated with the way that a lot of JRPGs are written because I don't like kind of a simplistic two-dimensional anime style to the characters. I prefer something with a bit more real psychology and connection and human connection to the characters. And then he's back over in the Kingdom Hearts kiddie corner after this gets taken away from him.
Yeah, right.
As much as I think that Kingdom
Well,
Hearts
that's why
does
they
good
gave
stuff
him
with its...
Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, because another project they
Probably-
put him on,
Oh, exactly.
it's insane.
And I'll bet you they probably just did that to keep him, period.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
A
maybe.
lot of these Square Enix employees, directors of previous games, of course, Uematsu and others, they just left after a while, including Hajime Tabata, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
After 15 came out,
I
he was
think-
like, I'm starting my own
I
studio.
think he almost died in
Tabata?
his attempt to try to get this out. He looked miserable
Yeah.
towards the end of that game's development. I think he
that's
just
a
could not
commonality
take that
with
pressure anymore.
Square Enix. We were talking about Yoshitaka Amano. Not Amano. Was it Amano? No, Matsuno. Matsuno. Anyways, there's a lot of people who that happens. That seems to be a commonality with Square Enix employees. Not Nintendo, not other companies. Square Enix specifically. They can't retain talent. very
Yeah,
well.
it seems that. Yeah,
But Nomura, after something like this, I could totally see him leaving.
yeah.
And in order to keep him, I'm guessing here, but my guess is they said, "Okay, we're going to let you remake the game that everybody wants remade, and you're going to be the one to do it. Please forgive us for taking you off of this project."
Yeah, could be.
I had no idea that was the case, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. He got shafted bad.
he
And,
did. He did.
Yeah, I felt bad for him big time when I
He's
started to learn some.
been mostly not allowed to there was another really interesting interview a few years back when Dissidia NT came out. And they added in a costume for Noctis that was like what his original Versus 13 design, right? And it was called like the Dream outfit because, as you noted, Omen is like seems like a premonition of what that game was.
Yes.
In the DLC, they got canceled. They released a novella saying what was gonna happen in the DLC, and there's a dream sequence that references Versus. There is a there's an interview where it's like not an interview, it was a stream where they're playing Dissidia NT and they show that costume and Nomura's on the stream and someone says this is based on his design from Versus 13 and Nomura says, "Oh, are we allowed to say that now?"
Yep. I remember this.
Because
Yep.
for a while we weren't allowed to say that name.
Yep. I mean, yeah. It's clear that this game's development was an absolute freaking mess. But despite all of that, I'm actually kind of amazed knowing that.
Yeah.
Considering how well 15 came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
You
all
would
things
think this is a
considered.
mess of a game.
Right, you
And
would
it's like
think
it's pretty
you would
good.
think it's more like a Final Fantasy 14 1.0 situation.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what this would be building up to. What
But,
we
like,
described here. Yeah.
By the time I got to the end of it, I certainly didn't hate the game. In fact, I
Right.
liked it even better than, say, previous ones that were more polished or maybe more complete or whatever you want to say.
Right.
I think that there's something in this game world and in these characters that despite the layers of retraction and change and all of these things that it went through. Like there's still some kernel there that made me so interested in Versus 13 to begin with, that survived that process.
Yeah.
And I still kind of like it, like all things considered. I still like the characters. I still really like it as a Final Fantasy world, like one that feels more like a modern day world, not like some cyber or steampunk or something like that, or a traditional medieval. I like the ideas here so much that there's still something to it that I can't deny. Like, I still enjoy a lot, and I really like the music too. What's her name? Shimomura, who does the
Yoko Shimomura.
Yoko Shimomura. She's just great. I love everything she's ever done, basically. And there's there's a feeling, a sentiment, even in some of the music we're listening to right now, that, like, I don't know, just really resonates with me personally. And so I'm still kind of excited at some point to jump back into Final Fantasy 15 and play this Royal Edition and kind of see the state of the game now versus like when it launched. But that's probably going to be a while out. But we got to play Final Fantasy 16. That's coming out in 2 days.
Yes.
And that game definitely feels more, how would I put it? Like there was a vision from the start.
Deliberate.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was united.
Yeah.
And they saw it through, and there weren't a lot of like
You're right. It seems that way.
problems along the way. It went
Yeah.
smoothly. It went according to plan. And you can tell the difference. I mean, you can just feel it right out of the gate, regardless of what you feel about, getting to real technical details about, this choice or that choice artistically. Like, throw all that away. Like, Final Fantasy 16 feels like a very, very solid, complete, totally finished, polished experience that has had lots of thought put into it. And I think that, more than anything, has really, like, converted tons of people who may have even been like, I'm done with Final Fantasy. This series is a mess now. It's like the first game in a long time that feels like it went through a development process that wasn't a hell.
Yeah.
And came out on the other side being what the developers sought to do in the first place.
To begin with.
Yep.
Right? And that's crazy, because we haven't had a game like that in this series in a long time.
But
Maybe besides A Realm Reborn and some of those expansions.
Well, yeah, but those
even
were
that
building on the
came
previous
of
failure.
a development hell that came before that, right? So crazy stuff. But
I did have a question. I was wondering, what do you guys? I noticed you haven't talked about it yet. The summons. How do y'all feel about the summons?
oh,
in this
dude, the
game?
summons are so dope in this game.
I think they're really cool.
They're freaking awesome. I remember the first time I saw the Rama summon, it was just in some,
Oh my God, that's
trailer
my
or
favorite
something like
one.
that. And I was like literally losing it. It's to this day for me still the coolest iterations of the Final Fantasy summons in the series. I like 15.
And the
best.
music is amazing that plays during
freaking
them.
Remember the first time you see the Leviathan summon?
Yeah.
That was something else. That was pretty
Yeah,
cool.
so cool. So
I
there's
just think the
definitely
only-
lots of things about this game that I think are really cool.
I agree, and
I
I
just
also
think the
I
only
think
thing that really. Oh, my bad.
no,
Go
you
ahead.
go, no, you
Go
go
ahead,
first,
Meadow,
man. I've talked
Meadow,
too
you
much.
go
You go
first.
first. You go first.
Okay, I was just gonna say I think the only thing that really cripples the summons in the game is the fact that they're kind of like randomized. The fact that,
Oh,
you
that's-
they
can't
only
really control it so well when they come out.
right. They only come about when you like take a bunch of damage or something like that. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't like that as much either. But you would probably be pretty OP if you could control the
yeah, if you could
the-
just summon
those
them whenever you
summons
wanted to.
anytime.
at
you
any
want it.
time. You would you'd be beating the game pretty quick.
All right. Well, go ahead. One more thing.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was
No. If you're gonna say
Right.
something, go ahead. I
no, I was saying it kind of makes me wonder how they'll do the like bigger summons like Knights of the Round or even the summons in Final Fantasy
Ah.
16 as far as like will they only be stuck to those battles or like
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like that's probably the case. There's probably like blocked out sort of events in which
right.
the icon battles will take place.
Right.
That probably won't be available in most
Well,
encounters.
it doesn't make sense given the system that 16 has
Yes.
shown us for another character to just summon Ifrit like do attack
Right,
format because it's like
right,
wait,
right.
they're kind of connected with certain people, right?
Sure.
So it wouldn't make sense for it to be a traditional way. It's like you become the summon.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, we appreciate you coming on and chatting with us. This was, so far, I think, the most interesting discussion I've had because there was a lot of here that I didn't know or I learned.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
thank you guys for coming on. And if you're going to keep streaming, feel free to keep doing that. We may return a little bit later, but we're going to jump in and see where some of the other guys are at right now.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
But
It was a
yeah,
pleasure.
yeah,
All right.
we really appreciate you guys, and we'll maybe talk to you here again shortly.
Alrighty. Bye.
Okay, see ya.
Bye.
All right, let's switch back to.
One second, folks. Hold on one moment. Okay, hold on one second. Let me just rearrange things here for myself. Alrighty. In case you guys are wondering, if you didn't flip over to their channel, there they are. Yeah, so they're gonna flip back to their other guys, and maybe they'll come back to us. But if not, we're just gonna hang out here, and we're gonna do other stuff. And I will try to stay aware if they come back to us. Yosh says, I forgot about this. They really wanted to highlight their ecosystem, huh? That is another thing that I would have talked about if I wasn't already taking up 80% of the conversation. I was really trying to, like, keep it brief, but it's hard to talk about this game briefly. There's too much going on.
It's almost like it took 10 years to make.
It's almost like it took 10 years to make, just like Boyhood. Exactly.
It actually took 12 years to make. It's even more impressive.
Did you know that it took 12 years to make?
Wow, we have brain rot.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I forgot. The webcam's back the way it was before.
Yeah, conversation between two guests was a surprise. Hard to pivot between conversations there. Yeah, when they told me they had a second guy, I didn't know if that was like I wasn't sure if I was still booked even. I definitely didn't. I was not sure that there were going to be both of us in there. But it's no big deal. It's no big deal.
I think you handled it fine. And they seem to have enjoyed it. They seem pretty happy with how it went, and that's the main thing. It's their stream.
Indeed.
So it's time to play episode to Sky, right?
Later. If they come back to me, we're booting up episode to Sky. Absolutely. If they come back to me, we're going to be in episode to Sky, and we're going to see how long it takes for them to notice. So nobody go in their chat and tip them off to what we're going to do.
It's so dense. Marinated Octopus says every single shot has an over-animated backflip.
It's true. Every single shot has a digital effect. Anyway,
Second, I'm actually...
Okay. I don't even know where I want to go in this game and what I want to do. I really don't want to...
Go anywhere.
The trouble is, I don't think I want to play Final Fantasy 15.
Dang.
Let's play Call of Duty instead. No, I'm just kidding. Somebody made, and there's nothing stopping somebody from... Ninja Bunny said play Tekken 7 as Noctis. Ninja Bunny, that was gonna be the joke. I know Joke texted Joey a few days ago and asked him, do you own Tekken 7? And he said no. If he had owned Tekken 7... And there hadn't also, since there were two hosts, this wouldn't have worked. If it had been just me, the way that this stream would have started from Resonant Arc's perspective is they would have cut to footage of Noctis fighting Noctis on the FF15 stage. And I would have said, oh, hey guys, I'm just here playing my favorite video game, Final Fantasy 15. What's under special? I want to know what's special. What's special?
You're special.
Oh,
Jaya.
chapter 13, verse 2. I want to play this, actually. Let's go. Let's go. I've never played this. Let's do it.
No.
Yes.
Why are we playing Chapter 13?
Yes, let's
What's
go.
wrong with you?
No, Chapter 13, Verse 2, dude.
Oh, that's where you play as Luna's brother?
No, this is where
No?
you play as the bros when they got separated from Noctis. This was added in to give you better content. What are you pointing at?
I'm pointing at your phone.
What about it?
Look at what I just sent you. It's not for the stream.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Oops, hold on. Could you actually grab the charger from over there and bring it over here? Because I am going to keep their stream running in the background just so I can monitor where they're at and what they're doing. For real, you guys should go watch these dudes. They're awesome. Mike and Kaysen are really sharp. They do a lot of preparation when they're going to talk about things. They are phenomenal. You should absolutely go and tune into their podcasts and should probably go and watch, even though it's going to be omega long, go and watch their actual like stream with all these other people talking about the Final Fantasy series later. They are really great. The load times in this game are not really
no, they're
great.
good. They're good. There we go. I did it.
Gracias.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks for doing this, BTW, says Marionette Octopus. It's nice to watch between flights. Laid over, man? Sorry to hear that.
Still worse.
Going up. Is there a way
90% of my trips out to where I go to college, I was laid over for about 3 hours in a pretty big airport, so I know the feeling. It's not fun. There were a couple that were more like 6 hours too.
Perhaps I could be of service.
Oh, I love him.
What are you doing here?
I love him. He's my favorite character.
Why I come bearing gifts.
Forgot Gladiolus got another star during this.
Yosh says, what do you think the lessons learned are for FF15?
I believe
Have a direction.
another one of your stupid tricks. Here I am
What?
helping.
Have a direction. What he said? What do you think the lessons learned from
Yeah.
FF14 are? Sorry, FF15, I mean.
Yeah.
No, feature creep is a bitch. That's another
That
important
too.
one.
Remember how Ignis is blind?
Yeah, I remember that.
How is he still able to fight like that? He's just cool.
He's tough, dude.
I forgot that Final Fantasy, whenever it wants to, operates on.
All right, I have
operates
not.
on anime
I have
licenses.
not played any of the DLC, so I don't know how Gladiolus plays. That's not saying much because I don't know how Noctis plays anymore.
Rage. It sounds like this boss has the this character has the Lexaeus mechanics from frickin' Kingdom Hearts 2.
He does have. I remember because I watched this stuff back in the day, and I also watched when Bloody Biscuit played it a couple years ago before I went on his show. But I just don't remember the mechanics
Well, you
really.
are smoking these Gurblins.
Well, they're very strong. I mean, it's rather Gladiolus is very strong. That is. Glaive Arts successfully
It's
land
like King's
to
Glaive,
boost
my favorite
Gladiolus's
movie.
valor, then press O to perform his Glaive Arts. The higher his valor, the stronger the art. Yeah, I think this is just like Tifa's move, like her triangle move from FF7 remake, except that it builds by hitting.
Okay.
We can conjure our weapons again. Does that mean Noct can too? I have a feeling the Chancellor isn't so generous. How come? He may have feigned friendship, but he's proven a foe before. We
Why
must
the
be
hell
careful.
do they still trust this guy, or like even slightly trust him?
He just gave them their weapons back.
I don't care.
Oh
He's
man, I
evil.
can't use my weapons.
He's so evil. It's
want-
so obvious how evil he is.
Look at the detail on these buildings in the distance, by the way. Look at these buildings.
Okay, Ruby Knight says basically parry, you get stronger and hit harder, and that's what makes him the best character.
Okay,
to
but
play.
what button is parry? I guess I still have. I guess I
I'm
block.
guessing it's the same button as it was for
I don't know
Noctis.
any of the controls for this
I think it's-
game, my guy.
I don't remember.
Where's
I know
the
there was just
controls?
one hold to block.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, let's see. I'm using
Defend
Type
is,
B.
is square.
No,
Are you
okay.
using Type B?
No, yeah, L1.
There
That's
you
no.
go.
I already knew that. Glaive Arts, jump, tactical menu. Right, that's just to use items.
It's just use items, yeah.
All right, whatever. Let's go. Does Unreal Engine limit design of FF-style games with their epic scope, or doesn't it? Engines don't matter. Engines don't matter. The debate between what engine is better is it's like I saw the perfect analogy on Twitter the other day, which is it's like saying
You should probably lock on that.
it's like saying this restaurant is better than another restaurant because they use better pots and pans.
Yeah.
It's meaningless.
Yeah. An engine is only important in the okay. What features does this engine allow?
What's the lock on?
And
You have to hold. Oh, like you have to hold down R1 and then it. No, you have to hold it down the whole time.
that was L3.
No, L3 just.
Or R3.
You gotta hold
see,
it.
yeah.
You gotta hold it down the whole time. You don't just click it and it works. You gotta continue to hold it down.
That's weird.
Yeah. We're playing Final Fantasy 15 now, baby.
This is the real Final Fantasy 15.
Oh yeah, I'm big into it. I like Final Fantasy.
But yeah,
15.
no, an engine is really only important in okay, do we have one that works for the scope of the game we are trying to create?
And when they say
will it-
scope, they don't mean like this, like a Final Fantasy scope. I mean, are you using like, you know, Game Maker?
Yeah, are you using one that allows you to use the latest tech or not, basically, and allow you to make your game look as good as it can? Otherwise, it really doesn't.
More
have
about
much of an
it's more about
impact.
like, you know, how much does it like can this handle, you know, 3D images really well? Like what's
Like part of the big problem with a good example is the Frostbite engine with EA. With that one was mainly, it has a lot of tools to basically make first-person shooters run really well, and you know, regardless of your opinion about how Battlefield actually plays, because I'm someone who doesn't really enjoy the way Battlefield plays. But despite that, it's like it does actually have an incredibly feature-rich kit for making stuff like shooters and sports games and racing games and stuff like that. That's what it was designed for, right? But in terms of like character management and like RPG elements, there's just not as many quality of life features to make those things easier to develop for. That's why a lot of it, a couple of the main problems for Mass Effect Andromeda can be linked to the fact that it was forced to be on Frostbite because EA didn't want to have to license another engine, so it made it extremely hard.
And they market the that's the thing is like that's part of what has caused this confusion about engines is people like EA marketing powered by the Frostbite engine. It's just tools.
It's just tools.
And the question is how robust are the tools? And Unreal is about as robust as the tools get because they have a lot of stuff already built in. But any game of any scale is going to have to create new custom tools within that engine and write new code.
The reason that Unreal is so prolific is because in terms of documentation, it has not only a ton of stuff to help developers.
You
like,
have
make
to hold
something
down, somebody in chat just said, you have to hold down the button and then press R3 because this game is genius.
I knew R3 was part of it. I didn't know
You have to
exactly.
hold down R1 and then press R3 because this game is genius.
No, but yeah, it's like that's part of the reason Unreal is so prolific is just because it provides a lot of support for people for like basically every genre of game. Frostbite was a lot more specialized towards certain genres and didn't have as much developer support for things like RPGs and stuff and character progression.
Of course,
like
after
that.
years of work of different studios writing new stuff for Frostbite, it's probably much better for these types of things.
But Luminous, they were basically, they were driving the car as it was being assembled with Luminous. That's what the problem.
And they tried to build the tools to support what they were trying to do.
And then the only other game they made was Forspoken, so let's just forget about that.
Uh-huh.
That was the only game that ever utilized the entirety of the Luminous engine. Just let that.
Yeah, if someone's trying to tell you, like, you know, oh, well it was built, you know, first of all, the idea that Unreal isn't built for large-scale action is insane because that's what it's built for big video games. But like, if someone's trying to tell you something like, oh man, well the Luminous engine was specifically designed for open-world games with lots of particle effects or whatever, it's like
that's
that
also
doesn't,
just not true.
It's number one, not true. Number two, doesn't mean anything because that means the game was designed to do that, and maybe possibly the engine has tools built into it to make that easier to do or that already exist. But that's all that means. Granted, I'm not a game developer, so I'm sure there's someone out there who could speak on this with a little bit more authority than me. But that's the long and short of it.
Yosh Kapoor says, report, The Flash has beaten the Green Lantern's opening box office weekend by a solid 1.1 million. Folks, this could go all the way to the top.
It could make more $1 billion. They also just released the trailer for Sony's next Sinister Six movie, Kraven the Hunter.
Oh, you mean Supportive Six?
Kraven the Hunter's the next member of the Supportive Six, yes.
Oh, it's so interesting. Literally just wants to shoot things with a gun.
Crave heads rise up. Gonna make Crave $1 million.
That's gonna have a budget of over $100 million behind a guy just wanting to shoot things with a gun.
Well, have you looked at the budgets of the movies that are coming out this summer?
It's insane.
It's
legitimately
unsustainable.
To make a movie that makes a more $1 billion, they're currently spending 1/4 of more $1 billion.
Indiana Jones has a budget reported of $300 million.
Okay, and yes, and while inflation has been really bad lately, I think this is a good time to bring up the fact that Titanic The James Cameron epic, where they literally recreated the ocean liner, had a budget of 150 million.
Right this way.
And also, the Phantom Menace had a budget below that.
All that money they spent on putting a digitally de-aged Harrison Ford on the back of a train for 30 minutes is gonna be money well spent!
Oh no.
Honestly, are you even listening?
Joey says, I crave the more $1 billion. See what you did there.
Honestly, Arden, I'm not. Arden just said, honestly, are you even listening? Honestly, Arden, I'm not listening.
Keep going a little closer.
Oh, it's like Portal. It's not a real wall. Okay, is the game...
Good boy.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck
You
until
have
the
to look at that
cutscene.
wall, bro.
I know, I'm looking at the wall. I'm waiting.
Whoa, hold up. Hold up.
God.
Hold up. Can't play the game. Wait, you can't play the game yet.
You didn't find some kind of secret passage. Arden told you to go there and open the door.
I found some sort of secret passageway, bro. Well, this is Gladiolus, right? He's the meathead of the group.
He's not. He's the sensitive one. He's the sensitive one of the boy band because he sits in the back and reads a book all the time.
Well, yes, but he's also a dumb meathead.
He's not a dumb meathead. That's
No,
the thing.
But he is, bro.
But he's literally
But,
not.
bro. Well, then, okay, then he's just a moron.
It's the ongoing, like, Tetsuya Nomura thing of, like, hey, Noctis may not actually behave the way that you expect him to based on how he's designed.
What does that mean, Nomura?
It means that I designed him to look emo and he's actually not.
Has been suppressed in most areas. Magitech infantry units have been deployed to remaining sectors. The situation is under control.
No, it ain't.
For your safety, a
Puddle
temporary
Jumper says,
curfew
hey
is
Jacob,
imposed
I have
on
nothing
all
clever to say, I
areas.
just really appreciate
Your
you in this
cooperation
channel.
is required
Hey, man.
to
Hey,
ensure
Puddle
the
Jumper.
security
I
of
appreciate
yourself
your
and others
appreciation.
civilians.
Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for enjoying the stuff. Thanks for enjoying Chapter 13, Verse 2.
Yeah, Dean Weiss, you're definitely right. Prompto is more the dumb one than Gladiolus. However,
I doubt
I
even
mean,
the demons could
based on what he
simply
just
escape
said,
from such a
maybe he
secure
lost some brain
facility.
cells during his
Nah,
DLC.
it's fine. It's fine.
Maybe he lost some brain cells along with that arm, you know?
Along with that new scar that he's got.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
get the camera to-
Gilgamesh hit him right in the face,
Yep.
and it made him lose brain cells.
Uh-huh. You sure didn't fight Gilgamesh in that DLC.
He did. That's literally all he did in that DLC.
That's not true. He got a new sword.
It was like the most boringest one.
He got a new sword. He talked with
The other
Thor.
two DLCs comparatively, I know there was art.
The other two
but, like,
DLCs comparatively, yes, are a lot more interesting at least than the Gladiolus one. That is true. Let's use some of his special abilities. What's this do?
Spin.
Yeah.
It's literally your
Let's use
Zelda
Earth
spin attack.
Shatter. Yeah.
That
yeah.
didn't do much damage.
That's because it was the base one. I had no meter.
Ah!
Earth Shatter is the base one when you have no meter.
Got you. Bobcat asked, did they call this verse 2 just so it would sound similar to chapter 13 verses?
I don't think so.
or something.
I do not think so.
What, you
Though that is a funny joke.
You don't think they wanted to remind people of verses 13 since there was a literal embargo on saying the words verses 13 for
Yeah,
years?
I don't think they wanted to remind people of Versus 13.
Wait, we can say that now?
Yeah. No kidding.
No wonder he called it Barum Rex in Kingdom Hearts. He didn't want to get sued.
Open the door. The door is opening. Alright, I can just hold the button to attack.
Yeah.
I forgot.
I was about to, I don't know why you were mashing. I kept hearing mashing. I was just like, he'll figure it out.
I got it right. I have to hold down this and then press the stick to make it lock on, of course.
Well, yeah, it's so it can accommodate one-handed mode, dude.
No, it literally isn't, because I'm hitting the button to attack, and I'm hitting this. I'm
crab claw it.
I'm out of
No, no.
fingers.
Okay, listen. Bang, bop, boop. Done. You're just bad.
You just opened the tactical menu.
I don't care.
Is there anything in here other than enemies?
No.
Why did I open that door? On I go. So I didn't want to shoot back at Mike on the air when he was talking about like, and in fact, what I was gonna say is like, I do think this game's interesting. I do think the entire concept of like, let's make a world that looks really normal and put monsters in it. I think it's interesting. but it, like as a starting
There's some
point.
stuff
But I also think the
which may help
problem
us
is
model for
without
the rest of the
any
game.
like points of contrast or
anything look
highlight
local?
really other than the bestiary,
Yeah.
it means that this game winds up being one of the less memorable FFs. Like
Exactly.
I know you disagree with me on this, but personally I really like the aesthetic of FF8.
I agree.
I really like the idea of this is a world where they've got computers and they drive cars and like the way that they live their lives is imminently familiar and similar to our own, and yet somewhere along the way their sense of architecture and art design totally diverged from our
Well,
own.
see, I think that's my problem with it.
Is
that
you just
a
don't like
lot
the
of
art
things
design?
No, it's that a lot of things just feel 1940, 1950, 1960, and then like there's stuff where it's like 2050. I think that's my problem.
But I think, but at least to me,
there's no cohesion in art design, in my opinion.
that's fine. But Final Fantasy VII has no cohesion in its art design.
I mean, yes. Oh, look, he has the darkness coming off of him. He's been Norded this whole time.
He's about to turn into a demon, dude. And he's also going to turn into goo.
And someday soon he shall use them to.
Oh yeah, it's Luna's brother. Remember this?
Yeah, he was a double agent.
But the crystal is mine. I
He's the demon
am
king
the one true king.
I'm pretty sure we've now heard 50% of his dialogue in the entire
Correct.
game.
Correct. Remember when he was like an important part of the marketing for 13 versus 13?
Puppet of the darkness and the demons
Like,
at his board.
wasn't he the one
As
that was
I-
also wearing like a top hat? at
No,
that
no.
meeting?
Arden was wearing a top hat. No, as I said earlier, Final Fantasy 15 is a game comprised almost entirely of smoking guns.
Yeah. Whoa, really?
Crazy that the security cameras had all those funky angles.
Got
on
all the
action.
funky angles and then cut off right when it would be dramatically
Oh,
appropriate.
no, hold on.
Oh, it's the bombing mission from FF7.
No, what I was gonna say, did you just notice that? Like, it did show, like, a static above camera angle.
Yeah.
And then it cut in. So actually, this is not what Gladiolus and Ignis are seeing. It shows us the angle they're seeing it
I
from,
see.
and then shows us some the detail.
Of the oracle.
I thought he was dead by the
I
time we
thought
found
he was
him.
dead by the time we found him.
This
yeah.
must have been changed in Royal Edition or some crap. This must have been changed
It
in
must
Royal
have been,
Edition.
because yeah, no, he was dead, 100%.
Because someone-
we found like
'cause
documents
someone-
on him that said he was a good guy.
Oh, it's not him. He's not. Yeah, okay, he's not talking. Yeah, that was it. I just realized. Wait, hold on a second. Noctis isn't speaking. Yeah, it's Arden. He's about to
Yeah,
kill
I
him.
was guessing.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Because I was like, yeah, when we found him, he was dead, and he had some document on him that explained I am good guy.
Spare me your
Yeah, I know that.
sycophancy.
That's one thing I actually remembered about the plot.
Heroism for far too long.
You tried to save the world in my stead, but it wasn't enough. The crystal chose me, not you.
Did it though? Did
Oh,
the
he's
crystal
so
choose
cool. Yeah, see, there are the papers we read. I remembered that 100%, 1,000%. I'd say that with 100%, with 1,000%.
I'm not saying this game is ineffective or there aren't things that are memorable about it, of course, but it's
Was that knocked?
no.
No, just that scumbag Chancellor posing as him.
See, he's pretty smart.
Sounded like Ravus tried to return His Majesty's sword. Yeah, guess he finally got over his grudge. Even called Noct his king.
Why would that be in brackets and not like dashes
Italics?
on either side of it?
Italics.
Or italics.
That was a bit odd.
If that's
or
what
like
he did to
an
Ravus,
asterisk
there's
on
no
both
telling
sides.
what he'll
Like
do
there's
to
like
Noct.
4 different more grammatically correct ways
like
to
Arden
put
bought
that
himself
in
some
like
time.
emphasis
Then
and
we've none to
writing.
waste.
It's like,
We
okay,
need to
okay.
find Noct before he does.
That's the thing, is that this game is in constant conflict with itself, because the road trip with the bros, while you're being hunted by the most powerful military in the world, is a fine concept for a game, but, like, it has nothing to... It has nothing to... I mean, it's not a new concept. Avatar The Last Airbender didn't invent it. But it has nothing to do with the backstory and everything that's going on with Arden. It's so messy. Arden, to the best of my recollection, now that it's been 4 years since I've bothered looking at a wiki page for any of this stuff, Arden was like, he is 10,000 years old, and he was part of the royal line of Lucis, and he was picked to be the next king by a crystal.
Some sort of cargo.
However,
There's a high probability the crystal passed through him.
his brother betrayed and killed him and his girlfriend, and then locked Arden up in a... Well, then he killed his girlfriend and locked Arden up in a basement and kept him alive for 10,000 years, basically torturing him. Or, like, tried to kill him, but he got infested with the goo. I don't remember. And basically, Arden is just playing out a revenge story against his brother's descendants. He's like, hey, I got picked 10,000 years ago, so I'm gonna prove that I'm the real one, and I'm gonna get revenge on my brother and his line that has propagated and spread lies about their heroism and my villainy. Yeah, the Ninja Buddy said, I think it was because Arden was dating the girl that his brother did all that stuff. I don't remember exactly about that, though. Yeah. We could go watch the anime prequel to episode Arden that explains all of this stuff, but I just don't want to. Literally, we could just start playing FF14 and it would be more interesting. But it's just so messy, and it doesn't have anything to do with the other themes that the game is interested in exploring. Again, other than, as I talked about on the podcast, that is one thing that feels consistent across Tabata's work is the petty conflicts between older men getting young men killed. And if you look at it from that perspective, it is that this dude's petty grudge causes an apocalypse and gets Noctis killed and kills everybody that Noctis loves over nothing that had anything to do with him. And if you look at it from that perspective, I guess, like, there's something going on. However, then you play episode Arden, and it turns out Arden only did any of that shit because Bahamut told him to. And Bahamut is the true villain of Final Fantasy 15. And Bahamut has some kind of long-standing war with the other summons and with Ifrit, and he wants to... He's basically the Akuria from Final Fantasy 12, where he wants history to maintain a set course, and Arden is gonna do that. And, like, the book, like, the DLC that got canceled, Dean asked earlier if I ever read the book. I never read it. I read a summary of it. Like, the plot line of the DLC that got canceled was basically going to be everybody turning around and saying, Arden, we don't want to fight you. You don't have to do what Bahamut is saying. And then everybody teams up to go kill Bahamut. And, like, what did that have to do with the boys running around and Insomnia being betrayed by the Empire? And, like, none of the various pieces of this story seem to fit together. I'm gonna read chat now because I'm sure I'm being corrected on many of these things, and that's because I'm not that knowledgeable about the backstory of this game. I find the metatextual stuff much more interesting. Yeah, so Dean Weiss says, this is why I brought up the book. You know that look Bahamut gives Noct when he's killing Ifrit. Under the mask, canonically, Bahamut looks like Noct. He was some kind of reincarnation Jesus figure. I don't think I ever knew that one. That's a spicy meatball, as Joshua just said.
This is the problem, is that a lot of this story is just, like, especially the opening act, is still so much DNA is ripped straight from Versus 13. Like, the entire thing of, oh, negotiations are taking place, Empire steals Crystal, blows up city, sends Prince
This
on
was meant to be,
run.
I mean, to talk about 16, this was meant to be a resource war story. All of the descriptions were about a Cold War turning hot.
Because they have the one crystal left.
Everybody has lost access to the most valuable resource on the planet, except for Insomnia.
Yep.
The Empire comes and grabs it, and now everybody's after it. And that was the whole point of Stella, was that Stella and Noctis were going to be... And I guess I shouldn't say the whole point, but this, I feel like at least this, I'm confident in saying this is what the game was going to be about. Because this was outlined pretty explicitly. That Stella and Noctis were close personal friends, but when the crystal is back in play and Insomnia is leveled, she has a responsibility to her nation and her people to try and acquire the crystal for them. As Noctis is also trying to get the crystal back and restore his own nation, and this puts the two of them in conflict with one another. there's nothing, like, they're like, these two are just talking about they probably brought the crystal through this room. Well, what's the crystal about in this?
It doesn't matter in this game.
The crystal
For
is
95%.
the crystal is a hibernation pod for Noctis to go in the future because Tabata said in interviews it was really important to the father-son themes being explored in this game that Noctis aged up and became an adult king at the end. Yeah, exactly! The father-son relationship that they have 30 seconds of screen time
It's
together.
great. Remember in the Dawn trailer when he hugged him?
I remember that.
Remember
Anyway.
Hugging Simulator 2016 were the memes that came out of that? I remember that. That was my favorite trailer.
Getting heated.
You're getting very heated.
I don't care. People like it when I get heated. Yeah. And the good news is, Joshua, I've adjusted this so that see, look, there's no peaks. We haven't peaked even once during this.
Even with you screaming.
I was very
bud.
careful. I was very careful about how I balanced this today.
Maybe we should move this mic closer to me instead, since you're the one getting all hot and bothered.
Can you guys hear Joshua okay? I can scoot over a little bit and we can center the mic between the two of us a little bit more if he's a bit too quiet. Sorry, I'm still trying to look at stuff in here. So yeah, let's see.
I can play for a second. It's not like this game requires much thought.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Dang. I just burned this game. How does it feel?
Did Arden initially have a significant role in Versus 13? Totally unknown. That's another area where there's just, like, there's a ton of speculation, and there are still people out, no, Block is, L1.
Okay, gotcha.
There are still people out there who are, like, desperately remake Versus 13, and there's so much confidence in this game that we never knew that much about. And so I don't like talking about, well, obviously Versus was going to be so much better, because we really never knew what that game...
Oh my gosh, I keep trying to lock on. I forgot I have to press R1 first, otherwise I open a map.
We never knew what that game was supposed to be. And I don't like talking about, well, obviously this was going to be better, that was going to be better. And Arden was in the 20... R1. L1, I mean. L1.
There we go.
And L1... can be held down, but pressing square at the same time as an attack lands as a parry.
I got that.
But like,
oh my gosh,
you have this situation where Arden wasn't in any of the trailers when it was still called Versus 13, but Arden.
Oh my god.
Arden was in the initial Final Fantasy, the initial Final Fantasy 13 trailer when the name changed, and that trailer. There was an interview somewhere where they basically said, all of the stuff that was in that trailer, it was still Versus. Like, the creative vision had not changed yet. That was basically the last concept trailer for Final Fantasy Versus 13. And with that in mind, I look at that, and Arden is there. He's involved. I don't want to say that he was the main antagonist or supporting antagonist. We have no idea, but he was there. He was part of Versus 13. Arden was the next in line and was given powers to cure the Star Scourge, but as a result, he was tainted and rejected by the crystal. I'm also pretty sure that was Bahamut's fault. Okay. In the original story, it's just he was too corrupt because he had taken in too much darkness, and all the other stuff, it was a post-hoc, and all the other stuff was a post-hoc thing. Okay, got it. So yeah, that's right. Like, he was responsible for fixing the Star Scourge, like, in the way that Luna heals people in the present day. He was doing that in the past, and he had taken on so much that it was starting to kill him. It's like that manga, Double Arts or whatever, where that, like, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
This back up after 7 years.
You know Double Arts. Yeah, that's that. I remember that now. Yeah, Arden was a healer. He was absorbing the goo because thank you, Circo Duck, for understanding exactly how we talk about these things, understanding the exact nomenclature.
Miasma, if you will.
No, Arden was a healer, but he was absorbing the goo because of his bro. Because of that, his bro says, "Nah, you're not good enough to take the throne." Got it. And then it was post hoc that it was all Bahamut and Crystal crap. Got it. Sage Wild Dragon says the fundamental conflict is someone who is denied power but wants it despite everything versus someone who never asks for power but accepts it no matter the cost. I think it works well enough. No, that's there. That is there, absolutely. And that mixes in well with the burden of rules stuff, like that Noctis really doesn't know if he's equipped to do this job and he's going to have to anyway. And that's a big part of what Chapter 13 is about, is he's totally on his own and he has to pick up the ring that is the symbol of this responsibility that is going to kill him and put it on and accept his role in helping to save everybody in this conflict. That stuff all works. I really do. It's not that bad.
Did I beat it?
No, you didn't beat it. This is just a loading screen. It shows random stuff for no reason.
Okay.
Yeah. all that stuff works fine. But it's just, it gets really messy. Like, I don't know that much about all the god stuff in this game, but what I do know is that I kept seeing people being like, dude, the background lore of what all the summons are up to is the really interesting stuff. And I'm like, did it have anything to do
I doubt it.
with the rest of the story? Probably not. It sounds like it's the territory of, oh, this is really good fodder for my fan fiction. And it's also worth remembering that the cover of this game features the old kings of Lucis as big gods looming in the sky, and they appear in the actual game precisely once.
Yeah.
Mixing that in with worship of the dead stuff from the original game, that also feels like that was probably meant to be something that was in Versus that we never saw, and for some reason it got carried over because someone thought the old wall of Lucis was a cool idea when all the statues come to life in Kingsglaive.
Yeah.
And so they probably kept it because of a couple of those cool ideas, but never figured out how to integrate it.
Keep pressing O to block. I don't know why. I don't know what game is O to block.
If you could rewrite FF15, what would you choose? What vision, says Sam? Oh man, he tried to get me there with that last name. I did a video several years ago where I kind of like reorganized this game essentially. It was not a like, let's go back to Versus 13. It sounds like a lot of stuff got rewritten in the last year and a half of development anyway. How could we reorganize this without creating too many new assets or overhauling the game design? So I actually kind of have a video talking about that. Insofar as picking a vision, I don't know what Versus 13 was. I think that Versus... No one can know. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. No one will ever know.
Except for good old Nomura, and he's not.
And the guys on the team who worked about it, and they're all under NDA. We'll never hear anything about it. I think that there's a I think one of the things about this game that talking about, like, you know, like it's like you've got monsters and magic in a setting that looks really normal.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting idea, but it doesn't quite land. I think the reason that it doesn't quite land is because they lose something that was crucial to Versus 13's entire aesthetic, which was the contrast.
Yep.
What was so intriguing about that was the deliberate artistic contrast.
Well, that's the problem, is you kind of need Lucius in that environment to be this very futuristic 21st century looking city, because they've kind of already done the whole diesel punk thing before.
Wandering
right?
around in the wilderness with a car has been done already. Driving around and fighting monsters, getting out of your car to fight monsters has been
both 7
done.
and 8. It was done in both of
Yes,
these games.
and that's part of the problem. But the other big problem is
man, it's a demon guy.
The appeal...
Oh, it's Emperor Demon Guy.
That looked so good.
That looked really good.
That looked like at the beginning...
Now you die!
At the beginning of Resonant Arc stream, when the guy they cut to for FF1 was fighting Garland, he moved Jack's face onto Garland.
Hell
he just moved the art assets on it. It looked just as good as what we just saw there.
Chaos. Did you know he was Chaos the whole time? No one ever called it. No one knew it was coming.
I think he turns into Chaos, actually, technically speaking.
Oh, why did I just unlock on?
Don't worry about it.
Locked?
Don't worry about it. But no. So I think that one of the major things you have to look at with all of that is, how do we get this rage meter to go up, chat?
You have to block.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I've done it a couple times and it doesn't go up that much because I'm not great at the timing for this game because I forgot how it works. I haven't played it forever.
So anyway, but the
Where is he?
one of the I do think it's interesting that you fight the Emperor in this sequence, and it's like, you know, this thing that's overtaken his nation takes him too, because he's just a man. And I like that, while obviously he's a mid-boss and he's stronger than the other random grunts you're fighting, he's not huge. He is just a dude, because he's just some guy.
Like,
there's nothing making him immune to this process.
To lock on,
That's nice.
It's so weird.
It's bad. It's just bad. It's just bad. It's not good. But no, I think that something that's crucial to the look of the original trailers for Versus 13 is the fact that you have dudes in suits using swords and magic, and a bunch of people in traditional knight plate armor with machine guns. That, to me, is at the core of the entire aesthetic, and probably a lot of the themes of the entirety of the original game. And it honestly matches with a lot of what Tetsuya Nomura is interested in the first place from an art design standpoint, because he likes contrast. We lose that here. Once it's the boys riding around in the car and fighting monsters, we lose that contrast. And it loses some of that necessary sharp-edged bite to the game's intent. That really, really undercuts a lot of what I think was trying to be achieved artistically. Their attempt at total naturalism undercuts the amount of interest I can have in the world. Because it's really interesting that it was this, like, not even within the game, but just interesting to talk about that their intent with this game, very clearly from marketing, from the way that they talked about it, from the way the game is presented, was they wanted to create a functional ecosystem. They failed. They didn't quite create Red Dead 2, but they talked about that, and they wanted to make it look like that.
Yeah, all that World of Wonder marketing.
And because there was this emphasis, because they wanted
another secret passage, guys.
Because they were trying to create this feeling of naturalism as you explored the world, it does have to it a sort of it does carry with it a certain level of interest. It does carry this fascination of, like, it's interesting to see a really naturalistically realized world where people drive around in cars and the wildlife is just a little bit more hostile and a little bit crazier than stuff that we're used to seeing in our day-to-day lives. That is interesting, but it can't. It's interesting to walk through and experience and live while you're playing it, but because they lost that contrast, it also then loses any grip that it really has on your imagination.
Yeah.
Which is why 5 years later, however many years later it's been, I don't think about this game much anymore. There's a secret wall behind you. It had a big stamp on it. It had a big Arden logo on it.
That son of a bitch.
My bad.
See there?
Can't you hear that?
Oh man, Arden wall.
Hear what?
I think the other
Rolls
problem
Royce.
is you never see any Imperials that aren't just trying to kill
Clear
you.
as day.
You never see any citizens besides on the train
This
for
way.
5
Follow me.
seconds.
Yeah.
You don't know how the other half lives, if you will.
But yeah, so that's I think that's a big part of the we're done. We're done. We're done.
I win.
We're done.
Grrr.
That's a big part of why
Grrr.
the
You look so mad.
That's a big part of why I think this game has left much less impact on me than something even like a Final Fantasy 13 or to some extent even aspects of like FF2. Because there's so many hard edges and rough things about that game that are interesting.
Yeah.
But while this is an interesting world,
Here we go. It's back.
While this is
It's
an
back,
interesting
baby.
world
Fans
to
and first-timers.
while this is an interesting world to exist in, for the time that you are playing it, it has no
staying power.
Texture.
It doesn't have staying power.
Yeah, I think
I
that's.
don't wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning thinking about this game, which I've done with other Final Fantasies.
This logo,
because I'm a nerd.
This
logo sucks.
This is what I'm talking about. A game composed entirely of smoking guns. The title screen is a smoking gun.
Okay, New Game Plus. Here we go.
Book and all the Dawn of the Future stuff is a complete mess. I ignore it when thinking about this game's themes. So I will say one thing to defend Sagewater.
We're not gonna do New Game Plus. I'm just gonna do normal.
Yeah, whatever you want. I will say one thing when discussing this game's themes and incorporating the Dawn of the Future stuff into it, looking at it,
the tutorial since you already did it on the stream.
Including that perspective. I was gonna say you could go read the lore since I didn't, so we can see what it actually says, but I can play back later and see what it says because I don't remember what any of it said. Well, like I said, I'll contrast this. Think about how well FF16 does at diegetically explaining the story to you as it's progressing.
Yeah.
Versus how this game,
man, that's coming out in 2 days.
That's awesome. Has an independent tutorial you have to opt into with some walls of text you can read that tell you what the story is about. Also contrast, while I still think that the non sequitur opening of Phoenix fighting Ifrit in the first 30 seconds of 16 is unnecessary. You could have easily started on Clive sitting around that fireplace because you're gonna get spectacle to hook the player in 30 seconds anyway. It's really only the promise that, hey, those big battles you're seeing, you'll be able to participate in those eventually.
Yes, sir.
That's the only real reason that initial press.
I'm not gonna be able to touch the controller.
Well, no, Joshua, no, you have to touch the controller immediately. Because a 25-year-old Noctis has to, or like 30-year-old Noctis has to walk forward through the heat wave.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have to push the car.
Yeah.
Contrast the opening of 16 with this. Joshua's been playing the game for maybe 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds.
Ouch. I got smoked, kid.
Hang in there, buddy. Stay down. We'll keep him busy.
Fire scientist. That's his name.
Fire knowledge.
Fire knowledge, my bad.
Sword friendship.
Yeah.
Wait, are you guys ready? That was it. And they removed that from demos they showed to people because of spoilers. Like, Conan didn't have that. But I don't think that helps. Like, when he screams at Elijah Wood, who would play this? I don't think that open really helps. The only thing that it does is, like, promise, hey, eventually they'll fight people, I guess. But, like, this is throws you for so much of a loop. You totally get lost in this and have no idea what this is. But, what was I talking about a second ago? Oh, thematically, the only defense that I have for the Dawn of the Future stuff is that back in the day, it really did feel like it was just fan service of like, you know, oh, we're gonna give it a happy ending because people really enjoyed this game and we can sell some more DLC, maybe.
Yeah.
As I look at it more and try to think about what this game is trying to do thematically and even look at the stuff I was talking about with Tabata's career, it feels like having an ending where someone looks at Arden and says, just stop.
Yeah.
And everybody lives is actually an extension of what he's talking about thematically.
Yeah.
Especially if he had a sense that he was about to leave Square, and that might have been the final thing he was going to do with them.
Yeah.
I don't know. He may have left because they didn't get to make the DLC, or he may have been planning on leaving when that was done. I really don't know. Or maybe he was going to stay forever. I don't know.
Oh, man.
But
what now? He's got his leg. Is the problem.
I do actually want to watch this and pay attention. Does he actually say something about take my car? Because if so, that's the only reference in the game before the car gets totaled to it. Like, thanks, Dad. The connection between the car, but I'll talk about that in a second.
I ask not that you guide my wayward son, merely that you remain at his side.
Why wasn't he voiced by Sean Bean in the game?
He said my wayward son. He's going to do his job with a political marriage.
Why?
Hate to break this up, but Core's got the motor running. Drados, he's in your hands.
No, he's
Drados kills him. Drados kills him.
Does he?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
That's the joke. Drados kills him.
Your Majesty as well. Try to mind yours around our esteemed guests from Niflheim.
You have no cause for concern.
Nor do you.
Take heed.
Why isn't he
Once
played
you set
by Sean
forth,
Bean?
you cannot turn
so
back.
off-putting,
You think I would?
Why is he so ominous?
I
guess he
only
knows
know
they're
that
about to
you
be
are ready
betrayed.
to
He's
leave
got the
home
instinct.
That's
I don't know
dumb.
about you, but
A
I'm ready
betrayal
as I'll
only
ever
works
be.
if you don't know
Take
what's
care
coming.
on the long road.
If you don't think the Red Wedding's about to
Wheresoever
happen,
you
if you
should
think
go,
the Red Wedding's about to happen, you don't
line
go to
of
the Red
Lucis
Wedding.
goes with you.
I don't know.
Walk tall, my son.
It's weird hearing them say, like, throwing in a couple of, like, vocabulary things that they're never going to use for the rest of the game to sound more regal, especially when we were playing a minor job quest in FF14 and the writing is aces. But yeah, that's the only real defense I have for the Dawn of the Future type stuff. Anyway.
For Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice.
I'm way behind in chat, but I'm catching up. Yeah, Ninja Bunny, yeah, Bahamut isn't, like, anti the Kings of Lucis. He's like the G-Man from Half-Life. He has his own agenda and messes with everything else to achieve it, I think. Is because isn't Ifrit the summon Arden follows? The one that he has a pact with in episode Arden? Yeah, who knows? I think, yeah, Ifrit's the troublemaker, that's the thing. And Bahamut is the Akuria from FF12.
Yeah.
Yeah, what father-son relationship, said the Moldy Cheese. Yeah, exactly. They talk about it, like, Tabata talk constantly about how important it is what the game is doing.
Exosuit, dude.
Thank you for downloading the latest update. You received the Master's Assassin's robes. I put those on for a minute during the stream, but they cut away from me when I put on the Assassin's Creed outfit.
Did they actually?
Yeah, well, I think they didn't know that I was about to put the Assassin's Creed outfit on.
That's tough.
30 seconds of screen time is a lot for a dad in a JRPG. The biggest bit of Noctis Regis lore in the Platinum demo when the soccer ball appears in Noctis. I wish my dad had time to play with me instead of being busy ruling. Yep. Well, also, there's, you know another game that has more relationship work between Noctis and his dad than Final Fantasy 15? Do you know the answer to this?
No, I'm going to guess Tekken 7.
No, Nier Automata.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because you can get weapon lore in those games as you level them up. Like there's more information about like an ancient wielder who held this or whatever,
Tekken
right?
7.
You can get Noctis's engine sword, and by fully upgrading it, it's a short story about each of them like missing each other at dinner repeatedly over the course of time and missing each other basically.
That's sad.
Yeah.
It would have been great if that had been in the game.
Uh-huh.
This game is so great. I mean, I think it's actually very good. I just...
Sagewater Dragon says, I exist in the same spheres as a lot of Restore versus folks, and some of them get wild with what they say with complete confidence. I didn't post it because it would have been in bad taste. I don't know. No, I wasn't even that it was in bad taste. It was like, because like, whatever. It doesn't matter. I thought that it would have been like, I thought...
You're a coward for not posting
No, it would have been out of nowhere was the main thing.
Yeah, it was in response
here
to one
in this
tiny
context of seeing multiple like revive versus things back and forth. I wanted to post on Twitter, but I'll say it now. Some of y'all are holding on to Versus 13 harder than Putin is holding on to the Soviet Union.
Why do you say Soviet? It's Soviet.
Soviet Union. What do you want from me?
Just say it correctly.
Versus.
Push the car. Push the car. Push the car.
Versus would have been better. The KH2 secret ending also looked really good. Exactly. I don't know. I think Nomura's great at putting weird and wild imagery out there. I gotta see what he does with it. I have no belief in Versus 13. I think it would have been more interesting than this game. Would it have been better? No idea.
I don't know.
I think Final Fantasy II is more interesting than the content of this game.
Is it?
I think looking at the weird game design decisions of that game is very interesting. But that's my point, is that this game is only interesting with the background to me. That's why I think talking about the development is so much more interesting. The contents of this game itself are not that interesting. I don't think it's bad. I think this is a perfectly fine video game to buy for $30 and play and enjoy. But I don't think it's that interesting.
I'm pressing forward. Am I doing something wrong?
You gotta hold a button as well, I think. Hold R1. Hold L1. Hold square.
I'm holding every button.
Well, hold one button.
I'm going through every button.
Ease off the stick. Now push.
I'm doing it.
Let me see.
Options. Oh, R2. There we go.
R2. R2 to push the car. Because it's like you're driving the car. You're pushing the gas.
You would move forward.
Because you're playing as Noctis walking alongside it.
Oh, I can move it side to side.
Not exactly a fairy tale beginning, huh, Prince Noctis?
Shout out to Florence and the Machine. You know, remember Uncovered?
This isn't some omen.
Gladio, do me a
Let's
favor.
get run over.
What?
Push this thing by yourself.
All by myself?
I'm gonna put it in the middle.
I guess you must be playing as Ignis because he's the one turning the wheel.
Oh yeah, I'm playing as Ignis.
But he has no gas, so you can't. So no, it is the pushing. So you're playing as all of them. You're playing as all of them together right now. You're controlling all of them.
Whoa! That really.
My hands are killing
Oh, Ignis is trying to steer back into the right lane.
Oh, somebody else mentioned the engine sword from Automata.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna stay in the very middle of the road so that if a car shows up, it has to stop for us. That's what.
Said Hammerhead was right there.
Literally next door.
Looks that way. On a map of the world.
Hammerhead's on a map of the world?
I think he just meant it's right there in the context of a map of the world.
Well,
because he said it's right there. They said.
yeah, I still feels a bit. Oh,
Let's see what that's about.
World's a big old place.
Filled with wonders.
The world's a big place filled with wonders. Wow, that really made me think.
Hard as I can.
Hold on one second, gentlemen. I'll be right back. I hope I didn't just get flagged for Florence and the Machine. I didn't think about that.
No. Tough. We mute it.
Now, which
It's
one's
too
the
late.
prince?
Oops.
It's too late.
Aha!
Come on, more $1 billion in ad
Congrats on your
revenue.
wedding.
Not hitched just yet.
Lady Luna Freya's groom-to-be, here in Hammerhead.
Apologies for taking so long.
Can we talk about the change in personality from Versus 13 Noctis? No, because there's no evidence that his personality changed.
That makes you.
That's the problem with
Sandy.
anything having to do with Versus 13. You
Sid's
just
grease
don't
monkey
have that
granddaughter.
much evidence of anything.
Roll
her in while I'm still young. Didn't your daddy tell you? She's a custom classic.
Yeah, it's an Audi.
Not some beat-up old clunker.
You might not know this, but she's an Audi.
Prince Noctis.
Speaking of Florence, Guardians Volume 3 was good. Apparently there's a Florence in the Machine song in there.
Like they took your old man and kicked the dignity out of him.
What?
You got a long way to go, son. And that slackjaw's getting you nowhere fast.
I'm hopeful that that's one of those instances where they know every single person who was playing this was that song was going to play in the first 2 minutes, and they made it so that people don't get flagged for that. Because, like...
That's a good hope you have.
I seem to recall... Here's the thing. I remember people getting their videos insta-blocked for KH3. I don't remember that happening for 15.
That was also
so
a long time ago, though.
No, I think I'd remember that. Because it would have been really funny to me. I think we might be safe.
Never any good at it either.
I think we may be safe. I think we're okay. Yeah, Dean West points out the Audi was only driven in the movie. The Regalia is a different car. No, the Audi is driven by Dorados, and also Aaron Paul steals it when he's escaping with Luna Freya.
Why did we just get a world map? I thought Gladiolus already had it.
Every time that cutscene's in a YouTube video, it gets muted. Excellent. We stepped away and stopped talking at the exact time that was happening. Cool. All right. That the Florence and the Machine was talking. We stood up and walked away so we weren't making noise over Florence singing.
Crap.
Yeah, so that's probably going to get muted. Excellent.
It won't get the entire video muted. Right?
It shouldn't, but it is gonna get the video temporarily demonetized until I mute it, probably.
I'm sorry.
Oh well, not a big deal. I should have thought about it. I should have thought about it.
Well, yeah, you should have.
I suggest we confer with Cindy.
Broken down
and get it? It's like the Prince and the Pauper.
Insult to
injury.
Why doesn't he have any money? Why didn't his dad give him any money?
Because
literally he doesn't have enough.
He
doesn't have enough gas.
No. Shush. Raid Shush Legends. It's almost like every other Final Fantasy game where the king, in the early ones, where the king gives the heroes a task and then doesn't bother to like throw a bunch, like the kingdom's entire treasury on the task that they're giving him.
Old man's in for both after charging us that much.
Yeah.
I forgot there was a stamina.
She ain't gonna be ready for a while. Y'all need something?
Ask for a loan.
I'm good for it. I'm the king of the world.
Can we borrow some cash?
And of course by world I mean one city.
Now I get it. This must be what Pawpaw meant when he said he was gonna teach them boys a lesson. Told me he ought to have y'all take care of some ornery varmints that have been causing a ruckus around here. I'd be happy to pay y'all for your services if you're up to the challenge. How about it?
All according to Sid's plan.
I love how
All according to
I say
Cake.
we play along.
I love that
Teach him
Noctis
not
was
to
looking straight
underestimate
at the
us.
quest marker. He was like the quest.
He was looking at the quest marker and definitely not looking at
yes,
anything else.
Yes. Thank you for understanding what I was insinuating there.
He was looking right at the quest marker.
Oh man, they all look so cool.
I hate this menu.
Oh, me too.
This is before we really figured out that menus need to feature like that you need to still be able to see the game world in the background. There needs to be some transparency somewhere in the image. Or some kind of smooth transition. Cutting away to this room constantly with this different theme playing is not...
It's odd.
It's odd. It feels really awkward. I don't like it.
But don't go running around after dark. The demons are liable to rip y'all to shreds. Here, this ought to be enough for a place to stay. Just between us, though. Don't tell Pawpaw.
$1,000. Wow, inflation's really hit Lucius hard.
Arden DLC uses yen as currency. Ah, okay, gotcha.
I feel
so that means that Gil is the currency of the Empire.
I feel crazy.
Uh-huh.
Because I don't think there was there a stamina bar originally?
Yeah, there was.
I do not remember that.
Uh-huh. That was there. That's previously existing.
I love this battle theme, man. It's one of my favorites in the series.
Dean West says, it should not bother me as much as it does, but the accent variation from southern U.S. to British in a region about as big as Rhode Island makes no sense. Listen, Dean,
It's smaller than Rhode
Dean,
Island.
you're not thinking fourth dimensionally, okay? You're not thinking fourth dimensionally. It's just that a lot of people have migrated here because it's close to Lucis, and so it's a bit freer than being under the rest of the Empire's
Well, and actually,
thumb.
a southern accent is actually closer in a dialectic sense
To a British
accent than an actual American accent is. So, actually, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're done. You're done.
Indeed.
You just destroyed
Damn.
your facts and logic.
Oh my God! He just got blown out.
Done. Okay, time to let my stamina replenish. I think this is faster than just walking.
Might be. Certainly more fun.
Okay.
People always talk about how good the music in this game is, and I don't remember any of it.
I remember this song very.
I remember Apocalypse Noctis and Somnus and that one like waltz theme.
Da, 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 da. Yeah. I mean, those are the big like themes of the game.
Yeah. I don't remember any of the other music. It's totally lost on me. Vanished from my mind's eye.
Nice. I love how the block prompt has come up twice for 2 attacks that did not hit me.
Uh-huh. Well, you could have blocked it anyway.
I'm aware.
You could have blocked it anyway, Joshua.
How do I warp to a like a faraway point? How do I?
X.
Oh, okay. No, it was circle again.
Oh, okay.
It's just you have to like look straight.
You're out of it. You're also out of MP.
Oh, that would explain it. How long does it take for it to come back?
Who the hell knows?
I forget.
I don't know, dude.
Don't ask. There it goes.
Where are we headed anyway?
Nowhere until the repairs are done. Then we head for Golden Key.
Then after that, we hop a boat, and before you know it, Loverboy.
Loverboy. That's why he never talks about the lady.
Wedding bells in the air.
When?
It's soon. When he receives a letter from her pet dog, who was supposed to turn into a human and be involved in the plot.
Yep.
Almost there. Give it your all.
Remember how her handmaiden is actually Shiva?
Yeah, I remember that.
It was really weird.
Yeah.
She was trying to Pokemon catch them all with the summons. Why wouldn't she have just, like, sent her right away? Maybe I'm overthinking it, but that always bothered
This game
me.
has just slipped off my brain entirely. We're picking up ice energy that we need to... you can draw magic from the earth FF8 style and use that to craft your magic
Forgot
grenades.
about that, yeah.
All in together now. How about this? That wasn't so hard.
Takes 2.
Outstanding, Nock.
Standing, yeah.
Dude, it would have been
One
so
button,
easy
dude.
to put the combat tutorial in the game diegetically at the gas station with Gladiolus being like, hold up, Nock, before we go out and fight any monsters, I gotta make sure you're in shape. He's like, come on, man. Aren't 15 years of combat training enough? Nope, not when the heir to the Lucian throne is on the line, especially not when he's about to get hitched in a few days. Can't let you get a scratch before your big day, so we're absolutely gonna train real quick.
Well, we gotta
It
find
would have been
Dave.
so easy to incorporate
I remember
him
Dave.
correctly.
He's the only one I remember besides Jared.
We'll take a look.
Remember Dave?
This game, dude.
What? It's great.
This game is like repelling me as I look at it.
Why?
I can't explain it, but I'm being
This game was
repelled by
fun
this
back
game.
Up in that shack.
I know, but I don't think I can see it. Like, I feel like I'm looking at the Matrix. I can only see ones and zeros right now. I can only see... I can't see the composite image of this game.
No, it's just like Metal Gear Solid 5. Look at the desert.
I can't see the game anymore.
What's this?
You're just reading somebody's mail? That's a federal offense, Noct.
No, it's already opened. Cool.
Very cool.
Oh no, it's here. The wildebeest.
You okay?
You will love it out there in the wilderness.
God.
You got a broadsword. You want to swing that around?
No, I'm trying to see what weapon does more damage right now.
Oh right, they have like different weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not about.
It's like Persona.
I was thinking about, oh, there's a crowd. I want to spin around a lot, but no, it's just that they do. Like, there's some that are weak to different types of weapons, right? No, it's actually more like Fire Emblem.
I guess.
No, I just mean like between like
Okay,
the spears,
they're weak to knives.
Spears, axes, and swords.
They're weak to knives and gun because both Prompto and Ignis did more damage to them right there. Secure the shack. We have shack secured.
Locked down. Shack locked down. Meet at Rally Point Bravo. Move out.
Alpha team, Baron Bird. Meet us at Bravo Point.
Roger that, team. Roger that, Prince. We are sending in reinforcements to secure that location.
I see what you're doing there. It's the.
They'll be on site in 5 minutes. You should proceed to your next objective, assuming all targets in the area are neutralized.
Not yet.
I see.
Got a plan.
Warp the windmill. Strategy.
I'm trying.
He's teaching you. He's telling you to do it. See? He's teaching you that you can. You may not know that you can point warp, Joshua. It's teaching you.
Huh. What are we looking at?
This creature is known as a saber tusk. It skewers prey with its tusks, extracting game from the safety and comfort of burrows.
See, it's like an ecosystem, you
It
guys.
broke the 180 rule there when I was trying to figure out where I was gonna warp to.
It's like an ecosystem, you guys, because we described that the creatures hunt and they burrow. It's like a real world. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool?
Yeah. I think this
There's a little, you heard that, right? There's a little prelude.
Yeah, no, I actually
It's
quite
nice.
like
Yeah.
the way the prelude
good.
works into the battle theme.
Soken does that a lot too.
Yeah, I know.
It's weird that it took this long because like the other games really don't do that often.
No, it's a 15 and 14 thing.
Shimamura mixes that stuff in a little bit.
I don't think
and
Uematsu
Soken
ever
does it a
wanted to
lot.
do that.
Soken does it a lot in 14.
Maybe it's because Uematsu didn't really want. He's my favorite character, but maybe Uematsu didn't want to feel like he was referencing his own stuff that much in terms of leitmotif. Right?
Personally, Jared.
Okay, fair. What's his grandson?
Talbot shows up again as an adult, but not Eurus. Because that's the character we really wanted to see was Talbot as an adult.
Oh my gosh,
Don't need to see Eurus as an adult.
Put that puppet to rest for me.
Do it for free. Do it for a price. Ask my friends. Let me phone a friend real quick.
Yeah. Hey,
sounds too dangerous.
Hey, how much should I con this guy for?
Take a penny, put it up, and put it in a cup.
Now I have a penny
in a cup. I will pay for the repairs on my car.
The people are at risk, Noct. You have a royal duty to ensure
We don't.
their
These aren't my
safety.
people.
Aren't we, like, where are we in terms of... That's the other thing I don't like
Yeah,
about this game.
exactly!
Like, are we in Lucius?
No, we are not.
We're
This
not?
used to be a protectorate of Lucius, but it's not anymore. Lucius's political pull has retreated exclusively to within the walls of the city, and that's like part of the problem of what's going on in this world right now. However, like the Empire and them are not really at war right now, so they're not really doing much in this region. But technically, Lucius only controls their city, and it's specifically that they've got the big Gunga ray shield and the old wall, and they're so powerful and have got so much magic that the Empire's like, there's no point trying to invade the actual city. So we're just gonna leave them there until they do this whole sneak attack that they're about to engage in. But yeah, it's like that's nonsense.
Yeah.
That's nonsense. That doesn't make
One country controls all but one city. It's kind of odd.
It's nonsense. And it doesn't fit in at all with the idea of, you know, the multifaceted political resource war that was what Versus billed itself as being about.
Yeah, like it seemed like Tenebrae, where Stella/Luna is from, was supposed to be like its own thing, like its own country with
Sometimes I
leaders
wonder if we'll
and
ever see
at some point,
unique gubernatorial system or something.
It seems like the idea is supposed to be that the Empire has controls so much of the planet that they really don't care what's going on over here, and they're currently at peace with Lucius, so it doesn't matter. But Lucius doesn't, like, I think Lucius used to control these regions, but they don't anymore. And now, like, basically anybody who's living in this area is just kind of on their own. They're just kind of doing their own thing.
Okay. So complete anarchy.
I mean, I think they mean they have their own local governments, like Hillary Clinton's running Altisha.
Well, I mean, yes, but
I mean, Hillary Clinton has to answer to the Empire, so I'm sure that the Empire shows up and collects taxes, and obviously they have Harriers carrying troops around to drop in and go after troublemakers. So I mean, the Empire's in charge here. I just don't think they care that much about it. Is the thing.
It aggroed me.
Yeah.
Wait a sec.
What? Scared, big guy?
You ought to be too. Things vicious.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Watch this. It's gonna charge at him, and Gladiolus is gonna parry it to teach you that he's a cool guy.
Nice one.
I wonder if that blood was there in the Japanese version. I bet it was.
How about y'all like actually exploit while it's down to like do some? No.
They're teaching.
Dang
you about,
it! Sorry, that was loud.
They're teaching you, Joshua, about the bros and their various skill sets. They're teaching you about the bros and their various skill sets, dude. It's easy.
I'm gonna stop doing that, maybe. Noctis
Didn't
whiffed.
even contact.
Noctis
Awesome.
whiffed, ladies and
Knocked ass. Knocked on his ass right there.
Yeah, I got the joke. It was a funny joke.
I'm a funny guy. For 10 years I've been telling these jokes. For 10 years I've been out here making you laugh on the internet.
Oh, I haven't used Tempest. Oh, R2 plus that.
This, I believe, was in the base game. This is
Yeah, it
original.
was. It was.
You could always do this. You were supposed to hit square to
I
follow his
did.
lead. Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay. Did you?
I
It said earn 10 AP, so you must have.
Maybe.
It said you earn 10 AP, so you simply must have. You simply must have.
Oh my gosh. That's like unreadable.
Ninja Bunny says, "Isn't Ignis by far the best fighter? So everyone just plays as him when the fight starts." Post
Yes.
DLC, yes, Ignis is wildly overpowered.
Oh my gosh.
So good, dude.
He's
How can
too good.
How can he be that good?
I pressed the button. I pressed the block button for a solid 2 seconds before that happened.
I think you have to parry that.
I'm just gonna use this because it doesn't seem like you can actually like roll out or block out of attacks. You can't press the button halfway through an attack.
No, you can't. You gotta be holding down ahead of time.
Yeah. Let's just go ahead and swap this. I'm not playing well. I apologize, people.
You just started playing the game for the first time since 2017.
That is
I don't think
true.
it would be expected. Dean West says, "I believe the region is still called Lucis, but it belongs to the Empire. In the movie, we see regions between here and the city where all the Kingsglaive are from. Seems those are more populated." I was literally about to say that, actually. One of the important themes in Kingsglaive is that there are a lot of people who are not originally from Insomnia who moved there when that territory was given up. So basically there are, as you would say, country folks who used to be protectorates of Lucis who moved into Insomnia several years back.
Yeah.
And
it warped out. I guess the monsters have that.
No,
ability
Joshua,
knocked
you
out
just
as
missed
well.
it. While he was on the phone, Gladiolus performed an entire Red Dead skinning animation behind you.
Oh, and it's now gonna be put on the back of my car when
Exactly.
I get there.
Oh. But no, so like it is part of Aaron Paul's backstory in
Call him Nix Ulrich, dude.
Nix Ulrich's backstory.
There you go.
Nix Ulrich's backstory in
Can't believe I
FF15.
remembered that name.
I didn't remember it. Nix Ulrich's backstory in FF14, sorry, FF Kingsglaive, Final Fantasy 15, is that his mother and parents were killed in a Niflheim advance into their town, like a decade or two ago, and he managed to flee and get to Lucis, where he signed up you know, with the Lucis military and became a part of the Kingsglaive, which is basically their elite SWAT force. However, he deals with some prejudice from some of the local people because he's not technically from Insomnia. He's an immigrant. He's a country bumpkin who isn't really part of the culture and isn't from here. And he's
Bird be bird.
He's sucking on that government teat. He's making it harder for everybody who lives in this boxed-in city because their population ballooned when that territory was handed over because so many people fled inside the city walls right before it happened. So there's some prejudice from
Dude, look
original.
at the World of Wonder.
Yeah,
I want
know.
to see if it blips out of existence. I'm very curious. It's gonna go behind that mountain, so I can't tell. Yep.
Is it gonna come out on the other side of the mountain?
No.
Of course. No, it was. It was there.
Oh,
I saw it.
it was there.
Hey!
They did it. That's better than. Remember when we? When we actually encountered that bird and had to fight
it started to take off and it blipped out of existence.
And it blipped out of existence when we were playing. I think that's still saved on our PS4.
It's not on our PS4 anymore because I have to delete share files from that old. But I do have the file around somewhere. I posted it on Twitter once back in the day, but you know, it was 5 years ago. But anyway, no, I hesitate to say, like, you know, it's an important plot point or thematic thing because I wouldn't exactly say the Kingsglaive is an airtight narrative that really, like, you know, makes its points clearly, but that is an element of it, is that he has to deal with some prejudice from other people who are in the city, that he's like, you know, that this is an issue now that's been caused by all this immigration when the territory was turned over.
Yeah.
They're not real Lucans. They're not from Insomnia.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So there was like some semblance of like a plot or something.
Let me put it this way: it's handled with exactly.
Give me the burger.
The handling of that material is exactly as delicate as you would expect it to be.
Ah.
What can I do you for? Take your pick.
Deanwise said to think that it was one guy's job to make a unique special attack animation for every combination of 2 of your party members for every encounter where you hit an enemy's back. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah. Priorities.
Yeah.
Order away.
It's really good, dude. They made excellent decisions on what they should have.
I just spent all the money Cindy gave me on this.
We have to get the car fixed. We have to get the car fixed, dude.
Well, that was already.
And buy a sombrero, dude. How you gonna get that sombrero now?
This is delicious. My taste buds is going wild.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Oh no.
What do y'all want to know?
You know these streams are great when I'm the only one here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I hit the Ubisoft tower. I forgot this was a mechanic. Oh, baby. Yeah.
Oh, you talked to the people at the gas
gas station. They tell you where everything is. Yeah.
That's so good, dude.
I mean, it's better than a Ubisoft tower.
No, it is, but it's like, again, the design priorities of, like, they're not. That's what I mean when I say, like, all the edges.
You had to go to the
That's what I
bathroom.
mean when I say all the edges are filed off of this game. It's like, what is the game right now? That's what our game should be. That's the game that the gamers want because they didn't like 13. So what do the gamers like? They like
That was very eloquent.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want?
Sorry about the wait. Ain't she purty?
She's almost too pretty for the road.
Okay.
She's back. We should all get a picture with her.
Oh, we're gonna take the picture. Okay, so when we get to the end of this game in this, you know, like 5-6 hour stream or whatever this is going to be, what's the picture that we pick at the end of the game? Y'all need to tell me what picture
All
we're
the
picking.
more reason to ride with care. Oh, and before I forget, would y'all mind making a little delivery for me?
Which one are we going with? Sure, why not?
No, not at all.
Perfect. Thought you'd say yes. So
Hi,
I
Sheila
already
Flower.
put
You
it
haven't
in the
missed
trunk.
too much. I
There
mean, you
should
did
be a
miss
motel
when
on
the
your way
Resonant
to
Arc
Golden.
guys came
If
on,
y'all
and
wouldn't
Jacob had
mind
about a
giving
30
that to the owner,
30 to
that'd be
45 minute
swell.
conversation with them as
Grandpa,
well.
my
Besides that,
grandkid.
just been talking a bit of FF15, other
Unless
stuff.
she's all
It's more just
polished up
channel
and
anniversary
ready for the
stuff while we're
road.
just hanging out here.
Would you care to
Jacob
take
will
it
be
for a
back in a
little
minute.
test drive,
He's just using the facilities, and then we're probably gonna go for a few more hours. And the Resonant Arc boys might be back on here in a bit. If so, you will see me once again dive out of the picture. But otherwise, it's just kind of a chill, talk, and stream while we play a now almost 10-year-old video game.
Oh, while I gotcha, if y'all want to fix her up before you roll out, let me know.
I already spent all the
Mind
money
if
you
I
gave
borrow
me.
the old girl for a hot second? I just had a doozy of an idea. You're gonna love it. Promise.
So what picture are we making, guys? What picture are we doing for the final picture? Very important. I forget, where do we have to go for this next side quest? I know where the map button is because I've pressed it 1,000 times, so let's see. How do I see where the quests are again? Does it not tell me? No. Does anyone know how I can see the quests on this map that they gave me? It's not possible. It's like not an option. Eh, screw it. It's been a while. That's wrong. Crap. Man, PS4. It's been a while. Touchpad. Oh, I forgot about touchpad. That's time quests. There we go. Here we go. Okay. Right there. Right there. Okay, cool. My bad. It's been almost 8 years. Almost 8 years since I played this game. I guess almost 7 years. My bad. I'm bad at math.
Wow, they got a lot of different stuff here, huh?
I don't know if they have a lot of different stuff, Prompto. I think it's like desert, and like more desert, and then like to spice it up, additional desert.
I'll miss it once this road trip's over with.
Drunk Noctis with the bird mascot. That's a good one, Ninja Bunny. We might have to do that. That would be a good picture for the end of the game.
Oh, right. So,
I'm still very partial to just taking a picture of a chocobo.
Thanks for the offer, but once we're back in the Crown City, I think I better score my own wheels.
Wow, food in this game is overpowered.
Yeah.
Can 3-shot all of these guys now.
Gotta eat, dude. It's important. You gotta stay healthy. You gotta take care of yourself. You gotta look out for yourself, man.
Ooh. Oh, he did the thing.
This sounds like you're having fun.
I looked at the wrong. When you said look at the message that I sent you, I looked at the wrong message.
Oh, yeah?
When you were like, look at the message I sent you, I read the wrong thing.
Yeah, I know you did. That's why I was very confused with your response.
Yeah, that's fine. Joey just sent me, you should go fishing now with this image.
Oh my gosh. They can see it. They can see it.
I'm just leaving it so they got a second look at it.
Oh my gosh. Best pro shop.
Oh, it's just y'all.
Yeah, Joey said you need to wait for Prompto to give you a photo of a glitch and use that. But Joey, I downloaded the 33 gigabyte patches. Maybe they removed that?
I don't think they did.
I can tell you all about the area. If y'all liked it, come on back.
If y'all liked it, come on back. Why did they? No, they. Man, why did they? It keeps auto assigning the story quest whenever I finish a side quest. It doesn't let me pick like the next one to go to. It's kind of odd. That's fine. These guys are not in shape. They're like we're walking not even a kilometer away. We're walking a third of a kilometer away, and they're like, "Oh, we have to walk so far."
My favorite. Yeah, so much for walkable city.
Wouldn't it be nice if we could have a car or not?
My favorite, while man, I'd like to fish is a good MILF acronym. You know what my favorite one is? Joseph Anderson's improvised when losing his mind over the concept of Ice 9 and Alice / All Ice in 999. He says,
yeah.
"A mummy I'd like to freeze."
Yeah. Oh my gosh, all that freaking nonsense from 999 when playing
So
the game.
good.
No,
It's so good,
it's
dude.
not.
It's good, dude.
Yeah, I'm aware.
1 second, I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
Don't worry about it.
This is going to be a hard fight. I'm under-leveled for this, but we should be okay. Oh, Link Strike, that looked really good with the 3 models clipping into each other. I hope y'all all notice the subtlety of Jacob handing the controller off to me less than 5 minutes into this. Like, he never does that. Well, except when we played this game initially. But usually, especially on streams, that never happens. So, I don't know what I should take from that. Was he that willing to just let me take the lead this time, or was he that unwilling to play the game? And I think it's probably about 50-50. Let's see. I'm gonna try another weapon, see what's good against these. I forget. Lance isn't doing enough. Oh no, wait, no, it's Ignis that's doing more damage. Okay, seems like a... Yeah, Greatsword's doing more damage. Okay, that's good to know for future reference. There we go. Yeah, smoking it now. There we go. Easy money. Man, offense A+, finesse A, time A+. I'm too good. I'm just too good. When you're good, and I am
Are you
good.
cracked?
I'm cracked at this video game.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Ninja Bunny, I kind of agree with your sentiment there. I think that swords and guns play the best in this game when you're playing as Noct.
And Ring, because Ring deletes the game experience.
Well, yeah. I mean, daggers are fine too. I'll agree there as well. I like the way the daggers feel in this. But yeah, the spear feels iffy, and then the greatsword's just too slow.
If only the spears and the greatsword had specific utility in like a combat string or abilities associated with them.
That'd be crazy.
That it made them like an important part of your kit.
No.
That'd be nuts.
That's bad.
That'd be crazy.
What
if? What if? Oh my god, I love Cup Noodle.
Woo!
Woo!
I wish I could take selfies. At
There's a prompt. There's a prompt. That little triangle's a prompt. I mean, that little diamond. I mean.
They've got cup noodles outside the city. All right. Might be worth investing in a few servings in the event our pantry runs bare.
Yeah.
Why would they have cup noodles outside the city? Why would any product in the city be sold outside the city?
Yeah. It's kind of that whole, I feel like we're dealing with like a Cold War scenario. It's like you don't want American products to get sold in the Soviet Union, right? You want like a life in America to look better. Unless it's Pepsi, we can give them that.
You don't want life in America to look better, you mean?
No, you do want life in America to look better. If you're the American.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant I was looking up in the wrong perspective.
I'm sorry, I was looking at it from an American perspective and not a Soviet perspective, Jacob. I don't know, I seem to...
I thought you were talking about the decision-making of... It doesn't matter. Anyway. Can you not take selfies in the items menu?
What can I do you for?
Maybe. It's been so long, man.
Want to help out with some varmints?
No, I don't. And yet here I find myself exploding varmint.
Appreciate it.
I forget. Are the food bonuses you get timed or just until you eat next?
I believe it's until until you eat next or sleep next. I think.
Okay, got you. Then I still have the attack boost. I feel comfortable with taking on this level 7 quest.
I'm pretty sure they stick. Oh wait, hold on, down here. This.
Oh yeah. Okay, we still have a ton of time left.
Bottom. Yeah.
Still have a ton of time left. Yeah, I'll go do the level 7 quest. That is pretty far away though, so I will grab the car.
Circle Duck says, what about the shuriken? The royal weapon thingies are the funnest to me. I can pretend I'm doing something when Noct does a backflip.
That is true.
A good point. You can pretend like there's something happening.
Hey, you want me to drive Noct?
At night. Let us wait for morning.
Wait, what? Was that a mechanic?
Disagree or take
I
over.
disagree.
I won't stop you. But there's a thin line betwixt bravery and stupidity.
Why do they just take random words to make them sound smarter? Like
yes.
they don't talk like that all the time.
No.
They just shove random words in
It's
there.
rather dark.
Are you sure you can handle this?
Take a load off for a while.
Did he say take it off road for a while? We can't do that
No.
yet. Okay. Okay, I misheard what he
I
said.
have no idea what he said. I wasn't.
But Jesse says there's a fine line between being daring and being dumb. And
What are
that,
you
like,
knocked? I was not holding right on the stick. I was holding straight, and he just went.
Don't push the stick at all. Just see what. Just let
That's
the
what
game...
I did.
Oh, you see, you didn't touch.
That's what I did.
Well,
He
no,
just
you said you were pushing the stick forward. You shouldn't touch the stick at all.
You're right. My bad.
No. At an intersection, you're gonna go straight if you aren't touching the stick. If you are touching the stick, you're gonna turn because the game doesn't want you to drive. The game doesn't want you to drive.
Driving in real life's actually like kind of fun.
Take a load
Just,
off for a while. That's what he said.
chilling.
IW got it.
Just
Okay.
like chilling. Mm-hmm. It's like nice.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to see.
Lucian Cruising Collection. The Kingsglaive Final Fantasy 15 soundtrack.
Oh, we're right here.
Oh,
We're at the right place.
I bet you we absolutely will get copyright hit if we play stuff from the Kingsglaive Final Fantasy movie soundtrack.
I was trying to see where we had the themes from the other games because that's what I wanted.
I don't think we have them yet. I think you gotta buy them from stores, dude.
Oh, okay, so you don't. I should have done New Game Plus just for the music then.
Nah, it's fine. This is better because we're actually seeing what the combat's like instead of you just killing everybody in 2 hits.
Yeah.
We're
Here we
in
go,
the
boys.
money. We're in the money.
Let's lend it, spend it, roll and roll.
Did they license that, or is that
I think it's public domain.
Is it public domain, or is it, as long as you only say like a half of a line, it doesn't? It's just a reference. It's just a cute reference.
Probably.
Who sings that song in the world of Final Fantasy 15?
Arden.
Oh, okay. His hit record.
Yeah. I mean, in like one of his like 30,000 lives that he's lived, right?
No, he didn't live a lot of lives, Joshua. He was stuck in a cave for.
Well, yeah, but when did he get out?
Only like 50 years ago, dude.
Well, yeah, exactly. He sung it like 50 years ago.
I mean,
that was during his pop stage.
Nah, he went on like a rampage through Insomnia, and then he went to the Empire, like immediately. I don't think he even. It might not have even been 50 years ago. I don't know how. It wasn't that long ago. Noctis's dad was around and the king.
Ah.
Because they have to fight. You have a boss fight against him. In the Arden DLC.
You know.
Yeah. Is it dangerous to travel at night? Is it game? Is it?
No. It's not even that. It's like. I'm a video game player.
Wait, there's resources. Turn around. There's a pickaxe on your map.
Rock and roll.
Knocked and roll, get it?
I thought you just said rock and roll, didn't he? Because he picked up a rock.
Oh, that's what he said.
Yeah, I think he just said rock and roll.
I did it. I got redstone. It's just like Minecraft. Which actually works, because I was about to reference Minecraft.
Were
with
you?
The old, it's dark at night, like, watch it. Is, like, this game tells you a ton of the time it's super dangerous to do stuff at night, right? And that's what's supposed to make the eternal night at the end of the game bad, right? But in terms of actual gameplay,
uh-oh,
there
it's dangerous at night.
There it is, right? Like, every now and then, it's just something appears on the road at night that's bad that you have to run away from.
Uh-huh. It's a good mechanic.
But it's like...
It encourages fun. It gives you more options.
Oh, I got a D, guys. So sad.
No, Joshua, see, it's fun because limitations in game design can be fun.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. But, like, in something like Minecraft...
I'm being sarcastic.
Where, like, night is harder than the regular game, right? But it tells that to you diegetically. It's like, oh, you go out at night and you almost die, and you're like, oh, crap, it's bad at night, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not the game going, whoa. What, guys, listen.
I'm listening.
It's bad at night.
Yeah.
Like, look at the thing that spawned up.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, it doesn't have that much an effect on, like, how you're playing, because you can just run past the Iron Giant spawns, right? Like,
yeah.
Whereas in Minecraft, it makes anything you're doing in the overworld much harder.
This
because
feels
you
like
have to constantly be aware of your
This feels like it's a
surroundings.
mechanic to make sure that you sleep and level up.
That's literally what it is.
Because leveling is tied to sleeping. What's that glow over there? Wow, did you see that glow in the top left corner? That was crazy.
That's
What was
crazy.
that? It's coming up again. Look at that. Ooh. The world of wonder.
Stop. Again with this?
Plow right through him. I'll circle around them. That's
Cut 'em
exactly
off
what
at
you're
the
doing.
pass.
You don't have much MP. You can't do that for long.
Yeah, but while my stamina's
Why is
recharging.
Why is the status thing just like shaking around so much?
I don't know.
Can you teleport with only like 8 MP, 10 MP? Do you have to have a minimum amount, or can you teleport right now? Okay, as long as you have 1 MP, you can do it. Got
Yeah,
it.
it's like KH2.
All right.
Yeah, why is it glitching out?
This game's good.
It's really good.
I legitimately think I'd rather play FF13 than this. I enjoyed this when we went through it the first time, but I've never had any interest in going back to it. I mean, when
Sounds
Mike,
to me like you're not a real gamer.
when Mike said,
I'm a capital geek.
when Mike
gamer.
said I'd like you to cover 15, I mean, I was glad for it because, you know, like, I mean, I like their show a lot. I was happy to be able to talk about the development history of the game, obviously, but like,
sounds reasonable enough.
slide across the front of the car. Can't you do that?
I don't have the car here. It's
No,
back
no,
on
any
the
of the
road.
cars. Run up like the front of the car, and doesn't he slide across it? Am I
believe
crazy?
so. I'm gonna go stay in the motorhome though.
Okay, whatever.
Get out of my way. I'm the prince of a country
how's
that
it
doesn't
going,
matter
boys?
here, apparently. Prince of Denmark. That's
Nice
me.
work out there.
You see, Ninja Money's saying that, well, FF13 is actually a good game. See, like, that's the thing, is that when between the two of them,
I don't know about that one.
as time has gone on, I've gotten a lot more respect for what 13 is attempting to do, and I really couldn't say which
Too bad
between,
it's garbage at it.
I really couldn't say which between the two of them I think is the better game, but I definitely think 13's more interesting than this game. Like, everything that's happening right now, I am really zoning out. And granted, if I was looking at the Crystarium in FF13, I'd feel exactly the same. If I was walking down that hallway, I'd feel exactly the same. But I'd be, like, ever so slightly more engaged in the cutscenes. Not even ever so slightly, much more engaged in the cutscenes. And,
Crash right here.
that combat is, like, there's too much of it. The game's too long and there's too much of the combat, but your initial interaction with it is like, huh, this is something. And then after 30 hours, when you get all the systems, it's like, oh, this is something. It's that there's too much of it between the
Well,
start
that's
and
the
being
problem,
able to play
though,
it
right?
normally.
Is
Yes.
that you are just fighting things for 30 hours.
I love how high resolution the map is in this game.
Yeah. It's good. Oh, I had to press a button. Do 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 do. Let me cook food. It's the best part of this game.
You can't do that at hotels, dude.
No.
You can only cook at campsites. At hotels and trailers, you get an experience bonus, but you can't cook food.
Ah. When do I unlock the lasagna?
You have to go to the restaurant in Altisha for that.
Give lasagna.
Are there Beats by Dre in this game, Dean? I forgot about that one, Dean said, but does FF13 have Audi, Cup Noodles, American Express, Beats by Dre, Vivian Westwood, Ubisoft game franchise Assassin's Creed, Coleman Gamping Gear, and hit Dutch music producer Afrojack? Are there Beats by Dre in this?
Probably.
I didn't remember that one.
This is a really good shot.
Yes! That's what we're giving her at the end of the game.
We're not playing this any longer.
The ultimate flavor experience.
Hey, isn't that?
Oh look, it's the boys.
What? Just my imagination.
Go back. What did we see?
We saw this, I think.
No. That's not. He said that's my imagination. Wouldn't that be a prompt for like seeing one of the dogs or seeing Gentiana? Go to the last picture. Is a view full screen? Hit X.
No. It's because Sid is in the back of that, probably.
He would have said, I know, the line was like, never mind. So that makes me think like there was like something hidden, but I guess it was just that Sid's in the background. There's one of the pre-can anime, like lines for there is something in the
Ignis
background.
doing a freaking the Proud Family thing that gets me.
No, I was gonna say Mr. T's character from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Yeah, Flint Lockwood as well.
No, he's not named
he's
Flint
not,
Lockwood.
He's
He
the guy who
says
screams Flint
Flint
Lockwood.
Lockwood.
That's the only line he says that matters.
You are a shenaniganizer.
Time to
Beats
go.
is in Kingsglaive? Okay.
I have to go grab the car now because it's now way down the road because the game roadblocks you.
I disagree that 13's one of the best looking games in the series. I actually think it's kind of an aesthetic mess. Some of the areas in that game look really good. There's some really neat aesthetic choices. There's some really good like character design in spots, and it's wildly inconsistent. And I don't mean inconsistent in the way that FF7 is, where it feels like it's pulling art assets from different games.
Yeah.
I mean it is inconsistent in terms of the quality of the designs. Half the time, an area in 13 or character design in 13 resorts to the exact same design philosophy, which is add a bunch of angular geometry and then neon light strips, and that will surely make it good.
I'm trying to fast travel with the car.
You can't.
Oh, there we go. Turn the car.
Indeed.
Thank you, Acetoni FF15, for letting me know that. It's been a while.
Okay.
Literally 7.5 years.
Type 0 is right where there for what, Sheila? Type 0 is right there.
For, I'm guessing, art design.
I don't remember being all that impressed by the art design of Type 0, but it
I
has
forgot
been.
I have to press a button to U-turn because this car, it magically gets an incredible turning radius whenever I want to do a U-turn.
I do not really remember the, I don't remember that much about the art design of Type 0. I remember it being really, but it's also the color palette, especially in HD, is this really ugly, muddy piss yellow.
Yes.
Which is weird because on DS it was all red, which feels much more appropriate to everything that game is doing and to how the designs are laid out. I don't know why they made it piss yellow in the HD release.
No, it's good. You mean the DS? You mean the freaking
PSP. What did I say?
DS.
Okay, whatever. It's the same system.
Justice Monsters 5, baby!
Yeah, that mobile phone game you can't play anymore.
Remember the pinball game that they made?
That you can't play
Turn!
anymore.
Turn! Knocked! Thank you. Wow, that looked really good, not super robotic.
What else is there? Keep going. Okay, so we have some of the FF1 stuff.
That's FF1.
Latoya's Cave. Now the famous character from Final Fantasy XIV with award-winning expansion Heavensward included in the free trial.
Here we go. Here we go.
Good music.
Now I remember why I like this game. Car, the boy band, good game.
That's what I'm saying, is like right now,
And
this...
crash. Do it, Knocked. You son of a gun.
What I was gonna say, like, this is my point, right? Is that this right here is interesting.
This right here is why this
Driving
game is good.
around in the car with these landscapes in the distance and getting out to fight a weird animal that is depicted in a pseudo-believable way is interesting while you are in it. As soon as you turn the game off, it deletes itself from your mind.
Yeah.
Why are we driving to the rest area? It's 5 feet away. Why don't we just drive to the Golden Key or whatever?
Golden Key?
Wherever we're going.
Because, Jacob, it's blocked.
Oh, right. By what?
Story.
No, it's not. Zoom out. No, we're going down here. See?
Yeah.
It's not blocked.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's not blocked.
We just gotta go here for quests, because we're gonna receive a letter from Luna, because she has to be introduced into the story.
Oh, yeah.
You know, one of the main characters and the whole reason that we're going on this trip.
Oh, I tried to
You have to hit X to park. You have to hit X to park. You don't, Joshua, you don't steer the car in there, you clown. You hit the X button to park.
Might be wise
God.
to leave the driving to
How
me
could I have been so
until we found
blind?
our bearings out here.
Ignis will always drive there using the shortest route. Just use him. You don't need to stress about driving. You don't need to play the game, Joshua. Just let him.
I like the game, though.
You don't need to play the game.
I like the game.
Might I suggest letting Ignis handle it until you get your bearings out here? I would like to talk to a dog.
Front.
Y'all came all the way out here to deliver the goods.
I would like to
Well,
talk
thank
to
you
the dog.
kindly. We'll take it out of the trunk, so you all
No, it's because we were
just
delivering
sit
something
tight.
for Sydney. That was Cindy.
Uh-huh. But we're gonna see the dog. See?
FF16's on Thursday, Yosh Kapoor. Comes out on Thursday.
Bringing us stuff. Atta
Or I guess
boy.
Wednesday night if
That
you want to
dog
get really
can
specific.
track his scent. Certainly knows how to find us.
Certainly knows.
And this is a guy who said betwixt 5 minutes ago.
He knows.
12 years earlier, Tenebrae.
Get it? 'Cause he's got-
Noctis and Luna Freya.
He's got one of these.
Nice flower.
These.
It's the
Nice
same
flower.
kind
Great
as
vegetables.
from. Oh, yeah.
Great vegetables.
Blossoms. So, I have a favor to ask.
take the notebook with you when you
Shield
go.
Flower says everybody loves
Sure.
dogs. I want more cats in my
That's
video
okay.
games. You should be looking forward to the
I
next
should
entries
put
in the Kingdom
something
Hearts series
in the
then.
book and send it back.
Dogs are better than they're so much.
There's also
better.
a good number of cats in Final Fantasy VII Remake. But I guess
FF
you'll get to see that
is
when
only the second Final Fantasy to have a dog party member, and it's automatically in the top 5.
Is Red 13 a dog or
What
like
does she
a
say?
lion
I forget.
cat?
What does it say?
She just said it doesn't matter. What will you write back? Just write back to her. Pick
I'll
something.
say this.
Yeah, of course. It's gonna be nice to see you again, milady.
Aren't there phones?
Yes, there are.
Does she just not have them because she's like a pope?
No, she doesn't believe in phones.
Oh, okay.
Or,
She
or
believes
blood
in-
transfusions.
She believes in using.
That's why she has to use her magical powers to heal people.
That's why she believes in using messenger
What was that
pigeons.
about?
I mean dogs.
There's literally concept art of like a split screen image of Noctis and Stella talking to each other on the phone.
Red 13 is not.
She could have been a character so easily if she just had a cell phone, but the problem is they changed the plot
Red 13
where she's like
is a
lost.
dog/lion, Gohan. He's both. But he's more of a dog.
Is he?
Maybe.
Here's the thing.
They are real to me.
You have this freaking situation where, like, there shouldn't be anything stopping Noctis and Luna from talking to one another just so she can be a character. But
There
they're
was a
trying.
tooltip that just explained to me what a side quest was.
But they're trying to pull a Find Princess Zelda with this game. Remember?
Is that what they're doing?
Yes, because once the kingdom falls, we see a single cutscene of Luna Freya, like, stumbling down the street, except she's not.
I'm done. Yeah.
I'm done already.
Let me get this shot. Oh, love the lighting.
Love the lighting.
No, so you remember that concept art at the ending of episode The Sky where Luna Freya was in that dress and totally tattered and messed up, and she's walking out of insomnia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that obviously didn't happen. She gets out like unscathed in her dress. I think the only thing that she does in Kingsglaive is at one point she like rips her skirt to be able to move a little bit better because she's a tough action lady now.
Oh yeah.
And then she
high five for justice.
But then after that she doesn't.
High five for justice.
After that, she doesn't do anything. She just like gets in the car.
How does this work again?
She just gets in the car next to Aaron Paul, and I think she does drive the car a little bit when he's like, he gets out of the car at one point and throws a dagger so he can teleport and fight a guy, and so she drives it for a minute, and then when the hefty guy shows up, I think she drives the car.
I'm too good.
While he does action. I don't know. Maybe he drives. I don't remember. It
I'm
doesn't
cracked.
matter.
It's I won.
But when she shows up in this game, she's going to be in a totally different outfit than the one that she was in at the ending of the movie, and she's just like wandering down the road on foot in like to a random checkpoint, and one of her dogs shows up and she's like, "Oh, the white dog, it's so nice to see you. I have to go. I have to tell the summons to help Noctis." And that's the last time you see her for forever.
Why did they cast Game of Thrones for her?
Well, she's only in the movie.
Yeah, I know.
She's not in this. She's not.
That's
she's
what I'm
not-
saying, but I'm still confused by that.
So that she could be on the. Her name could be on the poster.
But why did they pick Cersei Lannister?
Because she's in Game of Thrones.
Is that the only person they could get?
I don't know.
Is that effing Game
I
of
don't know,
Thrones?
dude. I don't know. Don't ask
Oh,
me
they're
these
trying
questions.
to trying to crample my style. These evil monsters in this game that I'm playing here.
Dean Weiss points out, and I did think of this, Imperial phone coverage
Alright,
doesn't
guys.
get to Lucis. Imperial phone coverage.
That combo!
Imperial phone coverage doesn't get to Lucis because of the war, but if Lucis is now an incorporated territory, shouldn't it? Better than that, Dean. Luna Freya writes him a note, "Here's my number," and then he goes and buys a burner phone at any gas station with his American Express credit card.
That he has in canon.
I don't think he
Okay,
actually.
I hit the
It's not
bumper.
canon that he has one. It's simply canon that the gas stations accept it if you have it.
You're right. My bad.
No one has an American Express card. Everyone walks up to every gas station and says, "What the hell is American Express?"
These guys are too good. That was garbage. I'm garbage at this. This just in. I'm garbage at this. Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm cracked.
But no, the reason that
One button to beat the whole game.
the reason that Luna and Noctis communicate by a couple of letters and she has no scenes is because they wanted to do a Find Princess Zelda-esque thread to the narrative, and I think they wanted it to be like, oh man, after all that time looking for her, after all that searching and reaching out. And when they finally manage to find each other, before they can even be together for a moment, she dies. Isn't that tragic? Because I really knew and cared about the character because of her copious screen time.
Dude, I'm just too good at this game. When you're good like I am, you're just good.
No, my feelings on this game have, like, again, I don't disagree with stuff that I said back in the day about it necessarily, but I'm like, I realized a while ago, it was actually because I was having a conversation with Sheila. I talked about this on Twitter. I didn't say who it was that I was having the conversation with. She and I were having a conversation about something related to openings. And I started talking about how messy the opening of Final Fantasy 15 was and recapping the whole, like, 5 seconds of Ifrit walking toward him.
Oh, man.
I started recapping, you know, walking toward Ifrit for 5 seconds, and then a cutscene of Noctis rolling around on the ground, and then it cuts to the car. And then it cuts to the car, but I was wrong, because when I went to look it up, I realized, oh, it cuts to him talking to his dad, because I'd forgotten that scene was there. And I was like, oh my god, that game is a mess.
Easy read,
and that was when I tweeted several months ago,
Legendary Uber spammer cries salty tears.
I tweeted several months ago because one of those tweets of, like, you know, what would you do you want a Versus 13? No, not even Versus 13. Do you want a 15 remake with everything fully realized and the DLC incorporated from the beginning and more time and focus? And it was like, no. I realized because of this conversation I just had with somebody else,
that was enough.
I never need to talk about Final Fantasy 15 for the rest of my life, and yet here we find ourselves.
This is cool.
This is cool.
This is Rio after he wins.
What is this? This is your girlfriend. Who is this? That's the woman who raised you.
Take your order.
Nah, I got a high potion out of that for 10 gil. That was totally worth it.
Look at this. Look at this Ghost Recon Wildlands custom character NPC. Same thing we have to deal with in FF7 remake, to be fair. It's not much better over there.
That one only comes out at night.
This will be tough. Good luck to you.
Oh, a lot of these don't come out till nightfall. I'll go ahead and wait till night.
Have a look
Listen
at the
to
menu.
this furious typing he's doing, gamers. He's too good. We're gonna get some of Kenny's salmon. Shout out to Kenny's Salmon. I'm a proud sponsor. I am Prince Noctis, and this is my favorite salmon on the Citadel.
Sorry, I was just talking to the Resonant Arc folks, making sure that because they were switching between folks and trying to figure out who was still going, and I was just letting them know, hey, if you guys...
You're stealing his original recipe, Ignis.
He's really good at, like, he tastes the KFC and goes instantly, I know what the 12 herbs and spices are.
Wow. Oh, I forgot. Time to get I forgot about the Ubisoft tower in this area. Give us a sec.
Sheila, how could you possibly hate Noctis's locomotion animation? His jacket flaps so realistically in the breeze. And those little strands on his pants, they bounce up and down physically and realistically. What do you mean that the animations in this game are kind of clunky and ugly and say nothing about the characters?
Let's go, boys.
What do you mean?
Let's get to gaming.
What do you mean by that?
Let's get gaming. Actually, it might be faster to drive this. It is at night, so they're gonna be like, oh, you can't go in there, dog.
I just triggered Sheila on purpose.
Good. I don't even know what about, but I'll take your word for it.
Don't worry about it.
Well, I know you were talking about stupid, minute details.
Well, no, hold on. You got to stay at this hotel, and maybe we'll luckily get the one cutscene in the whole game where they talk about Prompto's backstory.
It worked, by the way.
What did?
Triggering her.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it. Yeah.
I disagree.
Where do you think you're gonna go? You're gonna get stopped by another iron knuckle.
I can just drive around it. 'Cause I'm real
no, you can't. It won't let you because you can't go off the road.
I can kill it. I remember the driving in this game being really fun. Was my memory bad? Yes.
Radin V1 with a $10 donation, thank you very much, saying, do you think the logo thing at the end is a leftover idea from the Versus days? This version of the game doesn't really explore this relationship enough for that to be the last thing we see. No, that's not a leftover idea. That logo was meant to be something else entirely, and when I don't know if you were in here earlier, when we were on the title screen and looking at the modified logo you get when you beat the game, and I said this is a game comprised almost entirely of smoking guns, I was talking about that. Whatever the logo of the sleeping woman was originally had something to do with the plot of Versus that is not in this game. That the logo change of like, see, look, like literally them having her put her head down and making Noctis appear is a deliberate attempt to make it look like, see, look, the logo meant something. That is a deliberate, awkward attempt to make it look like, see, the logo is absolutely...
It spawned that far in front of me because it thought I was going to keep driving.
It is legitimately a situation where I'm so confident that is not, the logo was not going to change in the original game. That is a situation where that was meant to be something else, and it had no meaning to the game anymore, and so they decided to just staple this thing on at the very end as like a gotcha of like, ooh, look, see, it did have something to do with the game. The theme song of the game is Somnus. The only sleep-related thing that happens in the game is Noctis takes a snooze for a few years in the last 5 minutes of the game.
Dude, it's kind of crazy to me that he only grew that much facial hair in like 10 years.
It's true.
Kind of crazy.
It's
unless Bahamut was literally, you know, like trimming it for him to make him look as edgy as possible. Otherwise, I mean... Uh-oh!
You don't have any magic.
This is a good point. We'll kill it.
You're not gonna kill it.
I will.
This is gonna be a lot of fun. Okay, folks, chat, help us out here. We gotta talk about other stuff, please.
No, it's fine, I'm a gamer.
Yeah, Dean points out the logo used to be Goddess Etro from FF13. Somnus lyrics literally talk about, I don't know how to pronounce the name, but like God from FF13's universe. They were all connected. Somnus is also Arden's hot brother, says Circo Duck. Yeah, retroactively, because what does Somnus mean? Oh, the city's named Insomnia. It's Somnus. It doesn't have, I've gotta mean something. Woo. Oh, look, there's a dude named Somnus here. See? It has to do with the story.
It has to do with things, I swear.
It's connected to the story. Who could have seen this coming?
No. I'm trying to use an item. I forgot that you just went into danger.
Yeah,
mode.
exactly.
Danger Mario run.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is gonna be bad since I don't have magic.
Orion Gold says Versus 13 was literally supposed to take place within 13's world. No, it wasn't. That's a common misconception. And that's what I was talking about earlier when we were on with the Resonant Arc guys, is that the entire Fabula Nova Crystallis thing was an elaborate marketing gimmick. I didn't go into it in a ton of detail on their show because I was monopolizing enough of their time. But I talked about this in a lot of detail when I went on Bloody Biscuit's stream a couple of years back. It was an elaborate marketing gimmick to make hyper-expensive spin-offs and slap a Roman numeral on them to make them higher profile to try and boost their sales. That was all 13 and Agito 13 were ever about. They reused some terminology and stuff, like they invented this quotation marks shared mythology, but it didn't mean anything. All the FF games have shared mythology. This was just gonna have a couple more specific elements. The idea that like the goddess Etro and all of this stuff,
I blocked there.
being tied in with everything.
I blocked again. What are you talking? I'm holding the button.
If you don't have MP, it doesn't work.
Oh, I had full MP.
No, then never mind. I don't know what to tell you. Use your team abilities. You got full. It's an R2 over there.
I'm aware. I was using them before.
I know you were. I was just saying, like, you got it full, so you may.
Did I kill that one? I had one down really low. I don't know if I killed it or not.
I don't think so.
Okay, Noctis didn't do the follow-up thing, even though I pressed the freaking button.
Use the shoot thing. Does the shoot does?
Oh my god!
Maybe he has elemental bullets that will do more damage. Use the shoot thing.
There, it worked that time.
Can you switch weapons midstring? I don't remember. You can? Okay.
Finally, there's the one.
For all the purpose that it carries.
Yeah. I'm holding the button. It's gonna work. There we go.
This game's so fun.
Okay, there. I locked on. It worked. Ow.
I don't think I like this game.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think I do.
I'm sorry, man.
I don't think I do. I mean, and I'm biased, right? Because I spent way too much time thinking about it. I gave this game much more attention and scrutinization than the average person would give it. So I'm at a disadvantage when it comes to this game.
I'm pressing the button. There we go. I forget what the other ones do, and I'm just gonna go with the one I know will do a lot of damage to this entire group. Okay.
What was I talking about a minute ago? I don't even remember.
Fabella Nova Crystallis.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Everyone's favorite.
Yeah, Fabula Nova Crystallis was an elaborate marketing gimmick because Versus 13 was going to be an M-rated, bloody, extremely expensive game. M-rated games typically don't sell as well as... The conventional wisdom is M-rated games can't sell as well as T-rated games because they have a limited audience. But they were going to spend a lot of money on it, and making it just some spin-off with a subtitle, well, those never sell as well as the mainline games. So what if we could slap a number on it? But we can't make it Final Fantasy 14 or 15 or whatever because it's too extreme. An M-rated, bloody action game, fans would reject that. And to be fair, they probably would have at the time if they had unveiled Final Fantasy 13 as what Final Fantasy 13 was. And if
I'm
they
definitely
had
gonna use a Phoenix down here. Never mind.
Like so let's envision a past where they announced 3 Final Fantasy games on the same day, the same way they did. You know when they announced, Final Fantasy 9, 10, and 11 on the same day?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's pretend that they did that again in 2006, and they announced Final Fantasy 13, 14, and 15 on the same day, okay?
Yeah.
Let's say Final Fantasy 13 was what it was. It was the
not
game.
like the way this combat feels.
You should be using magic. You've already killed him by now.
Well, yeah, I don't have any magic.
Well, that's too bad. You should have gotten magic before you took this quest to kill Flans.
How do I use magic again?
You don't have it.
If I do have it,
you have to slot it to one of your 4 weapon slots.
Oh. We're not gonna retreat.
Use your there we go. Woohoo!
We're gonna use the Ignis one.
Blast them. Can we switch? Hey, folks in the chat, can we play as the other characters without the DLC? Like, does Joshua have the ability to swap between the characters yet or not?
Because they hadn't decided on 2 of them's movesets yet.
But no. But with the DLC, we have them. We should. That's all in there now. I'm pretty sure that you can play as the other characters as long as you have Royal Edition.
Do we have Royal?
I don't know. I forget what's included in the patches and what isn't. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm
it's an
saying
unlockable ability. It's in the ability tree. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Also, you could go up to that warp point and warp down on him, and because the distance.
That's what I'll do here in a second.
The distance gives you more damage.
Why did you just flip away?
He's vulnerable.
Twice? I was trying to attack,
but you flipped away.
Yeah, because
This game's really, really, really good, is what I'm trying to get at here. Okay?
I was trying to attack, and it just didn't work.
Imagine an alternate universe in which Final Fantasies 13, 14, and 15 are announced on the same day, okay? Back in 2000,
Oh, finesse and
2006.
offense were both A+s somehow.
Final Fantasy 13 is announced. It's the game starring Lightning that we all know in real life, right? Final Fantasy 14 is announced. It's the game, it's the MMO that launches and is bad
How
that
do
we
I
all
get
know in real life.
my health comes back slowly, right?
No.
Oh, it did.
No.
Okay.
Or is it? Oh, it is coming back slowly. You're right.
Okay.
All right. And then Final Fantasy 15 is also announced at E3 2006, and it's versus 13, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's the thing. I feel quite confident about this. There are still piss crybaby fanboys out there who are mad about Final Fantasy 16 being DMC.
Yes.
It's bad. How could they betray the series and sell out and make an action game? I don't like action. Make a turn-based game again.
Yeah.
It's been 15 years since Versus 13 was originally shown.
Yep.
There was no backlash to Versus.
No.
Because it was a spin-off.
It's
It's fine for there to be an action spin-off, but you're going to make a numbered game, an action game?
Dumb, man.
It was legitimately a stroke of genius to create a spin-off game that had a Roman numeral in it and could be sold alongside 13 as being of the same caliber of production value, but since it's not a mainline game, we can do whatever we want and people will be fine with it.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason that crap ever existed. If you go and actually look at what was in all of those games, right? So, for example, Final Fantasy Type 0 has the l'Cie in it, right?
Yeah.
The fal'Cie don't exist.
Don't exist, yeah.
Etro is mentioned in a data log somewhere.
Somewhere.
And the l'Cie are totally different. The basic idea of, oh, there is a person who is branded in some way and given a task is kind of maintained. In 13, the l'Cie are cursed by the fal'Cie, and they are given a very specific objective that they have to complete in a set amount of time. If they don't complete it, they turn into a zombie. If they complete it, they turn into a crystal. And they are given access to magic in order to complete this objective more easily, right?
Yep.
That's what the l'Cie are in Final Fantasy 13.
Our next story,
Oh.
Lady Luna Freya of Tenebrae has issued an official statement regarding the forthcoming treaty.
Words cannot express the joy in my heart on receiving word of this coming peace, nor the pride I take in my betrothal playing a part in this historic moment. On this joyous occasion, some have voiced cause for concern. The fear I will be unable to fulfill my
Stay here,
duties
listen
as
to the dialogue.
Please rest assured, my marriage will not stand in the way of my calling. You will find me in your towns and villages, as you always have.
Probably more secure because my husband will be with me and he can use magical swords.
Freya will set forth from Tenebrae for her wedding ceremony in the coming days. Please be advised that during this time alone, her duties as Oracle will be
That's a good point, Dean. You could probably see Arden being able to see in an earlier version of the game.
Well, see, that's something I'm going to get to in a second here. Is it, I was just interested because I'm trying to remember, like, how does this game tell its story if you haven't played all the supplemental material and haven't been following? That's why I wanted to listen to that little radio thing. That's why I wanted to hear how they actually talked about that, because I was like, I remembered Luna's only real appearances being like showing up on the radio a couple of times. So I was curious how that actually went. Anyway,
shout out to the Gerblins.
Yeah, so anybody who doesn't remember, in Type 0, there are l'Cie, but they are not branded by fal'Cie, godlike beings. Basically, every nation in Type 0 has a...
Okay, there we go. Spears do more,
has a patron crystal, right?
Yep. Oh my gosh.
That crystal, in some ways, dictates the will of the nation and grants it the power that it needs, and the l'Cie are the most powerful warriors of the given nation. A l'Cie is branded by the crystal to be a super mega strong warrior for the nation. Now, these l'Cie are not functioning on like a specific mission, or they turn into a zombie or a crystal or whatever. The way that those l'Cie in Type 0 work is they carry immeasurable amounts of power in one single person, but they are stripped of all of their emotions.
Yep.
And not in the Kingdom Hearts nobody way where they're actually quite emotional. They have no feelings anymore.
Yeah.
With this in mind, the way that
Time to go.
the way that game handles that becomes a pretty important thing for initially some of the l'Cie are just background characters, but it infiltrates the main plot eventually. So one of the things that eventually comes up so within that, then you could say, you know, okay, so was there gonna be a l'Cie at some point in Type 0? In Versus 13, there's an interview somewhere with Nomura where he basically explicitly said there is still the concept of a person who like has a specific mission that they have to follow, but I'm not using the specific terminology.
Okay.
So like, what's the point of the Fabula Nova Crystallis then?
There is no point. It's almost like it was
a marketing gimmick. And I think, to be fair, like I said, I think it was a smart marketing gimmick, because after Final Fantasy 15, after FF14, after all of this drama, there are still people looking at 16 and going, well, I don't, no, Final Fantasy.
I don't think you were dramatic enough to understand to fully articulate how they're feeling.
So I get it. I don't think it was a bad decision, but
oh no, it's daytime technically now. So never mind. Oh,
they were sneaky.
They were very
Damn.
sneaky.
How'd they sneak up on you like that?
A great sword. These guys are better.
How'd you sneak up on them like that?
I'm trying to. There we go. There we go.
Ninja Buddy says, I mean, people did like that with 12 and 13 as well. Sure, but to be fair, in the early days of 13, they lied and said it's a... Well, I mean, not really. It wasn't really a lie. It was like, look, it is turn-based. It's just very fast and looks like a movie. Which is, to be fair, what they were aiming for with those initial trailers, but that's because they didn't have a real combat system yet. They thought that it was going to be a very fast, cinematic, turn-based game. That isn't what it was, but hey, don't worry about it. Yes, Orion Gold, I have watched Maxor's video on FF15. In fact, it was literally one of the many things that I watched to recap myself on the things that were even in this game before coming on and doing this stream, because it's been so long since I've thought about it in any serious capacity.
Ouchies. You missed. I forgot I can just hold down the button. Do the thing.
You okay, Specky?
I pressed the button too early. I didn't even know that was possible, but I did it. I don't know if this is more than we bargained for. We're kind of kicking their asses.
Oh, I'm excited to start releasing the FF7 remake playthrough. I'm just sitting here thinking about, like, how much I would rather be playing 12 or 14 or 16 or 7 remake.
That's a good view to have on the game we're currently playing.
I'm sorry. I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, I'm looking at...
it's funny. I'm not saying you're not allowed to feel that way.
That's the problem.
I'm not saying you don't have the right, therefore you don't have the right, therefore you don't have the right.
And that's what I'm saying is, like, I enjoyed this game. We went through it originally, and there are things that I like about it, but it's like, right now, I'm looking at the least...
Nice whiff there, Nock.
At this exact moment
it.
in time, I'm looking at the least interesting thing about this game to me. You know what I mean?
The actual game itself.
No, I mean, like, I'm walking around in Nevada fighting a deer.
I think it's fun. There we go. Every quest done. And they said I wouldn't be able to do it after that first one where I got my ass kicked.
And they said they would. You beat
the
allegations.
They said it could not have been done.
You beat the allegations. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I should try and be positive about this game for a few minutes. I like the main cast a lot. They really are not, like... They don't fall into just the stereotypes that you think they're going to.
It's the best party in a Final Fantasy game. Why can't I manual? Oh, it's because I walked up to the passenger seat.
Just let Ignis drive. Just let Ignis drive, dude. Just let him drive.
Quest location. Yeah, just go back to where we have to go.
Just let Ignis drive.
Oh, it did the fast travel. We're gonna be here for 10 minutes.
Uh-oh. Look at Insomnia. Look at those buildings that are modeled.
Might want to stock up on potions and stuff.
Nice. You're being helpful for a change.
What do you mean for a change?
I love how so speaking of the great cast, I love how the only scene where they talk about Prompto's, like, I used to be the fat kid and I never thought that I'd ever be running around with someone like you. I love how the only scene that addresses that in the entire game is optional and you have to get it's like an RNG chance of getting it by staying at the inn across the road from here.
Yep.
Or you could watch the anime, and then you'd know about his story.
Yeah.
Till next time.
I'm already negative again.
How
You're not negative. You're talking about the great anime that exists for this game.
Like, I'll be fair.
That's the Gungi horn.
Some of that anime is actually... That anime is like,
It's
I mean,
the
like,
Gungi.
that anime is actually fine. Like, I mean, it's entertaining. It's got like some decent stuff in it, but that's the problem.
George,
is
I
that
want to give
need
you
it.
this Gungi.
George, I gotta be honest
money.
with you, George. I'd like to give you this Gunga money. Gungi. Yes, thank you.
I could eat a horse.
I could eat a horse, did he say?
Yes.
Are there horses in this world?
No.
Is that like me saying, I'm so hungry, I could eat an Octorok?
My boy.
Because he's not real?
Can I turn in the other ones?
If only the anime was actually
Oh,
fun
it had
to
to
watch,
load,
said
my
Sheila
bad.
Flower. I think that a couple of like the backstory things in the anime are fine.
I think the anime is like a solid 5 out of 10.
I think that
it's inoffensive.
I think the Prompto flashback stuff is kind of fine. And I like the stuff with Iris. She's very endearing. And it sets her up in this game like where she's actually becomes like she's actually an entertaining character. But like
it should have been about Luna more so than
Iris,
though.
We should.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I like Iris more than I like Luna in this game, and I think that's a problem, right? I think that's a serious problem with the game's design, since since Luna getting killed is like the central like halfway point, oh crap moment. I don't know. I'm just ready.
Thanks for your business.
I don't have much to say about this game.
Sheila says it's boring. It literally put me to sleep. I mean, I don't think I ever rewatched any of those episodes more than once. So no, I'm not here arguing it's great and we should all go watch it or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I remember.
Oh, we have to get some Kernix oil.
I remember, like, on its own, watching the material. I was like, this is, I suppose, in a vacuum, inoffensive. But again, combined with the why is all of the character backstory not in the game, it becomes very offensive to me.
Let's see, Headhunter is missing, but it says it's in this area. Is he missing in this town? Or is he not here? Is he out in the field somewhere? I understand that it's Dave. You're telling me this. My favorite character, Dave. So is it... Do I have to go back to where Dave was? I forget how this quest works.
I don't care. This is what I mean.
What's wrong with you?
You know something? You know something?
Fairy tale, Lady Lunafreya, back to the Crown
Oh,
City.
hold on.
Nah, I need to rush to happily ever after.
She has duties to attend to.
Yeah.
Still can't believe you're actually tying the knot, dude. How does it feel now that it's finally happening?
Fine, I guess.
Ah, come on, you can't fool me. Any guy would be over the moon to marry her.
No big deal.
Yeah, whatever.
No big deal, you know. It's just, and you get these kind of things when I'm the prince, you know. I'm just that good.
It is not the king does not pay. It is a privilege to make a sword for the king.
Oh man, I wonder how many people got that reference. Oh, he's just standing here
with a dog.
Oh, I just stole his crap and then initiated the.
He's got a dog.
Make that two.
He looks like the dog of wisdom. That dog. Like his level of detail is about the same.
At least it's not the JPEG dog from Ace Combat.
It's true.
They found another one.
Wait,
But no, the
Tag.
I do think this cast is good. And like I said, while I feel that a lot of this game washes over me and doesn't leave a lasting impression on me afterwards, I do think the experience of playing it and being in it is a really interesting texture of like, this is kind of a flat and boring setting, yet there's monsters and magic and all this high concept stuff. And like, you know, you're just driving along and an airship flies overhead and airdrops soldiers onto you. Like, that's neat. And there's a version of this that's more dynamic and doesn't have the weird, like, oh, there's bad guys, so the car stops and you get out. Like, there's a version of this where that's a lot more exciting and high octane. But there is something to be said for the flat, like, almost calm, very realistic portrayal of that.
Yeah.
That also ties back into Tabata's interest in documentaries. Because he wanted Type Zero. Oh, I don't know if anyone remembers this. A lot of the Type Zero stuff was deliberately framed as being a documentary. Like, when there were cutscenes of Class Zero all talking with each other, it didn't do this. But whenever you were getting a cutscene about the overall situation in the world, it would literally have, like, a timestamp up in the corner of the screen as if you were watching a Japanese television broadcast.
I forgot about that. That was so weird.
And there's a vibe of that to this as well, where this has
quest destinations. You could say questinations even.
Because there's a chocobo. I get it. There's a feeling of that.
No, I was just combining the two words.
Oh, okay. I was seeing the chocobo logo, and I thought you were going like que, like a chocobo.
Oh, that's a smarter joke. Oops.
No, I was, but like there's a vibe to it even of that where I sense in this flat style of presentation of the world, on this emphasis on naturalistic, in massive quotation marks, wildlife and an interconnected ecosystem, and a world that unfolds itself. I wouldn't say with an attempt to simulate realism in terms of how the biomes change. It's not, but it tries to look
magic
that way.
again. It's elemency, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and craft some fires. Okay, what?
Must empty a flask with L3 before you can use it. Discard fire.
Oh, I already have fire. Oh, that just changes the potency?
Yeah, you can only carry 3 at a time. You just change the potency of the spell.
Well, and we are not going to make this that high. We're gonna do like we'll do 10. How do I make it?
I don't know, dude.
Oh, crap.
Woo!
so good at games.
You can also, can't you, like, you can mix multiple types to make different spells as well, I think.
There we go. Much better. I cannot go fight the Adamantoise Dean. It's a new save. It doesn't show up till after you beat the game. I already beat it.
I'm pretty sure it shows up before you beat the game.
Wait 1 second. See? There, I did it. I did it right there. It's the most recent thing we did on the freaking February 12th of 2017. On that day, I spent 3 hours of my life doing the most mind-numbing thing to get a gold trophy I've ever done.
Because it was before the ring.
That was
before we did
pre-ring.
We haven't played this game since basically any of the patches.
Oh, Noctis got tired.
Remember, there's friendly fire on the magic.
Oh gosh, I forgot about that.
There may be, I know it was added in Royal Edition. I don't know if it's
accessory.
I don't know if it's added in the patches, but in Royal Edition, there's an accessory that makes it so that your friends don't get hurt by magic.
Oh crap, it's that boy.
Retrieve the dog tag from the dog.
I'm gonna get these first.
It's just like Metal Gear Solid 5.
That's
There's 3 in a little circle next to an area that can
I was
direct
about
you
to say that's very MGS 5. Or MGS 3 for that. Man, the music in this game's really good.
Yeah, see, like I said,
This does ambient music, right?
That's another thing where I feel like it didn't leave an impression on me. I don't remember much about it, but I also remember like in the experience of it, in the moment, it was good.
I think it's just we didn't play this game enough to where all of this stuff really stuck with us. That's the problem. I think.
Okay, now's the time to hit him with magic because there's none of your friends down there.
No room for error.
Hit him, baby.
Stop bitching, start killing.
Jeez. Sounds like a freaking murderer
and
there.
It's stuff like that as well, where what I was saying earlier, like the localization on this game I actually think is quite good.
It's incredible.
For
most characters.
This is a really high, and in general, this is a really high quality localization. The script has...
we smoked those guys.
The script has some fundamental issues, but like the localization, like, the storytelling, I should say, has issues. Some of the characterization is a bit weird, but the actual localization effort on display is really high. And the vocal performances, especially from our main 4 guys, are phenomenal. They really sell these characters. And the voice acting for the supporting characters isn't bad either. Like, in the 5 scenes that Luna Freya gets, she's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm out here, I'm one of the few dudes complaining Princess Zelda's performance in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I know it's not great, but I'm out here defending it a little bit at least. I'm gonna say at minimum...
I think in Tears it's worse than it even is.
I think that well, that's, to be fair, she has nothing to act.
She has nothing to do in that game.
Good actor. When people wonder why are good actors sometimes bad, it's because the writers don't give them any business. That's why. Okay, they finally got their Final Fantasy XI guy on.
Nice.
I was just checking in to make sure they weren't, because I saw them end on FF3. Want to make sure they're not throwing to me. That's all.
No, it's smart. I'm sure they'll let you know on Discord.
Probably. I just want to be sure. I just want to be
10
ready.
high
That's all.
potions for doing that. Jeez.
Just want to be ready. That's all.
Where are y'all headed today?
I don't care.
Where are y'all headed today?
How do you feel about the response to DMC? I don't care.
I don't care.
Oh, customer. Let's.
Wow, an FF fight that took less than 10 minutes, says Video City 1. Exactly. Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And that's why
Who
I would
allows
still
that?
rather play this game than 13.
I suppose that's a good point. You know, like I said, like the minute-to-minute experience of 13 of walking down the hallway.
How do?
Walking down the hallway, fighting the same enemy, walking down the hallway, fighting the same enemy. Like, that stuff is soul-crushing in 13. And I'm not here to defend
Why does
any
Ignis
of that.
have more XP than all of us?
Because he's better. He's smarter. He's stronger. Skill issue.
I love how new players will have been introduced to the fishing mechanic of Noctis can fish hours before they're gonna fish. I mean, I guess if you mainline the story, you get it in like 30 minutes, but still. It's like people just see that like, wait, what? Like the other one makes a bit more sense. Like Ignis is already like, I've come up with a move, and we already know eating is like an important part, and then you just see fish. Doggo.
Did you save any of the photos previously? 'Cause
I
obviously we're abandoning this file. I was just curious.
I didn't think to do it.
I was just
We're saving
curious.
that one.
Save a photo of the dog. Why
I
not?
forgot to save a photo of the cup noodle.
Stylish as always when he mouses over Dave.
Yeah. Actually, that's the one that we're giving to her.
Luna
at the end
Freya,
of the game.
yeah, absolutely.
The boys.
Save the picture of the dog. Come on, dude, you got it. You gotta save the picture of the dog.
Pupper.
Exactly. You gotta save the picture of the dog.
Hey, it's that dog. There's our grand fight against the
That's not an
blobs.
actual glitch, but the way that the blob is frozen there looks like a glitch. Let's say, are we gonna get the scene where Prompto talks about his
I
insecurities?
hope, because it's like the best scene in the game.
I think you have to. I think Insomnia has to fall before you get it. I think you have to. I think you have to stay here after.
That's why
Insomnia
it's so
falls.
hard to get. Yeah. Auto. Why can't I?
Yeah, back out. Hold on.
Why am I not being able?
Just a moment. Just a moment, folks. Joey makes a good point. Something very important happening right now that we have to go deal with real quick. Oops, wrong button.
Oh, this one.
Hold on. I gotta go to Joey's
Oh, no.
PlayStation profile.
Oh no.
And we gotta look at what his background is on PlayStation.
No.
Hold on one moment. Just a second, folks. Slow load time on this. Hold on just a moment. It's loading. PlayStation's
I
really thinking
wonder
about
for
it.
the Resonant Arc podcast if they got the guy who is personal friends with them from when they were kids, who's like he wrote like half of the wiki.
I don't know.
For FF11.
I imagine they got an existing streamer to do it. Probably.
Well, of FF11.
I don't know, dude.
I don't know if they're existing.
There are
streamers.
existing streamers
Really?
for FF11. Yes, people still play FF11.
I guess
dude.
you're
It's
right.
Popular. That's Joey's profile picture on PlayStation and has been for quite some time. Or it's like not the profile picture, the background picture of his account.
Be about me. Joey, what if you die before it comes out, though?
With this in mind, also, I should pull up mine. Because Joey and I thought along somewhat similar lines when it comes to... We both mess with our PlayStation profile exactly once in the year of our Lord 2017. Whereupon we did the exact same thing. If it'll show up. Where's mine? Hold on. Where is it? Oh, is it gone now? No, it's still there. Okay, good.
Yep.
Yeah, there's my cover image. Yeah, that's that, because that was the photo that I picked when I beat the game.
Of the clipping Chocobo.
Yeah, it wasn't clipping that bad. It was just because I picked a picture of Iris. Because she was a better character than Luna Freya. And then that was the picture that I showed her. And then that was the picture I showed Luna at the ending of the game. Look, Luna, this is who I wanted instead of you. That's what he's basically saying there.
Oh, no.
That's excellent. Anyway.
Why won't it let me drive the car?
I don't know.
Let me drive the car.
Let me try something. I'm gonna try something sneaky.
Let me try the car. Like, why?
Doesn't matter. We gotta go into the menu anyway.
Why can't I drive?
Yeah. How many points do we have?
Oh, I forgot about this menu that exists. Oh my god.
Where's the... Oh, is it under teamwork?
I think it's under teamwork. I mean, you can check.
How do you make... Yeah, where's the option to actually be able to play as them? Where do I find that? See you later, Sheila. Yeah, where am I looking? What am I looking for? Where's the stuff, guys?
I don't know.
I'm talking to chat. I mean,
right
we
back.
wouldn't know. It was after our time. Under techniques. Thank you. Techniques. Got it. Add a tech bar when Noctis attack lands. Tech damage. No, that's not interesting to me. Take control of Gladiolus mid-battle. So it'll be under different things. Okay, so where's take control of Ignis mid-battle? There we go. Okay. Do I have enough to get... I have plenty. I have tons of AP. I think we can probably get all of them. L1 and L2 to play as Ignis. I'm going to pick Prompto so we can play the really, really good third-person shooting.
Oh, it's really good. I remember that.
Alright, is there anything I can get for Noctis that makes him, like, slightly more interesting to play? MP cost of phasing reduction. That's actually probably we should have that. Increase Noctis' MP by the number of levels he has gained. That's useless.
No, it's
further reduce MP cost of phasing. Okay, there is some stuff here you can do with him, but not enough to make this combat interesting.
Dang.
Phase through an enemy's attack without using MP while by pressing L1 at the last second. That one we do actually need. That actually makes the combat like fun because you actually like timing is relevant. Recover a little bit of MP, not enough AP. That's fine though. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Do I have enough to get? I do not have enough to get Gladiolus too, but that's fine.
Let me know when you're back.
Oh wait, actually, I do have enough to get. I do have enough to get. No, I don't. Okay, my bad. Do not have enough to get Gladiolus, but that's fine. Royal Guard. Move quickly to guard Noctis with a shield. Depletes tech bar by 1. So wait, if it depletes the tech bar, that means you have to use it manually.
Yeah.
So you'd have to, like, instead of holding down the block button that lets you block everything, you'd have to open the tech bar and have Gladiolus run over to block it?
Yeah.
To what end? Whatever. Hold on a second. We gotta do something else here real quick before we continue. Oh, yeah, I love that. That's so good. These are so good. That's so good, man. All right, hold on a second. I'm just making I'm making a couple of quick changes. You know, Joshua, you said Ezio outfits earlier, right?
No.
What did you say?
I said you're not allowed to wear that.
No, you said Ezio though, right? That was the word you said, right? Which game came out around this time?
Unity, right?
No. No. Origins.
Oh.
Egypt.
Yeah. I was hoping it was Unity because it looked fun. When the guys had came off.
I'm just gonna give Ignis spells for no reason. Maybe he'll shoot them and kill everybody on accident.
I mean, that would be nice as long as he doesn't friendly fire and kill me.
All right, where are we going? Here?
Yeah.
There? Where? No, what am I traveling to?
Let me see.
Oh, up here?
No.
No?
Bad.
Where am I going?
You're going down south.
I'm going here?
Yeah.
Okay. Parking spot?
No.
What?
Where do you, yes, golden key.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Do
okay.
it. Press the button. Start the game.
Is that gonna load or is it gonna go?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, why'd you put on this outfit?
Because it was funny.
And you've locked me in here now.
Because it was funny.
You've locked me in! That was
I love
a nice
the picture.
voice
I love
crack
the
there.
picture in picture. Oh my god, Ignis! Oh my god, Ignis! You just scratched my dad's car! They didn't say anything in that cutscene about it being his car, did they? They said they said Core's already got the car running, and it was the other little car down there. So there was no introduction of this being his dad's car.
No.
Do you guys remember in all the interviews where they talked over and over again about how like important the relationship is between Noctis and his dad, and like how Noctis is like this is his dad's car, and he associates like the car with going somewhere with his dad, or his dad getting home from something. So being in the car is like being with his dad, and they never say this once in the actual game until the scene.
Thanks, Dad. He puts his hand.
Where the
hand
car,
on the car.
he doesn't bring this up until the scene where the car is totaled. And he says and there's a little flashback to him remembering a time when he was a child and his dad got out of the car, and he looks at the car and he says, "Thanks, Dad." And that is the beginning and ending of Noctis's emotional relationship with his dad's car within the context of the game. And he had one scene with his father at the beginning of the game that lasted 30 seconds.
It's good music.
I think this game is a totally fine, fun, inoffensive time if you just want to play a video game for 30 hours.
Yeah.
I think if you want to give it your attention, it's really draining. And I don't mean that to take that away from anybody else, because I know there are people out there who love this game and love these characters, and I really do not mean to take that away from anybody. Someone's opinion is just their opinion. You shouldn't let somebody out there.
Oh my gosh, Ignis, he's gonna give me whiplash.
You should not let somebody out there, you know, tell you what you should and shouldn't like or whatever, and you don't need to take somebody disagreeing with your opinion on something as some kind of condemnation of you or whatever. But I really lose my patience with a lot of the decision-making that's driving this game. I don't know what to tell you.
This looks like such an idiot.
Ninja Money says, I like how canonically Assassin's Creed is a game series in the game and Noct and Prompto are big fans. But here's the thing. Assassin's Creed is historical fiction in our world.
Exactly.
Which
so
means
it's
it's
alt
high
history,
no.
high fantasy.
It means no, it's not alt history in their world because there's no such thing as Venice. There's no such thing.
Well, yeah, they just changed the name of alt history.
No, they don't, because there's no such thing as Egypt.
No, it's Egypt.
No, Joshua, what I'm saying is in their world, Assassin's Creed is Final Fantasy.
Well, that really made me...
Or more accurately, it's like Dragon Quest because like it's, you know, the same setting with massive amounts of time in between. Or something like what's another anthology series where like it's technically the same universe? Zelda, yeah, it's their Zelda. Assassin's Creed is their Zelda. I want everybody to let that sink in and how depressing that is. Assassin's Creed is the Zelda of the Final Fantasy 15
Man,
world.
no wonder this world's so effed up. See what I did there is because, you know, like Assassin's Creed is very good.
Yeah, I saw what you did there. It was good.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny. New weapon!
Hey, what are you after this time?
What am I after this time? Weapon. I got the little. This is when they started doing the sprites in the menus, which they're doing in 16 as well.
I'm a fan.
Yeah. When you go in the menu, it shows what your party members are, and it shows little sprite renditions of the characters.
Is that better for Prompto? I can't tell.
If he's raising his hands, that means it's better.
Oh, okay.
That's what that means. It's not. I think, or is it just that it can be equipped?
I think it's just that it can be equipped.
I think it means that it's better.
I think it
maybe
just means
I'm
it's
wrong.
equipped.
Oh, you can flip people's equipment over here.
Oh, okay.
R2 and L2.
Okay, yeah, this is better.
Now you have 2 in your stock though.
Yeah, because I bought one. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy 2 of everything that can be used.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh,
2 of everything that can be used.
I forgot he could use pole arms.
2 of everything that can be used by Noctis as well, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's way better. 1.
Hey, come again.
Nah, Ninja Bunny, I don't think Assassin's Creed is historical fiction in the world of FF15. I think it's just fiction. You should definitely go down the beach and fight some monsters because there's actually the ability to play as all the other characters.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's what I was buying in the menu. That's what I was doing.
Missed the part where that's my problem.
Come on, dude.
Oh, we have the Masamune?
Yeah, for pre-order bonuses.
Oh, well then I just bought 2 swords for no reason.
Well, no, you gave him a secondary sword, right?
It has to be a different... Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're bad.
I don't know. Anyway, go down the beach.
I'm going?
Yeah.
I'm going?
Yeah.
All right, Johnny.
Exactly.
I'm going.
Exactly.
That looks like an enemy.
It's not. It's a human being sitting watching the waves, Joshua.
That's unfortunate.
We'll fish in a minute, by the way. Don't worry. Okay, I was actually... Not yet. Don't fish yet. Not yet. Come on.
Deep blue sea.
Oh, I already started.
Good luck out there. Have a look at this, Noct. What about?
He was trying to say something to you.
He said, "Look at this. It's a fishing spot."
I don't think he was, because then Gladiola said it's a fishing spot. I love the. That's a funny joke. This game's funny. This game's got good jokes. The idea that the fishing rod is a royal arm that he can stay, you know, that's something that he's bothered to stock in his, you know, in his D&D expanded space bag is a fishing rod that he can summon whenever he wants.
Come on, little fish. Aggro. Never mind, recast. I kind of forgot there was a map in this game mode. What are you... Stop. What's wrong with you? If only I had haptics, it would make this so much better.
Oops.
Nice.
It's fine.
Idiot.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, hold on.
It's not fine, actually.
I don't know why I did that.
I'm too good. It's fine.
will absolutely top fishing in FF12 NP Bro because no one knows that fishing exists in FF12. At least people
combining buttons.
At least people know the mechanic in this game. At least people like are aware of it. Can't beat something if nobody knows it exists.
Too good. When you're good, and I am good. Easy. Come here. It gave me the don't let the line break after he was already doing the final reel-in animation of there's no way I can fail. New record.
Joey says, as I cast into the aquatic abyss, a man, scorned by this uncaring earth, finds solace in the sea.
Oh, look, that's where the good fish is. Oh, that's the real graphic. It's the blue one. That's what I want. I like blue. You like it? Do you like it? No, I lost. Man, fishing minigames suck. You know?
Uh-huh.
Easy. What's this camera angle it's giving me?
Dramatic.
Water.
You don't need it. You don't need it anyway,
Final Fantasy
dude.
X. Oh, look at Crystal Island out there in the distance. Remember that? Done. Oh man, you're so done, kid. This kid's gonna die.
Wow, you did good.
You did good, kid. I got the same fish as last time, and it's not a new record. What's even the point? Joey, stop. What's wrong with you? Stop saying cringe
It's true.
things.
No fishing minigame in LEGO Star Wars.
It's time. Gladio, come on.
Gotcha.
All right, so you're gonna hold down. What was it? Hold down L2, and then it was hit different buttons.
Okay.
Yeah. When you're in combat, not right now.
Yeah, I'm not in combat.
I know. I was just saying. I was just talking
I'm
about the
picking up
methodology when
some
we get there.
fungar.
I imagine there's gonna be a prompt on the screen because this game loves putting prompts on the screen. It's true. There's no fishing in Breath of the Wild, Ninja Bunny, other than the bombs.
No.
It needed fishing.
Bombs?
They really should have put some fishing in Breath of the Wild.
Bombs?
It's a major oversight in Tears of the Kingdom. I like Tears of the Kingdom, but there were many significant problems from Breath of the Wild that the game failed to address, and one of them was absolutely that they did not give Link a fishing rod as one of his tools.
Speak to me. Okay, it doesn't look like any enemies are spawning near here.
Go further past the campsite.
Why?
Because there's enemies.
Are there?
Yeah.
Are there?
Yeah, down there. See?
Here.
Good at.
Yeah. Yee. Come on.
Good at.
Hit it.
Crab rave time.
Hop on the ferry. We're gonna go get married by riding the ferry. All right. Pause. Hit pause. Hit pause.
What button am I supposed to use?
Hit pause and go to Ascension, and we'll check what button you're supposed to use. Go to Technique. Okay, now hover over this one. L1 plus L2. Go over here. L1 plus L. Oh, okay, so that just opens the menu, and then I guess you select one. Okay.
It's all you. Allow me.
Ignis' spell daggers. These are tutorials.
Who cares?
I want to know how he works. Joshua, stop. Read the instructions.
I now know everything I need to know about Ignis and his playstyle. See? It's literally just he has 3 different combat modes. That's all it is.
No, it's elemental effects on his
yes,
weapons.
exactly, and I changed to the one that does the most damage.
It's not a combat mode, though.
Game over. Easy money. I win.
Oh, thanks, Noctis. Good entrance.
Time for some well-earned R&R.
Sleep at camp here, lest you miss a chance of getting random Gladiolus morning foot race prompt. Good point. We gotta do that.
Not available.
No. That's the TV.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I was just, I don't even know why I did that. I didn't hit a button.
Pressed the TV
I didn't
button.
hit a button on the remote.
Why are you fiddling with it?
I was just holding it in my hands.
Oh, there you go.
I was turning the volume up and down, so it was still in my hands. That's why.
Oh man, junctioning is so much fun. Am I right?
Ninja Money said he destroys everything in 2 seconds, unlike the ring, which destroys everything in 1 second.
1 second. Wait until morning. Oh wait, no, I can camp.
Let's
Forgot that's
call
a
it a
different
day.
thing.
All right. I'm gonna pitch the tent.
Before you get the ring, he's the strongest combat thing you have. I mean, I believe it. He was designed. He was like the last one who was given a new playstyle, and he's actually like, you know, he moves with the quickness and kills a lot.
And it almost functions like remakes combat, where it's all about, okay, this thing has an element. Of
It actually echoes a little bit of how Yuffie winds up playing.
Yeah, exactly.
In the Yuffie DLC.
Yeah, y'all did it. I'm proud of y'all. Coleman. Brought to you by Coleman.
Brought to you by Coleman.
Brought to you by Coleman.
Brought to you by Coleman.
Man, this really makes me want to go out and buy some Coleman branded.
Buy Coleman branded camping equipment with your American Express card.
Do it now. Bring cup noodles along with you.
Don't make the choice to make an actual. Which one? I like. Ooh, you know what? That egg.
Egg?
That egg was pretty good right now.
Egg.
That looks good. I could eat that. I could go for that.
Yeah, that's the best we have.
I could do that. I could
Oh,
go for that.
come on.
I'm hungry. I gotta tell you, I'm hungry. I could eat that right now. It looks good.
We did it. Congrats, we did it. We ate. We successfully ate. Why do none of them pull out like a guitar? Let's start going
Because they don't carry it with. They don't carry a guitar.
Not yet.
Not yet. Not until I modded the game. Modded the game so Noctis plays Freebird every time you camp.
Yep, here's the foot race.
What do you want, Gladiolos?
Time to run.
I wish Ignis would get off my back.
About
Ease up if you could just
They're
get
not
up
letting
in
me
the
drive at
morning.
night.
A cure for sleeping in. All right. Crack of dawn tomorrow. We train at the beach.
We're on the beach right now.
No way. I want to just mess with chat by saying that, but I'm not going to.
If you think it'll help.
That's something YouTubers and Twitch streamers do, right?
Uh-huh.
To bait their audience.
You'll feel like a new man, he says. Picture of Noctis fishing might be the funniest picture to show Luna at the end. There's a lot of good options.
See, I can't fish in the afterlife.
Why not? Who's to say there aren't
I know
fish?
just the place. Come on.
In Joey's version of heaven.
I think in Joey's version of heaven, there's nothing but fish.
It's just,
But the
it's
thing
just
is,
water.
that not only in heaven can you fish constantly, it's that in heaven they simulate video game fishing mechanics. Like you can fish the normal human way in real life, but you can also opt at any time for any number of dozens of varieties of fishing mechanics. Want to fish like an FF15? You can. Want to fish like in Stardew Valley? You can. Want to fish like Lego Island 2: The Brickster's
can.
Revenge? You can. It's all there. It's all on display at all
Fishing
times.
minigame. Fishing minigame heaven is a different
What
concept.
are we gonna do
We're gonna
exactly?
run.
We're going for a run. Nice and simple.
Nick's Production says, Episode to Sky left the impression there will be tours all over the place. Well, that's the thing, is that Episode to Sky only implemented those in 0.2, because they're, sorry, 2.0, because there was an update to Episode to Sky, and that was when they added tours in. And when you only have like 3 campsites in the entire demo, it's easy to just make one for each campsite, just to kind of show off how the feature's gonna work. But yeah, there's not nearly as many of these as perhaps you might expect, but they're not that bad either.
If you win, I'm captain.
And
if
if
you win,
I get to share a Palpoo kite.
I gotta get the compliment.
No. I get to marry Luna Freya.
Oh my
Deal.
gosh.
Winner gets to marry Luna Freya.
Wow, you stink, Gladio.
He's quick for his size.
It's all muscles.
Hey, you
It's muscles and he's tall. He's literally got, like, his legs are much longer than yours, Noctis. That means he can cover more
Wow,
ground.
Gladio, you're really bad at
He
this.
can cover more ground
Why
in
don't
one
you just
step than you
just
can.
warp Lamau?
Just warp Lamau. How far behind you is he?
That's right, we're gonna
Turn your
cheat.
camera around. Turn the camera
I can't.
around. You can't turn the
It's
camera?
fixed camera?
Oh my god.
You can see him on the map.
Oh my god, game. Why are you? I can see. Yeah, I see the G on the map now. Why is this game like this? It can't trust me to know where to run in the foot race?
No, I lost.
Well done, not.
Definitely not because he used hacks.
He definitely cheated.
He definitely did not use freaking Mario Kart 64 skips.
Ask Tony FF15. The fact that they updated a demo is insane. Yes. If Resonant Arc has me back on later, we're not playing this. We're playing episode to Sky.
Does this guy require 2 buttons to lock on?
I don't remember, dude. I don't remember.
I hope not.
Good hustle out there.
HK47 for life says, how is this Adonis of a man so much faster than me? This is unthinkable.
It doesn't make sense.
How am I, as this tiny twink, slower than this guy?
Warp Strike is unironically one of the best ideas conceptually. Every FF should have it. I think FF16 has something similar. It has a dash to close distance using Phoenix Shift is the ability. It's the gimmick ability when you have Phoenix slotted in FF16. It is worth noting that it doesn't cover infinite distance. It can only cover there's like a certain maximum distance it can cover, and you only use it to warp to enemies, not to any point that you like. But that's a very standard, like, kind of DMC-ish action game move. It doesn't travel as far as you want it to, like in this game.
Appreciate it.
And yes, as Tony FF15 points out, that yeah, the Warp Strike in 16 is at least somewhat similar. Phoenix Shift, it's orange. It's just orange Warp Strike for the most part. It does have some small differences, but basically it's just Warp Strike again, which is nice.
Welcome to Galding.
Oh, they didn't have anything else to
Welcome
say.
to Galding.
They didn't have anything else to say for themselves.
Oh, it's this guy.
Yeah, my favorite guy.
The boats bring you here.
What about him?
Well, they'll not take you forth.
And what's your story?
I'm an impatient traveler, ready to turn ship.
I'm definitely not.
The ceasefire's getting us nowhere.
And my voice actor.
What I don't understand is how he's even here, because he's like, Kingslave is happening right now.
Well, he's like a zombie, right?
I don't think he can be anywhere at once.
I'm pretty sure he can just instant transmission.
Huh?
Yeah. And who's allowing us?
A man of no consequence.
Yeah, right.
Well, yeah, because he's not a man.
It's true.
You believe what that guy said about the port being closed?
I'm skeptical, though I won't discount the possibility. I say we go check
Why
it
is
out for
Ignis on
ourselves.
This is
Huh?
Why is Ignis on TV?
Snapshot contest, fourth time winner Ignis.
Place serves it fresher than Galding.
Ignis isn't the
Go
one who
talk
takes
to it.
pictures.
Talk to it. Talk to it. See what it says.
He's not the one who
Go
takes...
around the table.
I can't go around the table. I have to go this way.
Why is it? Winning snapshots of the fourth photo contest on display now. Theme 4 Ignis. Theme 3. Oh, this is social media. This is Patch's social media contest. This is a photo taking contest where you can't. This is a photo taking contest where you can't take the photos. You have no control over when the photos are taken. So this is a contest where you hope that the RNG got lucky and you submit a photo.
Also with spoilers to the game.
I mean, I don't know if that's a spoiler. He has a sister.
That's a spoiler.
That's a spoiler, sure. He's in a trailer, but that's fine.
Do I look good?
He looks pretty cool. That's pretty good.
That's really good.
JP Community Team Award, Director's Choice Award. Only the moon is watching. Okay. Did we go through? Yeah, you went through the prompted ones. Let's go through the Ignis ones. Oh no, okay. The Chocobo and Moogle. This was a seasonal event. This was a seasonal event because this was a live service game for a few minutes there. Remember? Oh, there is a manual photo mode now. Okay, interesting. How did this win an award? Don't worry about it.
That's the European Community Team Award. My new headcanon is that they got like 3 submissions.
They got 3 submissions, yeah.
Where's Nog? He's right in the
I think the
middle.
point is he's hanging out with the children instead of doing adult activities. It's funny. Kenny Crow refuses to tell Kid where the bathroom is. Seasonal events. Remember the Power Rangers crossover thing? Yeah, I remember that, Joey. He's jumping over the cactuar. What? Okay, it's only funny because of the caption. It's like, it is like the picture is nothing. Okay. A new replica. That's funny.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Glad that contest is over with.
Jeez, even the people participating were like, man, this is some garbage service, Square. That was...
Yeah, Video City 1, there was a Power Rangers crossover with FF. Do you not remember the big theatrically released Power Rangers soft reboot movie?
Yeah.
Remember that, everybody?
I didn't mean to talk about the jump.
Remember that? Yeah,
What
good
do
job.
you
Remember
feel
that?
like having today?
Remember trying to hit a button in this game and
Here
talking to
is
somebody
the
on
local
accident?
lineup.
I gotta bring peace to the beach.
Oh, this one's especially nasty.
They're jumping at FF. Finished up with FF11.
Much obliged. It's in your capable
The
hands.
Stealers of Lives.
Take care out there.
Okay. So you know the dude with like you know the dude who's like the reporter with this dude right here who's got the accent and the hair who's gonna talk to us in a second?
No, he's not.
He is also in that concept art for Versus 13 that got out as like a character design that was there. So this is another dude who was meant to be something else, and they had the model sitting around.
Dude, this deck looks great here. There's so much to do and see. Why is this gullible space for this?
Because it's selling that there might be
I'm
a boat.
trying!
Because it's selling that there might be a boat here to pick you up eventually. They're selling that there could believably be a boat here to pick you up. Yeah, no, that's what it is. Dude, remember, realism. Realism. That's what you're looking at here.
Team-wise, kindly reminding us that there's an
According
FF
to
game
my
where
sources,
Barbie
the
Ariana
Empire
Grande
given
Katy
strict
Perry,
orders not to
Sora
let
to
any
be Lara
vessels
Croft
leave the
and
docks
Cloud.
of
It's true.
Altisha. Real
Oh,
shame if you
God.
wait to your own
He's
way.
not wrong.
It's true. They're all there.
Oh, it's Dino, the dinosaur.
That's what I'm saying. This guy, I couldn't remember his name.
The Crown Prince of Lucis bounty hunting in his fancy car. Surely you didn't think it'd go unnoticed. At least not by this reporter. Lucky for you.
He's gonna.
this reporter
Dino's
has
definitely gonna
integrity.
call
If
someone
you
a
wanna
schmuck
remain
during this
incognito,
game.
I'll
He
respect your
doesn't.
wish.
I don't think he
In
does anyway.
exchange for a favor.
It'd be nice if he did, but I don't think he actually does.
What do you want? Hey,
The guy who's streaming FF1 he skipped ahead to Chaos and he put Jack's face on Chaos again.
Chaos. It's like chaos.
Marked where you need to go on your map. All
Chaos.
you gotta do is find me some rough gemstones, like this one.
See you later, Joey. Advice I'm watching this on is about to die, so I'm gonna have to dip, maybe back later, but text me if you go back on the Resonant Arc stream. Peace out, folks. I'll let you know, Joey. See you later.
Now that's a meal.
You know, Dean Weiss says that thing about there's a party where
Our
you're there's a
contest is on display now.
people say like there's a FF game where the party can be like this. He says that as if it's a negative thing, as if that isn't what I wish Kingdom Hearts did.
Yeah.
And I don't even. And people would say, Jacob, do you mean minus the Ariana Grande? Nah, she can be there. I don't care. The more, the merrier.
Everyone is here.
Everyone is here.
God,
God, that looks good. I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Increases XP by 10%.
Not as good as the Laganya though.
That's really expensive though.
We'll make it fresh for you.
How does anyone out here have money? We're in like
Oh, yeah.
Mad Max.
No, there's like towns and stuff.
Where?
Up just
Up
over
there.
yonder. Over yonder.
Up there.
Yeah, that is the thing, is in Kingsglaive, you see outside the city brief, like, a couple of times, and it's made to look like a blasted hellscape. But, like, you see it here, and that's why I say, like, it seems like the Empire's just kind of leaving them alone. Like, they seem to just kind of be a functioning, like, a relatively poor society, possibly, but there's, like, one vacation destination you save up for and you go visit. And maybe people from Lucis come and visit it, because you can't exactly go to the beach in Lucis.
That's right.
But, I don't know,
It's just
man.
such a small beach.
No, and the world building in this is just like it's
That's the other
confusing.
problem. The
It's
world
confusing.
building is
I
just-
don't know what the rules are. I don't know who's in control of what and where we're supposed to be. And we were talking about this already.
I mean, there's a reason why it's kind of boring, but there is a reason why FF12 opens with Ondor narrating stuff after a bit, is to explain.
It's useful.
It is not
It's
even
useful.
It's not even that complicated of a political situation, but it's something, and it explains itself.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
And you could even argue it doesn't do enough because we barely know what Rosaria is. We barely know what frickin' Nabradia is in that game.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I really wish that chat.
Look, it's Nomura likes cats.
I haven't played it in a bit because I've been meaning to make a video about like chapter 1 first before I play more of it, and I haven't had time to make the video. I should just go back and keep playing it because I was really enjoying it. And I don't want to forget all the mechanics, but I was really enjoying Tactics Ogre Reborn. But the one big thing that game is missing that it needs is a political map. Like it's actually difficult to keep track of.
And like I'm just actually doing a 100% speedrun, which is why I already got the Trevally to give to the cat. It's actually, you know, if you're playing this part of the game, it's really important.
Cat, that's not where the fish is.
Oh no.
You only like cooked fish.
Oh, that's why I was like.
He rejected the fish. Consult the chef.
I don't think she's the chef. I think she's like the hostess.
Yeah, I don't think the person behind the counter is the chef.
Maybe there's gonna be a very stereotypical chef standing right next to her this time around. No, that would require.
Oh no, she is cooking. That's the cook
Okay.
space. Okay, yeah.
That the best pickup line you've got?
For the number of people who are here, I'm sure that amount of cook space is fine. However, there are way too many. Like, if this place was at capacity, there are not enough cook stations here.
That's the reason I was like, she must be the hostess or something.
Yeah.
And someone just ordered the last fish on hand.
There is not enough surface area to cook here. To facilitate all the people who could be eating at this restaurant, potentially. Take that stupid ball cap off. You're an adult. You don't get to wear a backwards ball cap.
You're allowed. You just, if you're a horrible human.
Not unless you, like, forgot to put... the only circumstance under which you're allowed to do that is if you... Oops, I forgot to put sunscreen on the back of my neck.
Yeah.
And I'm going to wear this ball cap backwards for that purpose. It's the only circumstance under which it is allowed as an adult male.
Give. Did I not get the thing I needed?
We weren't paying attention. I think you still need to talk to her more.
More?
Yeah. Do you need another fish? No, give the fish. Give the fish. You didn't give it.
I just talked.
Now you gotta give the fish. It didn't happen in the same cutscene.
I'm feeling a lot like Conan O'Brien right now.
Who would play this? I told you. That was the cutscene explaining that you need to get me a fish.
But the only way you would have had a fish at that point.
Yes, you would. Yes, you
you
would have had
needed to have a fish
You needed to have a
progress
fish
that
to
first
progress
line.
the first part to be sent to talk to her in the first place.
All right, here you go.
Easy money. Easy read. Easy read.
You're one spoiled. Aw, I think he likes you. I guess.
Reborn's voice acting is fine, Ninja Bunny. Yeah, I agree. Like, Tactics Ogre, it is not of the caliber that I would want for the inevitable Tactics remake, because the Tactics remake to me is such a high-quality narrative that it really deserves, you know, award-winning,
It deserves an HBO miniseries.
In many ways, I have gameplay issues with Tactics. I think that Tactics Ogre Reborn is more fun to play than FF Tactics.
Yes.
But the narrative of Tactics, FF Tactics, is it feels more like great literature than most video game stories. It's really high up there for me.
Why
and
can't I drive
to have the
anymore?
opportunity to present that to a new audience who hasn't experienced it before, it needs that caliber. It needs a really high caliber of performance.
Did I do something where I can't drive anymore? Like,
who knows? Who can say? Certainly not me.
Oh, we're almost out of gas. That's unfortunate.
Should have gotten gas where you live.
I really just do not care.
Yeah, neither do I.
You're one step above delivery boy.
Royal rank carries little weight outside the Grand City.
Glad it's not.
Okay.
You alright?
I'm tired. And I'm hungry. I told you this.
I'm hungry too.
Could you go for some French toast?
Why did you reference that?
This is
of all
funny.
things? No,
because
no one
nobody's
got it.
exactly, but it was funny to you and to
you,
me.
And you referenced something that just like
I'm listen,
ashamed to
I'm
say
10
I
years
still
deep.
remember.
I'm 10 years deep, and quite some time before I hit the 10-year mark, I did decide that the only person I'm really concerned about entertaining is myself, and anyone that I catch along the way is a bonus.
Shout out to the bonus bean room.
The bonus bean room, exactly. See, now you're getting it.
Put your seatbelt on, idiot.
Prompto's the only one of these guys that actually got a redesign.
You sure we're in the right spot?
Obviously, like, the Rowan clothes redesigns happened, but like,
Should be a nice change of pace.
like Prompto's hair and face changed. They actually redesigned him, even after the 2013 trailer.
Then he also went again with the French. He was saying something positive.
I said, let's go get some French toast.
Oh, and the bird's about to spawn in and pop out of existence.
It
I
won't,
hope.
I'm sure that's fixed.
Please,
Gosh,
please,
that
please,
only
please.
happened because I was running down the road away from it. Remember, that was like that wasn't a normal circumstance. I think I pushed the game a little bit for that.
Rock and roll.
I see what he did there.
Yeah, he said it already.
It was like a rock.
OMG. We're supposed to get near that thing.
Prompto, stop talking.
Before you wake it up.
Thank you, Gladiolus. Hey, that's another thing. Again, the localization and scripting is not bad in some spots. Like, in most games, they'd just be like, you know, oh, they're just gonna, well, we gotta sneak around here, guys. Having a character actually go, dude, shut up. You can't go that way. It's fine, it's fine. Dude, you think you can't wake this thing up as long as you sneak. Oh, never mind. You screwed up, you got too close to it.
You're a jerk.
You got too close to it. I don't know, man. Change character L1 and L2. Ignis can probably kill it. Ignis can probably kill it. Prompto can shoot at it and Ignis can
No,
then
it's fine.
kill it.
We're good.
Get the item.
Run! Knocked!
You're still in the stealth state, and you can't walk through where it was a second ago, can you? Oh, it left. It's fine. He's cool. He's gone.
Knocked! Stand... Why are you... You can make me do the duck walk.
Cool, huh?
Made it out alive. Barely. I seriously thought we were at Journey's End.
With that feat.
This is a great game. I'm telling you.
Indeed.
This game is buckling.
Give Dino the stone. Oh, my stone! Does this thing ever get brought up again, or is it just for this one moment? I'm pretty sure you fight it later at the mountain, don't you? It's at the mountain, right? Later on?
I don't know if it's at the mountain or just a mini boss you can fight, or an optional boss you can fight here.
It goes back that way.
Oh crap, you're right. It's like I'm in block traffic. Yeah, that's right. What are you gonna do?
Nothing. You can't do anything about it. You're the
That's right.
prince. You're the prince.
Do something. You can't.
It's a privilege to make way for the prince.
Try your luck.
It's a privilege to make way for the prince.
And what are you gonna do? What are you
Oh,
gonna
it's the
do?
waltz playing. It's the slow version of the waltz.
That's a good song. No. Why is it resuming going to the quest? Oh, it meant this one again.
Will the music keep playing during the loading screen? No. Can you
Yes,
hunt
I
it to
thought.
put it in cup?
I
You can hunt
believe
it to
it
put
is.
it in cup noodles, no?
I believe that's
You
correct.
fight it for Gladiolus's cup noodle. But Bobcat says yes at the mountain. Maybe there's two of them.
Actually, I like
D. Weiss points out, if you click the analog stick right when the stamina bar runs out, it refills the bar. It's probably too hard to try and learn just for this stream, though. I remember this tech now that you're describing it to me, actually. I remember this tech now.
I can did do that very consistently.
I need to charge the controller for a minute anyway, though. So I'm gonna go stick. I'm gonna plug this in just even for a few minutes, and we'll just hang out and talk about whatever, you know.
I'll be back. Probably.
I think when you when we get back, when I do unplug the controller and get back into it, I'm gonna switch to the Sky so that I can start remembering how that game works. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it would be worth it to switch back to Sorry. I'm double checking the stream with the other guys. Huh. I think I should in fact save this file because it'll be useful to be able to show off a couple of like the things they added. Like we could show off playing as Ignis and playing as Gladiolus or playing as Prompto really quickly. But I think I should also play Episode to Sky for a few minutes to remember how that works. So yeah, I'll give the controller a few minutes to charge, and then we are probably going to switch. We'll play this for a few minutes, then I'll switch back over, and we can probably get a couple of things done. If we move quick, we can, like, we're like 2 cutscenes away from the invasion happening, right? So we could, like, go and fight some robots heading to the cliffside, and that could be a good, like, when and if the Resonant Arc guys cut back over to us, that could be a good thing to show. So I could get that far, and then save, and switch over to Sky and practice with that. Yeah, so let's just talk about whatever while we're waiting for a few minutes. Stamina refills if you let go right before it, yeah, runs out. Planning the game isn't really that hard. The most tedious part is leveling the fish. Yeah, the only things Joshua and I had left in this were one of the other boys' stats. I think the survival stat for Gladiolus. No, I think it was the cooking stat and the fishing stat were the only things we had left we had to do. But we just really didn't care. Yesh Kapoor, Jacob. Well, actually, hold on. First, I'm going to ask Ninja Bunny a question first, and then I'll answer the other question. Ninja Bunny said, "What about the Dissidia chapter? I mean, the Disguise chapter. What do you mean by that? Are you saying what are you asking? What about what? Please clarify. I'm not sure what you're asking after there." Yesh says, "Jacob, any upcoming release besides 16 that has you interested game-wise?" I'd have to look. What's coming out this year? What's still coming out that I care about? Let's see. Wow, there's a lot of stuff. Okay, hold on. Let's have a look. Hold on one second. No, okay. Madden NFL 24. Definitely looking forward to that. He said to nobody. Oh, Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. Definitely going to play that when it comes out. That's going to be good. Sea of Stars is coming out later this year. Going to play that. I don't really care about Starfield, if I'm being honest. Disgaea 7, is that what Ninja Bunny was talking about? I don't think Ninja Bunny's actually talking about that. I'm just joking. Marvel Spider-Man 2, I'm honestly like, I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine, but I'm not super interested. I'm scrolling through Game Informer's list of games coming out in 2023, by the way. I don't see anything else coming out this year that I care about. At least something that's jumping out at me. Obviously, 7 Rebirth, whenever it happens, keen to play that. I'm scrolling through stuff that's like doesn't have a release date, but is supposed to come out this year. Which means it's probably coming out next year. No, that was everything there that I cared to look at or talk about. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's all I can think of that I'm really interested in upcoming stuff. Are you going to disappoint our man, Todd Howard? I don't know Todd anything. Like what I said, it doesn't make any sense. Yes, I do know what Disgaea is. That's why I was confused. I thought you were, like, asking me about episode Disgaea, and you had, like, written it wrong. Okay. Yet another random FF15 crossover I hadn't heard about. Ah, got it. Okay, I also don't think I remember there being a Disgaea crossover. Circle Duck, I won't be able to play FF16 for a while, so I'll probably avoid all spoilers and media in general. But, Jacob, if you plan on playing at 16 on release, please let me know if Torgal turns into a human. I doubt that's going to happen. But, if I can reach you, I'll let you know. I mean, I know how to reach you. I'll let you know, I guess. Actually, what will be your spoiler on 16? Your policy on 16 spoilers, because I really don't want to see anything. I knew you were kidding. I am going to media blackout as best I can when the game comes out. And I'm not going to make any videos about it while it's coming out. And I don't intend to talk about it while I'm playing it. After it's done, I'll probably say on Twitter, good or bad. And if I feel like making a video about it, maybe I will. I've got a couple of other videos that I want to work on. And Josh and I are going to be playing 16 together, but he's going to be, he's going to have to go out of town for a couple of days, and in the near future. And I doubt we're going to be able to beat the game before he has to leave town. So I suspect that there will be a period of time where I am hanging out by myself, and I'll probably use that time to work on some YouTube videos that are in my backlog, because I got a lot of projects, including but not limited to the aforementioned Tactics Over video, which is nothing complicated. There's going to be an unscripted impressions video on like my feelings about the first chapter of the game, which sounds easy to make, and it probably would be if I ever had time or energy. Because sometimes I have time, but don't have the energy in me, don't have the passion in me, or it's like, well, there's something more important that I should work on and can't get to that yet. Any hope for research runs on Lost Legacy? No time soon. I mean, in the future, hypothetically, but no time soon. Because, I've still got Uncharted 4 to edit. I've still got a Final Fantasy VII Remake to film. So no time soon for Lost Legacy. I'd like to cover it at some point, but not anytime soon. I'm just double checking on the Resonant Arc guys again. Are you playing 16 at launch? Yeah. Yeah. There's that Sakaguchi game crossover all with 15 too. Yeah, I remember a lot of people mentioning that Noctis had more chemistry with the girl from the Sakaguchi mobile phone game than he does with his actual girlfriend. Having gone and watched those cutscenes, I think that's unfair. I mean, they make a couple of jokes with one another, but Noctis has no scenes with Luna, so talking about their chemistry is maybe a little bit like, you know, that's not really a fair point of comparison. Is Resonant Arc supposed to come back to you for a wrap-up? I don't know what they're going to do. They just said that they might come back to me later. I don't know how long they're going to go for. I understood they're going to go for several more hours from where we are right now. And I imagine they're going to go to whoever is still going. And I intend to go for a while longer because this is also our, this is the I'm hanging out with you guys 10 years anniversary type stream. I'm going to pause the game, not that it matters, just so the time stops progressing. And also we'll be able to hear a different track. Give me one moment. Wrong button. Wrong button again. Oh, they're talking about the fact that they outsourced stuff for Final Fantasy VII Remake initially. That's also a really interesting subject, okay, because I can hear them because I have their stream going in the background. That's a really interesting subject because, like, there just was no team internally at Square at the time to make that. Nomura didn't, like, because Tokyo Team didn't exist, right? It became Luminous, so there was no team to make Final Fantasy VII Remake. There was no team to equipped to make that game at the time. Jacob, what do you want to be shown at the Nintendo Direct tomorrow? Honestly, my expectations for Nintendo at this point are just, I don't know what I want from them anymore, man, because I don't think they're ever going to give it to me. I want a Zelda game with a good script. Hold on. Oh, well. I was going to jump into the chat on their stream and say some stuff, but I'm not going to. It will not be Prime 4. No, there's no way Prime 4 is showing up tomorrow. There's been leaks about it? Yeah, but I don't believe the leaks. There were leaks about the PlayStation Showcase a few weeks ago. Everybody was confident they were real, and I wasn't, and they weren't. There's always leaks before this type of stuff. They're right, like, 1 out of 15 times. But no, I have no, like, I don't know. I don't have no expectations for Nintendo right now. It'd be nice to see what the next Mario game is going to be, I guess. Because it's been, like, Odyssey was not a launch title for the Switch, but it was really close. There hasn't been a new just Mario platformer, which is really stupid. I guess, I don't know, maybe that's unfair, because really we only get one of those per platform typically. 64, Sunshine. I don't know, we got Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 2. There hasn't been a new Super Mario Brothers game since New Super Mario Brothers U. I'm not sure I necessarily want one of those, but the point is that there hasn't even been one. There hasn't been a Mario game since Odyssey. And we're obviously not getting a new Mario Kart anytime soon, since they're just padding that out with more DLC. Padding out the lifespan of that game. It'd be nice to see a new 3D Mario. It'd be nice to see, since Bowser's Fury was obviously a prototype of whatever they're doing next, it'd be nice to see that actual game. That's something I would like to see from Nintendo. What's probably happening with the Fire Emblem 4 remake? What's that? Yeah, what are the rumors? They're showing off a new 2D Mario game and a remake of an SNES classic. That's what the rumors say? Okay. Dean says, if I remember, Division 1 of the OG FF team was on 7R. Division 2 was Luminous. Division 3 was Osaka KH team. 7 was handed to another team whose name I forget, and they scrapped all their work. No, it wasn't handed to an internal team. It was given to CyberConnect. It was given to CyberConnect 2, a separate company. Because I think at the time they didn't have the internal bandwidth to make it themselves, was the problem. I mean, this is where the divisions got completely redone, right? Where, they got, the business divisions were all completely reorganized and renamed, which is why we now have Creative Business Unit 3, the most soul-crushing name ever for the FF14 guys, and I think it's Creative Business Unit 1 that is responsible for FF7 remake. They could show Layton, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Thoughts on Star Wars Outlaws? I don't trust any Ubisoft trailers. I mean, I don't have really any interest in playing the game anyway, I don't think, but like it's I don't know. I don't trust Ubisoft games to remain interesting. I don't trust Ubisoft trailers to tell the truth about how the game works. At absolute minimum, I am glad that it's a Star Wars. God, I hope there's not a lightsaber anywhere in the game. I don't have, as a Star Wars fan, I don't have a lot of overall brand enthusiasm, and I never have. As a kid who was into Star Wars, I didn't care about the books. I didn't care about all this. I was like, a couple of these movies are fun, I guess. And I still feel that way. I think a couple of the Star Wars movies are fun, and some of them aren't, and some of the TV show and side stuff is fun, and some of it isn't. And if I look at something and go, I don't like that, then it doesn't bother me. I have no investment. I don't have that much investment in it. And like, getting something as high quality as Andor has really spoiled me on all that stuff, where it's like, I kind of just want Andor Season 2 to be good, and then I think I don't really need anything else from Star Wars for a while. I think I'm good. But I'm glad, if Star Wars Outlaws has a solitary lightsaber or Force user in it, it's dead to me and immediately uninteresting. But if it is legitimately just about people doing crimes in space, then maybe I'll look at it. If I see a YouTube reaction video after that game comes out of, oh my god, main character uses the Force reveal midway through, or, reaction, Inquisitor boss fight, I have no interest in the game. Kills all my interest in it instantaneously. Have no interest in lightsabers or the Force or any of that. If a single Force user or lightsaber shows up in Season 2 of Andor, I'm going to be so upset. Dean West says, there's really no point in 2D new Super Mario Bros. Games anymore now that Mario Maker exists. That's a good point, but I would contend that you can look at that from the angle of, what if Mario Maker inspires a completely new type of 2D Mario game, right? If the developers internally looked at what people were making and said, this is nuts, we should really be more bold with our own designs. If you saw a 2D Mario game that bucked design tradition and aesthetic tradition and did wild, zany Mario Maker-esque stuff, then I'd be interested in a 2D Mario game. If it's just New Super Mario Bros. 1-2 Switch, don't care. Don't care. I'd much prefer to see whatever Bowser's Fury is going to turn into. Any updates on Lost Soul Aside? Nope. Haven't heard anything about that in like a year and a half or so. Can't wait for Mario Galaxy 2 to be the next big Switch Mario game at full price. It's likelier than you think, I figure. Did the Resonant Arc folks come by again? Not yet. They're still making their way back through other people. Remember, guys, I'm at the end of the pecking order. I'm at the ass end of the pecking order. They went back through FF1 and FF4 and FF3. The FF11 streamer they were going to go and see finally was available, so they were on FF11 for a while. They're looking at FF10 more right now. I don't know who's still online. I might be one of the only people, so they could cut to me immediately after. They also went to 12 for a little bit. I think the person who's doing 12 might have been wrapping up, so they might be gone. I should check if Night Sky Prince is still online, actually. Let's see if he's still going or not. Oh, hold on. I think he's actually streaming on YouTube, isn't he? I think he's streaming on YouTube, not on Twitch. No? Okay, he must be done. That's weird. Where was he streaming? I don't see an archive of it. Whatever. They could throw it to me next. I have no idea. Which means I should probably go grab the controller in a second because it's charged some more and get a few more minutes of practice in. Leaked that FE4 Remake was in development and that Three Houses is supposed to release before Engage but got delayed. Oh, an FE4 Remake that was supposed to release before Engage but got delayed. Okay, I misread that message from Ninja Bunny. Okay, interesting. Modified Dynasty Warriors engine that was apparently hell to work with. Genius. That's pretty funny. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what they were talking about on the stream. They were joking that whenever we quit doing this, when we do our final podcast, we should just do Xenogears again, because we'd easily get another 20 episodes out of it. That's pretty funny. Weird question, is this menu background a patch? I feel like I mentioned how this would have been a day one patch if it wasn't delayed. What? Do you mean here in FF15? This is how it looked from day one. This is how the game always looked. They mentioned a couple times they're going to switch to FF16 after FF10? Oh, okay. Interesting. Then maybe they're not going to kick it to me. Yeah, they're cutting to the FF16 demo. Okay. They're watching Sin. They're watching the Crusaders and the Albed try to kill Sin, and it ain't gonna go so well for them. Spoilers. All right. Well, if they're gonna play the FF16 demo, that gives me plenty of time to get acquainted with the combat stylings of Prompto and Ignis, and to practice with Episode to Sky. Then that's excellent. And also plenty of time for us to talk about other stuff, of course. Again, hit me with whatever you guys want to talk about, hit me with it. I'm going to refill my water. I'll be back in a moment. Now, I'm a little bit afraid, I don't remember for sure, but I'm a little bit afraid that if I talk to Dino, that initiates us being taken to the hotel room, which initiates a uncontrollable car ride to the Empire, taking everything over. Those two are still splashing each other. The sun has set. They were doing that at high noon. How do I... Oh. No. Out of my way. There we go. How do I teleport? Oh, I can't do that here, can I? That would be considered uncivilized. All right. We're gonna do... Oh, I'm gonna run out of track before I run out of stamina. I was gonna try the stamina trick, but it ain't gonna work. Because it's gonna stop me from sprinting in here, isn't it? Yep.
Are we staying here? Just so you know, I'm cool with camping.
All right, I'm gonna give my shiny. Oh, actually, what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna save first in case this does put us on an uncontrollable path to the next story event. There is a you cannot go back after this prompt. Okay, that's good. So then we should be fine.
Is this your water?
Yes, that's my water.
Am I moving that?
No, not at all.
You're so kind.
Which of these is the oldest, most uselessest save file?
Probably the one where I'm level 47.
Oh, hold on. These have appeared now. These weren't here a minute ago. Okay. Can I? No, these are auto saves. I can't save over them, can I?
That's why it's different.
Okay. Then yeah, this level. Not that any of these saves matter anymore. As if we're ever gonna load them again. But level 47, I suppose. Oh wait, no. What am I talking about? That's in the hallway.
Yep.
We can't get rid of
We
that.
can't get rid of
That's
the
sacred.
hallway.
That's sacred. We can't get rid of that.
Get rid of that one.
Yeah, that's right.
Because that's the only other one where we hadn't beaten the game yet.
Yep. It's a save file in Insomnia right before the final boss.
Yeah.
At 45 hours.
Who gives a crap about that?
Yeah, there's video evidence of it in case I ever want those numbers. 45 hours to get to that point. Whatever. You're gone.
Dang. I can't believe you just let the past die.
I know, that's what I'm saying, right? I guess I could have deleted one of these other later ones. That says only 21 hours. Am I misreading that? No, total playtime 56 hours. I was misreading it. That was the time the save file was made.
That's 9.
My bad. Okay. There's the okay, yeah. Hand the stone. All right.
What were you about to say? You said there's.
What?
I just had to get my hands on this, even if it meant blackmail.
No, there. Oh, sorry. Dean said there is a "you cannot progress past this point" prompt. That was the sentence I started saying.
This elusive little beauty's gonna become
Rather, you can't go back after this point.
I'll share a little scoop. That special coin you got? It commemorates the Oracle's ascension. That guy was tossing them out to everyone. Must have picked them up back in Niflheim. And speaking of freebies, here's one from me. Come back if you want to buy more.
I doubt a souvenir like that could make its way into the hands of an ordinary citizen.
How this guy shows.
Oh well, it's our pocket change now.
Let's learn from history and book a place this time.
Like that Jacob.
As promised, I'm in the process of securing your ferry tickets right now. Told you, I'm a man of integrity. Should be smooth sailing from here. So let me know when you're ready.
I admit I didn't expect Dino to secure us a ship.
Well, must be pretty connected if he can pull some strings around an Imperial embargo.
Yeah, that guy's one artful artisan.
No, I'm not. I don't know why I have a prompt from them. I'm not supposed to be in here right now.
No, you don't have a.
Yes, I do. That just appeared.
That's odd.
I agree.
I just disconnected.
That's what I'm gonna do.
That was odd.
Yes, it was. All right.
What's next?
Huh?
What's next?
What's next?
Episode of Sky.
No, not quite. Oh, cosmology. Titan, steadfastest. Okay, sure, whatever. That doesn't mean anything. Time immemorial, they have watched over. That's it. They watch over. They watch over. That's all you gotta know, man. Ask Dino to get you on board. Didn't I just do that?
No. No, you didn't.
I talked to him again.
And then you have to talk to him again.
I did talk to him again.
No. You had to talk to him twice.
Okay, so that is the point of no return.
To give you another point of no return.
No, that is the point of no return. I don't want that anyway. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Why do you not want the point of no return?
I don't, because I want to basically when they kick it back to me, if they kick it back to me, I want to be in the car going toward robots to show off to show off Ignis and Prompto gameplay, and then cut over to Episode of Sky.
Okay.
So what I want to do is I want to advance time and then go fight some random monsters.
Okay.
So that I know how to play them, and then I'm gonna go play Episode to Sky and relearn how to play that.
I did pick up a few side quests, so if you want to pull those up, you can just go do those.
I'm just gonna go camp first, so we can actually fast travel and take the car and stuff, and we don't get stopped by an iron knuckle.
Yeah.
So I gotta go over to the campsite, which is gonna take a minute, but that's okay. I forgot about the sprint tech. I'm gonna do it now though. Watch me do it. It's gonna be great. Oh wait, hold on. Cosmology.
It's Culinary Chronicle.
Yeah, exactly. Fella, I helped on the mountain and I headed back to Lestalem. Lest I think that where we're headed should only be a little further, but I feel like we're going around in circles. Fella said we ought to take a road less traveled and follow the river. That fish will keep our stomachs filled. Sharp as attack, this one. He said he wants to be a journalist, but I reckon I ought to make him my partner.
The sarcastic one said, why didn't they get Ninja? He's played FF11 on stream before. Why didn't they get Ninja, Jacob?
I don't know, man.
He's an authority.
I don't know
FF11.
I don't know anything about that. I really couldn't say.
Better make tracks. Chop chop, Prompto.
There in a jiffy.
I thought it was the right stick, right? As it
It is.
Well, it can't be
You
because it opens the map.
Oh. No, no, it doesn't.
I just hit. That's why you keep opening the map when you're trying to lock on.
No,
Joshua.
it's left stick. It's the same as sprint.
Oh, so you have to press.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Sorry, when you said right stick, I
Let's try this.
misheard.
Hold on. I can do it. I can do it.
It's
I can do it. I can do it. Left stick. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can make
Well, I have to
knockers.
wait.
It's fine. I'm gonna figure it out. Watch this. It's gonna be really good when I get it. It's gonna be really good when I get this tech.
It's gonna be really bad. When
Watch
you
this.
Spend the next like 30 minutes trying.
Watch this. I'm gonna get this tech. Okay, it didn't work.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't work.
I'm quitting.
That's right. We're gonna cheat.
I love how Noctis's body just emits a flashlight. No, it's right there, dude.
It's right there.
It's right there.
It is just emanating out of his body.
No, it's coming out of a hole, and it's stuck in his
cut
pocket.
a hole in his shirt.
It's sticking out. It's in his pocket, and it's coming out of a hole in his shirt. It's simple. Here, look. If we change to another costume, I'm sure it'll look much better if we just give him a different costume, right? Like we're being unfair by giving him his default costume.
Don't you do it.
Maybe if we put him in the civilian outfit casual, it'll look better, huh? No? Okay, well that's weird. You'd think that, like, you know, the civilian outfit casual would be the right outfit for him to, like... Maybe we put him... It's Princess Fatigue, no jacket. If the jacket's on, then he's gonna look good, right? Yeah, see, look, and now it's up there clipping through his... Oh, no, you know what? It's not clipping through. It's like...
It's like a little lapel
it's like stapled on there, right? Yeah. His hand is... No, actually, his hand isn't clipping through it. It's just barely touching it. It's probably a little hot to the touch, so I wouldn't want to touch it if I was him.
It's probably an LED. LEDs aren't that.
I suppose you're right. They got all kinds of technology there in that city.
Why?
I want to see what it looks like on this one.
Why are you?
It's
so
still up
intent
there.
Causing me pain?
It's still up there. Okay, now hold on. Now we gotta see how it looks with the power armor on. Wrong one. It's fully charged. I don't know. I don't remember what that means. I don't remember what that mechanic is. Where's the flashlight now? There is no flashlight.
Oh no.
There is no flashlight. It's gone.
Oh no.
I have the Avengers though in my inventory. I have the Avengers.
Avengers Infinity game.
Okay, hold on. I'll change out of this.
Please. Why do I ask for
It's
such simple
funny.
things
It's
from you?
funny. It's funny. And you know it is.
Because it's funny.
You know that it's funny, Joshua.
You teach him to call me that? Yes. Because it's funny.
Oh, is the review embargo up today? What's happening? Everybody in their chat's freaking out for some reason. Oh, they're just having they're having technical difficulties. That's why they're freaking out.
And everyone in their chat's just talking about how 16's gonna be great.
Yeah,
it's
probably. It's probably gonna be pretty good. What does this do? What do these do? Attack by 30.
They're not good.
Yeah, none of them are good.
If you want to do the toast and then go grab a meal in the other place, if you're gonna go get food.
No, I really don't care. I'll just dip the toast. We ate expensive the other night.
That wasn't expensive. I got the one that was 1,000. That's nothing.
We ate at a fancy restaurant, dude. We ate at a fancy, expensive restaurant. Oh my god, that looks so good. That toast looks so good, dude.
No, it doesn't.
It looks good, dude. I like that toast. Oh, he spun his gun and he went wha-pa-pow, wha-pa-ta-ta-ta, wha-pa-pow, and Noctis is taking photos of it. Wha-pa-pow, wha-pow, wha-ta-pa-pow.
This is the darkest timeline.
It's fine. He's cool. Oh, I hit his tailbone. He really hurt. Oh man, he's like, oh, that was a great dive. That was a don't point that gun. He just pointed that gun right at Noctis. He just should have put the gun down. That was terrible. And I don't think there's bad trigger discipline too. I'm pretty sure his finger's still down.
I wonder if Noctis is vulnerable to gun.
Yeah, he's vulnerable to gun for sure.
Well, I mean, does it do like orange damage? Like, does it get more heavily staggered by?
I would say so. Yeah. How long can this go on for? You feel better now, Prompto?
No.
You need to use a potion?
Oh,
Stop pointing the gun at the prince. Stop pointing the gun at the prince.
How could this have happened?
Easy money.
I can't help you out of this one.
Why didn't Noctis level up with
Prompto levels
photography?
up so freaking fast, man.
What? I didn't even get any photos.
Dude, no, get the photo. Save the photo of Arden to give to Luna. Imagine that.
Yeah.
That ending.
Save. He
It's not as laugh out loud funny, but it's just so messed
I like
up.
this photo because it has photos of Ignis doing this in the background while Ignis does this in the foreground. I think it's genius. That's a good photo. I like that. We're bros. We hang out. Why don't we save all the photos? How much storage do these dudes have in the future? I don't really care about the photo of.
It says right up there.
I know, but I mean, in the future they should have way more than that. I don't really care about the photo of the the lady. It's a little overexposed, but it's a good shot of the restaurant we all went to. That's a great snapshot that you got of the bird prompt. I'll save that.
No wonder we got freaking caught because his freaking Canon, like, digital camera went,
What an idiot.
and that woke the bird up because high frequency.
He ratted us out. He ratted us out.
How dare he? How dare he?
So, just how many photos have you taken?
Well, haven't really been keeping count,
Okay.
but it's a lot. First time outside the Crown City. You bet I'm eager.
Maybe quit making faces and snap some of us too.
My face just does that, and you always shy away from the lens.
Well, now he's given you royal permission.
I prefer photojournalist.
The Prompto just said it's the first time out of the Crown City. Technically, it's not, but I guess maybe he doesn't know that. I forget the exact. But he's like, and that's one thing I never understood about the logistics of his old orphanhood. Like, how does he have that apartment that he's living in? Did the state give that to him? Do they have really, like, it's not really good, like, social services if their solution to the orphaned kid is to give him just to give him a house instead of, you know, putting him in a foster care or an orphanage or something. Okay, now I can do that. Interesting. Oh, there's Monstars over here. And a treasure chest, according to... Oh, man, I think I may have missed. A treasure chest. A treasure chest is on the map. Where's the treasure? Where's the treasure? Ah, sweet. I love how they're all just orbs. It really fills me with a desire to explore, to find all of the orbs. Your current bounty only comes out at night. Wait until nightfall to resume the hunt. I really don't care. Wrong button. Alright, how does Prompto play? I'm gonna actually read the tutorials here. Oh, there's no tutorials for this one. There was a tutorial for Ignis, but not for the dude who shoots the gun. Okay, that's a crouch. I don't want to crouch, I want to shoot. That's the wrong button. That's the wrong button.
Don't you think you're a little close? Keep your distance.
Do I just hold this button down too? Do I hold down the fire button? Okay, I'm locked on automatically. Not doing a lot of damage. Maybe I should pull out my machine gun. So okay, so the pistol, you don't have to aim. Okay, ready your submachine gun by holding L. It didn't even tell me what the freaking button was to attack, which it wasn't square. Square was like crouch for no reason. Because the levels aren't designed around cover like his barely are. Ready your submachine gun by holding L1. Use R to aim and press R1 to fire. Okay, sure. Okay, actually, I can just press R1 and he just zooms in. There's no, like, hip fire or whatever. Oh, this feels so good. You guys have no idea. Vulnerable enemies are temporarily incapacitated. Capitalize on this and land a powerful strike. Crack shot against a vulnerable enemy. That sounds stupid. Oh, I guess he doesn't stay vulnerable long enough for the rocket launcher to be viable. Bye. Now, how do I reload the gun? How do I reload the gun? Here, Noctis, do your team attack. Oh, I swapped. Okay, hold on. I hit the wrong button. Hold on a second.
What it's gained in size and lost in flavor.
All right, yeah, this is like, yeah, brilliant flash of light reducing their stats. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, okay, good. Shoot a bunch, shoot a bunch. Oh, is reloading just Starhawk? I mean, or rather, Warhawk rules where you just change away from the weapon and it reloads? That's excellent, if so. Friends run out of HP, their abilities are impaired. I don't care. Gladiolus will be fine. I'm pressing the triangle button and it's not... Oh, I guess he's... Can you only perform the triangle move if the enemy is downed? Selfie shot. Set aside your differences and snap a selfie with foes. That uses meter. How do you reload? How does one reload the gun? Shooting reminds me of Umbrella Corps, the sarcastic one. How did my gun reload? The shooting reminds me of most games that try to have shooting and don't, like, do it very well. Here's a really basic demonstration of the problem. See, watch how I'm not using anything to compensate for recoil, and watch how much recoil there is.
Yeah, I'm beat.
That's how you know the shooting is good, when there's no recoil of any kind. Thought it was triangle that was reload, but they said there was like sharp shot if you... do I have to be on the pistol to be sharp shot? I don't know. I'll just go somewhere with enemies. You know, that's another... I'm just realizing with the part of the scale of this world is like, can I just go somewhere and just fight a lot of guys?
It is quite comforting to see other people about.
Guys, we were just here, like, last night. How do I get gas? Yeah, refuel. Yeah, refuel. 10 gil, absolutely. God, gas is cheap in this one-state world. Is Final Fantasy 15 pro one-world government? Where am I going? Where do I want to go? Quest location. I guess they're all here and at night. If I feel like there were more enemies hanging out like up here, that I feel like I'm gonna run into more stuff if I go this direction. No, just map point. Take me like here. Yeah, go. How do I auto travel? Do I hit a button? I pay money? What happens? How do I do this? Prompto has adopted parents in the city, but he's not a robot. He's a clone of the bald guy. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, he sucks because that's what he'll look like when he's older. Not necessarily. No, I know he's not actually a robot. He's a clone. I'm aware. Okay. Oh, there's some FF13 music in here. That's good stuff. Promise is a good track. The Promise is a great theme. I have to pick when you get in the car. But I couldn't, it said auto, right? Or there was a warp at the bottom, fast travel or something at the bottom, wasn't there? Oh, well. Here we go. I was the one who said he was a robot. No, I know he's not a robot, I'm just, Oh, got it. He was correcting you because you said he was a robot. Okay. Pistol is sharpshooter, yeah, got it. Okay. How do you feel about DMC having FF16 having DFC combat? Great. Awesome. I feel phenomenal about it having DMC combat. You want to know why? Because it's a combat system that the developers of the game felt passionate about and wanted to make. You know some games with combat systems the developers did not feel passionate about and didn't want to make? Final Fantasy 13 and Final Fantasy 15. This is such a great theme. Oh, I put the webcam away just as Noctis sat back down. My majestic shot was ruined. Gladiolus, what are you talking about? I don't think anybody's listening to you, man. Sunless Waterscape's decent. Actually, oh, sorry, I didn't mean that. I wanted to listen to Lightning's theme. I was like, wait, that's not, wait, this is some, I was like, that's not what Sunless Waterscape is it? And then Sunless Waterscape starts playing, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's not a bad track either, but I wanted to listen to Lightning's theme, except for how I'm getting out of the car now. It's true, Ninja Bunny. FF13's OST is amazing. It's great stuff.
Let's head on out.
Okay, Monstars. This feels like a place where there would be Monstars. Keep your distance or die, says the sign. Too bad I can't read. If this dude tells me I can't go in here, I'm gonna be pissed. I vaguely remember this woman.
To the door, but no further. Wow, that might be the oldest elevator I've ever seen.
Huh, it's up and running.
This thing's ancient. You sure it's safe?
Yes.
Only one way to find out.
Let's go, baby. I just want to fight enemies. Oh my god. Oh, right, of course, realism. Continue a world. Why is the camera so tight? Why is the camera so tight here? No, in this elevator.
This thing's been around a while.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
That's
how you know it's good.
The sort that's infested with bloodthirsty demons. Am I warm?
Red hot, I'd say. Give me a break.
Well, there's no telling how deep the shaft goes.
All the way to hell.
All the way to hell. He's so badass.
Here we are.
We could always take it down deeper.
Bit of a shot in the dark, don't you think?
Ride the elevator further? What?
Continue.
Exit. I want to get out here, yeah.
There you go.
That was very confusingly worded. Like, it was asking me if I wanted to exit the dungeon.
That was odd.
Keep your heads on a swivel.
Look where you're going.
All I did was draw a weapon.
Jeez.
The track's laid out for us.
Is this a minecart?
No.
That's how they shipped out whatever they dug
They're
up.
just like Donkey Kong.
I'm glad they explained what a minecart is. Oh my god. Can I stop sneaking?
Dean says we wanted the bad camera to make you really feel like Noctis cramped in the elevator.
Whatever it is, it's moving pretty damn fast. From behind.
Oh, he swore. He says swear in Final
Is it coming
Fantasy.
from behind? Oh, it was a minecart. That was why they drew attention to the minecart. It just deleted itself. I ran too far. I sprinted ahead.
Oh
I got
my
ahead of where the minecart was supposed to be,
gosh.
and it deleted itself in front of me. Oh, this game is so good. I can't believe how good it is. Oh. I can't wait to pick up silver ore. That's the most exciting part of video games.
Oh, do we have to?
No, we
Yeah,
don't.
Which is why Minecraft is good. There's no silver.
Oh, we do have to. Actually, I was wrong. We do have to go down.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I thought it was an elevator. I thought it was like a whole other floor.
No.
Okay, let's go. Come on, come on. Where are the monsters? I came here to fight
Don't you
things.
love when you go through the first floor of a dungeon and there are no monsters? Kill them all. You press the win the game button, I see.
I'm trying to learn how they play.
Well, you're not gonna get to learn much. You're just gonna, you know, murder.
This is a dungeon.
I'm pretty sure you might get less experience when you play as the boys.
I don't
You only
care
got
about
3 XP
experience. I
there.
just want to play the game. It was 2 goblins. I think that was a normal amount of experience for 2 goblins.
Gerblin.
What
I
the
think you're
enemy-
also over leveled.
How can I be over leveled?
You're level 8.
This is like the first. It's an optional early game dungeon. I don't understand this game at all. How are you warping around before?
How was I warping around?
Yeah, when you were like
I
zipping
was
around.
I was mashing square.
How does total clarity work? I'm charging
You are
up
coming
my.
up with a new recipe.
I'm charging my laser. Attack! 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 You see why I say I'd rather be playing FF13? I walk down the hallway, the enemy appears, I fight it, the music plays. It goes.
Lightning.
"Pra-pa-pum,
If you have lightning knives, you warp around. So it was the specific type of knife I was using. Why are you using the gun that doesn't do that much damage?
Because I was having fun using the gun. Indubitably. Oh, he's dead.
Good fight.
That was a rather tiring endeavor.
No.
Then again, the stop and start in 13 is even worse than this. So,
You're-
oh, a challenger, an opponent worthy of my time. Except that he disappeared because of the minecart. That was just a tease of the future encounter. Oh no, he's back.
You're dead.
I'm holding down the button to dodge. Oh no, that was a cinematic event. I see now. I understand now.
Was it?
Yeah, that was a cinematic event.
Well, you're at 0 HP now.
It's fine. It's not fine.
Just warp away.
I'm gonna do that in just a moment.
use
Open
potion.
the button. Thank you.
Open the button.
Oh, do I have to use a? Am I dead? I have to use a phoenix. I shouldn't be able to dodge. Why can't I? Can I use the thing now? Elixir? I have to use an elixir.
Why?
Who knows? Who gives a shit?
Why?
Who gives a shit? I'm gonna.
Because your max HP got reduced to 1. The only way you can restore max
Of
HP.
course, of course, of course, dude. Oh, what a good game. What does now? Hold on, I'm gonna go over here and charge up my total clarity. What does total clarity do?
Nothing.
Must do something.
Press the
What are
button.
my R2 abilities? I can use high jump. Oh, an ability that I can do in episode Disguise as Noctis without having to wait for a patch. I can do high jump again. No, attack Ignis. Don't sail past them. Attack them. Attack, you scurvy dog. You said that 5 times in this one dungeon. They're saying time for some R&R, like they're trying to tell me like, oh man, you're in over your depth. You need to leave this dungeon. Nothing's happened yet.
Everything's happened yet. You saw the level 50 guy, and it was really scary.
Yeah. Someone's a fan of ventilation.
I get it, man.
Oh, right, I have the thing on still.
Wait, you didn't want to use the bat grenade?
Not at that moment, I didn't. Okay, now what does total clarity will become whatever element the enemy is weak to and then blast them. Okay. Interesting.
That tracks.
So it's just if you don't know what the elemental affinity is, you hold that
which
down.
You
just use any of the 3, and then you'll know which one it is by like switching between them instantaneously and for free. Am I missing something there?
No, well, it also then powers up. It's a very strong attack using that.
Okay. Stop sneaking, Noctis. Just walk at a normal speed, please. Stop sneaking. Everybody run.
No.
We got stuff to do.
No.
Pull up the... They're doing... They're still playing the FF16 demo. Okay, just checking.
Oh, when did they start doing that?
Well, only a few minutes ago.
Well,
Because
they're not going to cut to us for hours.
it's only 2 hours long. That gives us plenty of time to learn how to play this.
How long are we going for? I thought we were done at 8.
I don't know how long we're going for. I'm having fun just hanging out with people, frankly. Being on Resonant Arc's thing is a bonus.
I'm just tired. I don't have as much streaming endurance as you do.
Well, you can leave if you want. I ain't making you stay here.
Yeah, but this is funny to watch. Maybe I will leave in a second. I'll at least watch this dungeon.
Give me the draw. There we go. Thank you. All right, where's the bad guys at? The bad guys!
It's them.
It's the bad guys!
There are 2 enemies.
There are 2 enemies. Yes, thank you, Queen Fuka, for this valuable information. Why am I... Huh? Okay, I am making this still. I thought for a second I became Noctis.
See what I did there? I accurately emulated Fuka because I gave you the
wrong information? Yeah. Noctis always teleports when we turn back into him, like it's forcing him to be in a neutral position near where we're standing. Like the camera can't move over to him, which is interesting. Oh, it's the boy. This should be good. Wrong button. No, Noctis, you need to go.
Friends.
I know. I wanted to hit the him instead. Here, hold on.
I wanted to hit the him.
I wanted to hit the bad guy. Yeah, hold on. Elemency.
Just use your fire ones. They're already top potency.
Good point. How do I equip it?
You equip it.
Gear. Knocked.
No, it's under. You were in the right menu before. Go to magic. Elemency. Elemency. The one you were in before. Press equip. What?
I think I gave him to Ignis.
Oh. Wow, you're dumb.
I wanted to see if he could use him or not. I wanted to see if he would just throw him around or not. L3 to remove. Okay. Go away. Okay, hold on. Now, you. Down there. Yeah, you. Oh, I gotta recharge my magic for a second. That's okay. I'm just let him do his thing down there. He's just swinging around and attacking goblins and stuff anyway, so it's totally fine.
Yeah, it'll be okay. This one's just for you.
Hurry up, hurry up. I want to fight him from up here instead of going down there where he is. Would you knock this? Lock onto the guy. I hit the button. I held down the button and I hit the button, the button to stay locked on. There we go. Thank you.
You have to hold down R1.
I did that. I did that. I didn't do a lot of damage. That's too bad. Well, here's what's going to happen instead. Are you ready for this?
No.
Yeah, you're ready for this. Watch this. Oh, yeah? Watch this.
Watch what?
I've got 100 shots. More than enough to kill anything that moves. What's this? Lumen fire. Ready your grenade by holding R1. The L to through. What? Huh? Oops, hold on a second. Here we go. Hold on one moment, folks. I got a message, I think. Why can't I read it? It just showed up on my phone, and I can't read it on my computer. I think he was just saying we're switching to... no, we're switching to FF16. Thank you for joining us. That is the last thing that they're doing.
Okay.
All right, so we're out of there. Not going back on there, but that's fine. We'll still hang out for a little while longer. Star Shell. That weakens everybody. This. Oh no, I fell. Now I'm vulnerable. Oh no, Noctis is dead. Oh no, I'm dead.
Is this boss fight supposed to be this hard?
Yeah, he's level 58.
So were you not supposed to do this yet?
Nah, but he's surrounded by level 2 goblins, so for whatever reason, you're still allowed to come in
Maybe the
here.
goblins scale to your level, because you're also level 7.
I don't think so. Alright, I'm gonna leave now.
You can't, because Noctis is dead.
I'm gonna show him what for, though. Watch this. Watch this. Excuse me. Can I switch to... Just let me switch to Ignis. And I'll leave. Okay, whatever, that's fine. Here, Phoenix down on Noctis, or no, that doesn't count. I gotta do Prompto first. Okay, that's fine. Then I'll do that again. Hit the button. That was not the right button to hit. I was hitting X. That's the item button, right? No, I mean triangle was the item button. I hit it. It's not doing it. Oh, how do I leave?
You die.
How do I leave?
Are you actually going to get a game over in this game? We never got a game over in
Probably.
the entire time.
We're fighting a guy who's level 58.
Well, then this is the end of the stream right here.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, switch over to this guy.
Oh, most recent save.
You actually died.
I was fighting. I figured I was gonna die. He was level 58. I knew he was gonna kill me.
It's the first time I've ever seen the game over screen.
I knew he was gonna kill me.
Besides when I crashed the Regalia when it was an airship.
I thought I might be able to turn around and leave, but then I tried to open the item menu to get Noctis up, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
It's triangle to open the menu, right? I hit that first, and it didn't open, so then I tried X, and I jumped over the ledge. Who cares?
Man, you're garbage.
Who cares?
All I'm saying is we didn't get a game over when I was playing.
Uh-huh. That's how I beat that boss, BTW. What do you mean?
You just stand on the upper level.
And just shoot
so
it?
to shoot him.
Nice. Doesn't the Power Ranger suit heal and stuff? Dude, it was level 50, and we're level 2.
Yeah, he literally one-shot him.
We're not, yeah, it doesn't matter. We're not going to beat that guy. Tune into radios across EOS to hear the latest news.
I forgot the world was called EOS.
Yeah, I remembered it because I had to get the art that's in the thumbnail for the stream is World of EOS, or like Conflict on EOS, whatever the stupid mobile phone game was. War on EOS. I used that art for the, yeah, because it was a stupid, normal, like the expected, stupid, tactical, like build a base and tell a guy to go over here, like Clash of, what was it called? Clash of Kingdoms? What was that mobile phone game that was huge for a few years?
Clash of Clans?
Clash of Clans. It was just Clash of Clans with FF15 skin on it, I think.
Good.
Yeah. The standard expected thing for a crappy mobile phone game tie-in. I'll never use this save file ever again, but we'll go ahead and save anyway. HK says, here's $10 for this 10 out of 10 game, truly one of the games of all time. It's true. And no one can ever tell you otherwise. That's the thing about it. No one can ever tell you it isn't a game of all time. Yeah, the dude was 50 levels over me. We were never going to kill him. All right. Let's finish saving. Sweet. Pocket Edition is the real edition. Uh-huh. Forgot about the mobile Switch version? Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone did.
There's 5,000 more things to do with this game than anybody remembers because it was a live service game for a few minutes there.
Yeah.
And they marketed it so heavily that they may as well have turned it into a massive multimedia strategy. It was important.
I might go play U4 for a few minutes.
You go do whatever you want to do, my
I
guy.
need to look at something other than, you know, this.
You go do whatever you want to do.
If I could only play U4 right here, I would. And I could still, like, you know, talk to the people, but just not...
It's interesting that
look
the
at
art for this features
video
Titan,
game.
because Titan ain't in this demo. Well, he was if you boundary broke. You could go find him, but
Yeah, which people...
You know, you can't fight him, I mean.
That would have been a better... That would have been a better thumbnail.
What?
Or not, a better
That
box art.
image?
My bad. That image would have been better box art.
Nah, it was really spread out and didn't really work.
Toast roll your options.
Well, no, I knew that it was going to be in Japanese, because when I played 0.2, I played it in Japanese, so it was different from when I played it. Sorry, 2.0. I keep, yeah, 2.0, I misspoke. But no, because I played it, when I played it the first time, I played it in English, and I played it again, I played it in Japanese, and I obviously haven't touched it since then. Save over previous with a new game, there's only one save slot. Let's hit continue. Spent your entire life looking out at the serrated city skyline. It's easy to lose yourself in the sprawling Disgayan landscape. The prince and his reds you halfway to wherever. When their daydreams came to a sudden screeching halt, the Regalia's last gasp before giving out to the unpaved back roads. Now they were truly lost in the landscape, broken down on the side of the road, a side road with the disc well out of walking distance. The Archaon Titan would have to wait. He'd been dormant for ages anyway. The first order of business was to get back on four wheels. Did I see the demo with Kid Noctis? Yeah, I've got that too. I'm not. You can't download these anymore. They've been not just delisted, they've been removed. You can't reinstall them, so I'm never uninstalling these. This is versus art as far as I'm concerned, says Nero. Nope, because it's updated. It's updated Prompto design.
That's how you can tell.
Yep, and also the I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that is the Regalia, not the car that they had in the Versus 13 trailers. Oh my god, it runs so good.
It does.
Where are you guys going?
Away.
Away from here, anywhere but here. God, they all gotta use the bathroom. And then get some peanut M&Ms. Shop and cafe.
HK47 for life says Jacob is one of the most valuable PS4s in existence.
It's true, there's also PT on here.
Yeah, because you have PT, Disguy, and freaking Platinum Demo.
Out of Ebony Coffee due to Imperial blockade. Ugh. That feels like that's bad world building. This is Imperial territory.
Also, there's another product placement.
Where?
Ebony.
Is that a real product?
I think so, yes.
Are you sure that's not just the thing they made up for this? Maybe it's a Japanese brand.
No, it's not. No, it is. It is just for this game. My bad. They talk about it so much that I always assumed it was product placement, though. I always assumed it was like a Japanese brand or something.
What do I have 75 of? Gorilla sirloin. I killed too many. I'm participating in the extinction of the woolly mammoths.
You mean the...
This guy past and present.
You mean the buffalo?
Yeah, sure, the buffalo.
There you go.
Either. I mean, the woolly mammoth is extinct.
Well, yeah, but I don't think it was overhunting that did that. I think it was the whole ice
It's true,
age
that is
thing.
true, that is true.
Or the whole non-ice age thing.
Save the wildlife of the wetlands, slay Deadeye, 25,000 gil reward, and nothing to spend it on. We're at the Chocobo. You can't do that in this, right? You have to, like, complete a quest, but you can't get a Chocobo in this demo?
So, yes.
I'm pretty sure you can get a Chocobo in this demo. I guess we can find out.
This demo was so good.
Only one way to find
Dude,
out.
I had no interest in this
Get
game until...
past. Thank you.
I had no interest in this game until the demo was this good.
There's a remarkable amount of not just like animation work, but voiceover work. Come on, do it. Do it. Where's the? Can't you do this? Am I crazy? Isn't there a thing where you can slide across the fronts of these cars? Am I crazy?
You're insane.
Why did I imagine that? Why did I think that was a thing?
Because you thought it was a game.
What's a game that has that I'm forgetting about? There's some game where you can do that I'm forgetting about, and it's not with the regalia. It's... Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right, let's get out of here. What's really interesting about this demo is that because they don't give you the car, you have to engage with the open world in a way that the actual game never expects you to.
Yeah.
And when you have the car, you're like, okay, I'm gonna walk. I'm only walking because I want to go fight something. Like a minute ago, I was pissed off, like, why aren't there just a dozen enemies here for me to fight? I was like, oh great, there's a dungeon, there'll be enemies in there, right? Whereas right now, I don't really mind walking and not seeing a lot of enemies because this is the only mode of engagement I have, and I'm feeling the world.
Give me the short version. Brilliance cannot be summarized, I'm afraid. Heads up!
No, I want to go up there.
Let's clean him up quick.
Oh, I have to hold X to do that kind of work. Okay.
Yeah, it was like you couldn't accidentally do it, like in the final game.
Oh, hold on. There's a combo ring here. Oh, look at that health bar. I like that UI on that health bar.
Yes, it's great. It's like it's actually readable. Like, this is the damage you did with this attack.
Whoa!
Whoa!
How do I lock on? No, that's centers. Okay, and then you press the right stick. So that still sticks around from the original.
I see what you did there. Sticks
Sorry.
around.
Yeah, that sticks around from the original. Oh my gosh, I'm swinging the sword, baby.
And
I'm
you actually
swinging the
press the
sword.
button multiple times to swing, right?
I didn't have to. No, you can. No. This is hold too. You hold down in this too.
Oh.
Oh, hold on. Oh, it's the same guy. I thought maybe it would be one of the other characters. It doesn't like it when we do that on the hill. I do think that some of the, wow, the grading system's different too. Damage sustained and parries. Which I guess is probably what those things secretly are.
No, I think that's exactly what it is, because one of them is like finesse or something. It's parries.
Is the control scheme just different? Like,
yes.
Because O is jump.
Yes, it's
I don't know what X does. Is O pick things up? Because we were using X to examine in the store.
I don't think so.
We were using X to examine in the
no,
store.
The jumping instead of picking something up was not a problem in this guy.
I am sorry about this. I have to use my techniques. I'm gonna use full thrust. Oh, it's got the directional warning like God of War. Drain Blade. I missed. Dragoon Jump.
Well, this was a problem that Imperials are now showing up.
It's fine.
I don't think it's fine.
Tempest. I missed.
Frame rate's also not doing too high.
It's okay, dude. I'm gonna fight these guys, and it'll be great.
The frame rate is not enjoying this. There are too many things trying to kill
Yeah,
you.
dude, this is a demo on an unfinished engine on a PS4 in the year of our Lord 2015 or whatever, dude. Of course it ain't good. Come on.
None
oh,
of this
man.
is good. That's why it's called War.
Do your attack. How do you parry? I've forgotten how you parry in this. Oh no, it's still just you hold down.
Yeah.
Okay.
You only get the parry animation if you do it like right beforehand. Usually.
Thanks for the health, sucker. I'm attacking and holding down defend, and it's working.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, those two dodges, I was hitting attack at the same time. Okay, you have to hit square really fast. Wow.
That's fine. No, that's better than it works in the other.
I know,
one,
but
where
I
if
just
if you're in any form of your attack animation, you cannot parry in any way. You just get hit.
No, I mean, there I was holding down.
No, I'm aware. I'm saying in the regular game.
Sit this one out, champ.
Okay, so you have to. Oh crud! You have to Actually, no, it is better because this holding down R1 does make it target, and then you can swap between targets. It's just pressing the button. So if you don't press that button, the lock-on doesn't go away. No, the lock-on is demonstrably worse in the full game. It's just worse.
Oh my bad. I hit the mic again.
Can I change my... Can I respec in the middle of a fight? I can. Okay. Crush, Ravage, Vanquish, Counter, and Descend. All right. I'm gonna make my counter the big thing. I'm gonna make Crush this. These things are fine. I think I misunderstood what my opening bid was. Those things aren't really named very clearly.
No.
Oh, he just got Prompto up without me helping. Get him, Noctis. Hey, you did it. Good job.
What? Oh!
I tried to use a Dragoon jump, but I was standing within the thing, so it didn't matter. It worked. Oh, correct. Oh, correct. I was like, I second-guessed myself. I seem to remember if you didn't hit triangle, you could keep doing the cross-link. And then I second-guessed myself, and I was like, oh, no, the animation's going to end. And so I hit triangle, but then, like, as the square prompt appeared to continue. See you later, suckers. The robot did look up at me for a second. Oh, missed. Why is this instantly better? I can't quite put my finger on it.
Like, imagine if they just spent a couple more months polishing this combat system instead of changing it completely.
Well, that's again, and I blame myself for that. That's one of the things I would have talked about if the Resonant Arc guys had come back over, is like that people played this and then said in feedback forums, like, hey, why can't we free switch between weapons? And they overhauled everything. Why can't I free switch between weapons like my precious Versus 13 trailers? Oh, hey, there's a fight going on over here, too.
Jeez, this fight. There's like 40 enemies here.
Uh-huh. Oh, I didn't hit the button fast enough, damn it.
I feel like the combat in the real game is also never at this scale.
I think you can get into fights this crazy in the full game. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure you can get into fights just as insane as this in the first game.
There's a couple of scripted fights that are this insane, but like that's it. There's never just random encounter where you run into a bunch of buffalo and then also Imperials spawn.
I feel like that can happen in the full game. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm pretty sure that can happen in the full game too. Maybe you're just less likely to experience that because you don't spend as much time walking around in the open like you do in this game. Would you die? Come on, man. Catch him, Noctis. Nah, it's okay. Oh, there's more coming! There's reinforcements!
Reinforcements have arrived!
Ow. No way it can't, at least not that I've seen, says Ninja Bunny. Well, Ninja Bunny's probably played this more recently than I have, so Ninja Bunny probably knows better than me.
You can't do what?
You can't have fights this big in the full game. I wonder if they were concerned about frame rate stuff in the full game and they just gave up.
Maybe.
It seems unlikely to me.
Because it is pretty crusty right now. Probably down around 20 or something.
Oh crud, I gotta get to the circle.
You couldn't do your bro attack.
That is one thing. That glowy circle is like, stop what you're doing and play the game the way we want you to. That was added in 2.0. Sorry, God, 0. No, 2. I said it right the first time, 2.0. Right. And that's not a great mechanic. But hey, landing a combo and then using one of my magic moves on an enemy that's off guard is like, that's like playing a video game. I just got a free heal from my friends. Thank you. My friends helped me by healing me. Ow! That came out and I didn't have time to react to that. Maybe they decided this was too crazy.
I think that's exactly what they decided.
I don't know. All you needed was just to make the Imperial drops give them more variety. Have more than one type of Imperial robot that could land. Because I'm pretty sure it's just these dudes and the big dudes in the final game, right?
Yeah.
There's like these normal drones and then really big drones, and that's it. Have more stuff that can drop out of the Imperial airships, and it's fine.
Oh my gosh, this camera's not enjoying
It does not like being on this hill one bit. I do not like it, Sam I am. Alright, we need to kill the woolly mammoths, the buffalo, because they need to go away, and then we can focus on killing the Imperials, who otherwise are going to keep sending reinforcements as long as this battle goes on.
Yeah. I would say you could probably thin them out of it, though.
That's just a tiny bit. Just they stop killing their friends.
Dead.
What? No, come on.
No, it's
oh,
dead.
I killed it. Okay.
That's why I said dead.
God, there are multiple enemies trying to parry me, right? That I got to parry right now. I think this is more fun.
It is.
I think it's more because, like, I'm not
There's
thinking
more
about.
going on.
I'm not swapping between my weapons in normal combat in 15 because there's no reason because, like,
No,
a
it's
weapon
you find,
type, right?
You find which one does orange
Wrong
number, and then you just stay with that weapon.
And at least, like, Noctis is, like, doing things. Oh, that guy's about to do a suicide move. I saw him pull his heart out and come try to charge me with it. I remembered what was actually happening with that animation. I'm gonna fight this dude who kicks. I keep hitting the wrong button to lock on.
Sunset with a $10 donation says, please explain to my friend why you said Master Xehanort being good at the end of KH3 was, quote, actual garbage. He won't listen to me.
Couple of reasons. I think one of the bigger problems with that twist is that you have a villain who you've at that point spent Birth by Sleep and DDD at minimum establishing, right? You spend at least those 2 games establishing that version of the character, like this dude who we are now established, you know, because obviously there's been permutations of him around, but this idea of the character we are now establishing, right, across these 2 games. And we've been building up to the final confrontation with this guy since Birth by Sleep and until the release of Kingdom Hearts 3 in 2019. So 10 years of Master Xehanort as we understand him. And he's explained to be a certain way when we meet him in Birth by Sleep, right? Then we spend quite a bit of time not seeing him before we finally loop back around to this guy again. But when we see him in Dream Drop, he doesn't do anything that counters, like, that conflicts with anything we were told about him previously, right? Yeah. Then he's not in KH3 at all, the game that is about fighting him.
Yep.
And he shows up at the very end and has, like, 10 lines of dialogue before we find out, hey, guess what? Everything that we told you about his motivation previously, we changed our minds. The idea of Xehanort being a misunderstood good guy is not actually bad. The things that he winds up explaining throughout the course of that, you know, his final speech in KH3, and indeed that he explains in Recom, no, it's not Recom, in Remind. And I really have not seen any of Dark Road, but I'm going to assume that Dark Road sticks with the new motivation they've established for him and doesn't change things again. Okay, I actually don't want to do this anymore. I need to get out of it and get to the circle. There we go. Assuming that Dark Road maintains the new motivation, which I don't know if it does because I haven't played any of it or watched any of it, but I assume it maintains the new motivation, right? Oh, I messed up the timing on the prompt, damn it.
It's all right.
I mean, it's really not good. I wanted to see the higher level hit on this dude while he was off. Well, you know, keep on putting on pressure on him. Oh no, more troops have shown up.
Jeez. This is turning into a
really long battle. I think the day-night cycle's longer too. Ow.
I feel like it's easier to parry stuff in this version.
No, it's not. There's a longer wait for it. Or rather, there's a much shorter window to hit the parry button.
But you can parry while you're in the middle of a string. That's the difference. In that game, even if you're already finishing your animation and you're like just winding down, you still can't parry until that animation's completely done.
Don't go anywhere. Thank you.
think I like the parrying in this one better too.
But there's not, it's a little bit more mindless on the blocking because I just dodged that while I was mashing the square button, so there's really nothing. But no, you can just hold down dodge and it really, like, you're never at risk, really. But then again, I guess I do have half health, so clearly I'm at risk of something. I suppose also MP has another use in this, so it doesn't, you may actually run out of it if you're just blocking nonstop. So, but like, I really wish there was a manual dodge. Is there not? Am I crazy? Is there a manual dodge in here somewhere and I'm forgetting about it?
I don't remember. So going back to Xenonort.
Oh crud, there's a golden circle. Damn it. That's not a great system. That is something they cleaned up a little bit with the team attacks, but I don't know, making it so that there's like these parries that you can do on every enemy maybe wasn't a good trade-off.
Okay, so now back to Xenonort.
Sorry, back to Xenonort. I don't think that it's that his new motivation is even necessarily that bad. Once he gives a full rundown of it, I actually think it's somewhat thematically interesting to Kingdom Hearts for reasons I'll get into in just a moment. But the trouble you run into is that, damn it, I didn't hit the button fast enough. I'm not going to use, I could use the summon.
Do it. Do it.
But I'd rather have my friend come get me. Because I don't think I'm allowed to use an item or anything in this version. Oh, I can use items. I'm fine. I'm fine. I was holding the button. I just hit it. There's a really close tight window to hit square. There is an extremely tight window.
Manny's brother from Ice Age.
Extremely tight window to hit square on this. But yeah, so Xehanort, I don't have a problem with the motivation that is introduced. I have a problem with the fact that we were told in fairly explicit terms repeatedly what Xehanort's deal was, and then we said, forget about that. Xehanort's previous deal was, there is an imbalance. Light has taken over too much of the universe, and that's bad. Also, I'm really curious what would happen if I blew up the universe. Maybe it would be better. Maybe the balance between light and darkness would be better. Also,
he's basically Kreia from KOTOR 2, but worse.
Also, though, I could probably, like, remake the universe in my own image, and, that would be cool. I could just kind of be in charge of everything, and that would be, like, a neat thing to be. He's the same megalomaniacal narcissist that Ansem was, basically, just with a slightly more specific objective, because Ansem just seemed like, I'm gonna blow up the world and let the darkness overflow, because I think that's really cool. Xehanort at least has some kind of, like, claim about, I think, balance is important or whatever, but I've always found that to be a very flimsy argument in the world of Kingdom Hearts, because we've never really seen, like, light do anything bad. Yes, we've seen some people with darkness do good things, like, all people have some darkness in their hearts, and people are still capable of doing good things. I hit the button.
It's sad.
I hit the button. I don't know why it didn't work. Wow, you really have to be fast on that parry. You gotta be lightning fast. Which is, that's how a parry should be, but it just really keeps surprising me. It keeps catching me off guard. Oops.
You have 34. Last mag, Ramirez. Make it count.
Ow. Oh, thanks, Ignis, for getting me up for free.
I mean, you do have infinite money. You can just buy 99 potions.
It's true. Ow. That one takes too long to come out. The thing is that, to some extent, Xehanort's previous motivation was already muddy, because in dialogue, he says, the problem is that the world is unbalanced. There's an imbalance between dark and light. We need to let the darkness flow back into the world again to set things right. And he has no real justification for this view other than the general idea of, like, I guess balance is important. Because when you actually look at the world of Kingdom Hearts, sure, Riku has done some, like, good things.
But he's the only character to do that.
And show me
More
one.
Imperials incoming.
I see that. And, like, show me one instance of a person who's, like, primarily light affiliated doing something bad other than Ericus is a little bit too harsh. Like, when he's like, I'm gonna kill Ven. Sure, that's an overreaction, but he's literally trying to prevent the apocalypse. he should have cooled down for a moment and thought of a better solution, like even just, hey Ben, we're gonna squirrel you away somewhere where Xehanort can't find you.
Yeah, especially since it turns out that the land of departure is a transformer that could have hit him anyway.
But
Why
considering,
don't you just hide him without killing him?
But as Spock once said, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, and the reason he was attacking then was because the entire galaxy was on the line. This is a perfectly reasonable, like, thought, at least, to have. He should have reeled himself back in a little bit. The same way that Mark Hamill did in The Last Jedi, but everybody always says that movie's bad, and then he never would have even thought about doing the... Anyway.
And just like that, the concurrent viewers dropped by 30.
Anyway,
Good job, Jacob.
I don't... Who gives a crap? I don't care. I really don't care. The Luke stuff in that movie's great, and I don't care. Anyway, so going back to that stuff, it's like Ericus doing a mean but understandable thing is the only bad thing that a light-affiliated person has ever explicitly done.
Yeah.
And we've got one instance of a dude who uses darkness and light doing nice things. There is no in-universe indication that balance is important. The realm of light is full of life and laughter and people who love one another, and the realm of darkness is a cesspool full of monsters and devoid of any life. Like, what are we balancing for here? What is the gain here? So there's no real, like, Xehanort says this, like, you know, oh, balance is important, and I mean, yes, like in a like maybe a real world sense, in a Buddhist philosophy sense, perhaps, but in the world building of Kingdom Hearts, that is totally meaningless. Like, then from there, what is aggroing on me?
Doesn't really matter. No.
Yeah, I really don't care. I'm just gonna go to that campsite. Oh, wolves. I just fought you guys in the main game.
Whoa.
I just fought wolves in the main game. I don't care. But I'm not going to, like, then you read the journals for Master Xehanort, and he's like, my actual motivation is
Fascinating.
What?
I know, I'm going there, Ignis.
I will say also, Ray Chase's voice performance is not near as good in this demo as it is in the final game.
But
he's getting pretty bad direction, it seems like.
Go a long way.
Because he's more like,
it's bedtime.
He
just talks the same as Gladiolus.
The entire, like in the journals, Xehanort is like, I just want to blow up the world and remake it in mine own image and run everything. He's like, I've wandered this galaxy and I've seen everything there is to see, and it's really about self-perpetuation. It's solipsism. He's like, I'm 80. I feel like I haven't achieved anything with my life. I'm going to die soon. Sure, I could hop into another body, but even that's a temporary solution. What if I could create a new universe and remake myself physically so that I live forever? And hey, side bonus, I get to run everything. That'd be cool. Like, that's his motivation in the journal. So we've already got two motivations that don't necessarily conflict, but are never explicitly tied together.
Yeah, no, and see, and it's also, oh, he wishes for balance, and it's like balance, 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 and you set that up for 3 games. According to Olivid's, Dark Road does a better job of showing why he believes in the balance. They go back to his old motivation, not his new one. So that's 3 games about his motivation being balance, 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 and then it shifts to I want the light. That's why it's
his stated motivation in
his motivation straight up changes
in KH3 and in Remind is that
I'll be right back.
I've traveled around the world and I have seen that though we live in a realm of light, it is polluted with false darkness.
Because of you. Sorry.
What's that a reference to?
Xehanort.
Oh, sure. No. Yep. He's saying in his early life that he went around and it's like he gives a whole monologue in Remind where he's talking about like the world is full of people perpetuating false light. They're all hypocrites. He's basically making the argument that like people are nice to each other for polite societal reasons, not because they actually care about one another, right? When someone says hello, good day, how are you? Tell me about how your day went. Oh, that sounds neat. they're not saying it because they actually care about that person. They're saying it because it's considered something that is in polite society to do, and it makes people, like, then reciprocate and be nice to them, and that's the real motivation. And he's basically taking that logic and expanding it to all of life functions this way. No one ever goes out of their way to help anybody else for anything other than selfish motivations. And so all of this supposed light behavior is in actuality false light. That's what he says in Remind. And his thought process stated in Remind is that if we remade the entire world and forcibly made everyone behave a certain way, we could create a utopian society where people actually truly care about one another. That's his stated motivation in KH3 and Remind, and it has nothing to do with what he talked about in Birth by Sleep, and that's the trouble. I actually think that his stated motivation in KH3 is not that bad in certain ways, because part of it doesn't make sense when, 15-year-old Xehanort is saying it. It makes a lot more sense when 80-year-old Xehanort is saying it. It makes a lot more sense for a dude who has been around for 80 years and whose objective is basically to be a wandering samurai who goes and fights people, to look around and say, I haven't made a dent. Now, we don't see any of the things that he's done, but I assume, because of what little I know about Dark Road, that it's like all of his friends die, and they're fighting some kind of forces of evil, I assume the Heartless. So my thought would be like, I'm wandering around and fighting all these guys, and I haven't made a dent. There's still going to be more conflict in this world perpetually, forever, and I'm gonna die, and then someone else is just gonna pick this up and take over from me. Ericus is, especially, the only way that bringing in this whole, like, bloodlines and this hermetic society of Keyblade wielders into the story at this point, you can make some kind of argument about how this is a perpetual crisis that is never actually going to be concluded, just continuing to fight. And so you could look at it from the angle of Xehanort's actual thing is that he was a good guy who was deeply traumatized by the loss of his friends and who had a falling out with his closest friend, Ericus, and went off on his own entirely and was allowed over the course of decades of solitude of wandering the plains by himself and fighting enemies. He allowed himself to get to this point where his thoughts turned dark, and he said the only real solution to these problems is a permanent solution. There's no point in fighting perpetually for a better world if we can't have a better world right now. Incremental societal change is pointless because there's always still going to be some problems out there. The only true solution is to burn everything down and to take complete authoritarian control of a new utopian society where nobody knows what everything was like before, and you enforce this perfect world upon them. That's what Xehanort is talking about. And if nothing else, that is at least different, because Xehanort is really just a remix of what Ansem Seeker of Darkness wanted. And I think it could potentially be a more meaningful antagonist for Sora at that point in the game, because you have a series where Sora's objective is, I want to get home. I want to find my friends. When KH2 starts, and looks like there are some monsters, we don't know where Riku is, I don't know how to get home. He says, what do you say, guys? You up for one more rumble together? Sora as a character isn't a guy who went and volunteered for the military and wants to spend the rest of his life fighting against perceived evil, right? He is a heroic person who will fight injustice when he sees it, but I'm not sure that he knew what he didn't make a commitment. He got handed a weapon because he had the right stuff. He got handed the cosmic selection, you're the most important warrior of light weapon because he had the right spirit, because he had the right stuff. But does he want to spend the rest of his life fighting forever? Is that what he wants? I think Sora would do it because he's a nice guy, because when he sees injustice, he would go and try to stop it. But I think what he wants is to go home and, like, sit on the beach for a few minutes. And then maybe go on an adventure with Donald and Goofy, because that's fun, and also fighting villains, and fighting injustice. But, like, what did he... Is this what he signed up for? And I think that you could potentially do something with, you know, what's, like, you know, with that hermetic society of Keyblade wielders that existed, like, you know, Ericus chose the path of teacher, as one of the journal entries from Xehanort says. Like, he went and trained new people. Xehanort chose a path of wandering around on his own, and it drove him to cynicism and destroyed him. Ericus isolated himself and didn't take in other perspectives, and that also severely damaged him and the way that he taught his pupils, right? To some extent, you know, Aqua's carrying around Ericus's Keyblade. She's carrying on this legacy, but at some point, she will teach a new generation, and she'll retire. As long as Sora wields the Kingdom Key, isn't he doing this forever? I think you could make an interesting point, and you could have had some thematic texture to KH3 by suggesting a perpetual fight to change. The world is always going to be imperfect, and a perpetual fight to improve it where no one is there to support you would be miserably difficult and possibly drive you insane. And what separates Sora from Xehanort is not necessarily even that he has a better spirit. Maybe if Sora were to fight the forces of darkness by himself for 80 years, he would wind up in a similar position of cynicism. What separates them is that Xehanort, whatever happened to him in Dark Road, I'm really projecting a lot of good writing on the Dark Road that doesn't exist. But I think you could make an interesting point that if Xehanort and Ericus had stayed together, if Xehanort, with his free-thinking nature and outside perspective and slightly darker streak, had stayed with Ericus, and Ericus had been able to push back against that a little bit with his more optimistic worldview and more traditional teaching and education about things. But similarly, Ericus had been changed for the better by having this outsider friend who isn't necessarily caught up in this dogma. If the two of them had stayed together, the plot of Kingdom Hearts wouldn't have happened. But they separated, and both of them retreated into the worst aspects of themselves because presumably Xehanort sunk into depression and anger after all of his friends died in Dark Road, and Ericus said, oh no, my friend who I thought maybe I was bringing around retreated into all of those dark things that the pastor warned me he shouldn't be on about, and I no longer have the patience to listen to him talk about this, so I'm retreating further into the dogma of my upbringing because obviously all of that was right from the beginning. That would be a really interesting angle to then contrast with Sora as a character who is a deeply sympathetic and empathetic character who makes friends everywhere that he goes and is always open to new ideas. And if you made the conflict about Sora, it's me, Xehanort, the world is all gonna end eventually anyway. Like, the conflicts are never gonna be resolved. You're gonna be doing this forever. Side with me. And Sora's like, no, because even if I fall in battle, even if I don't save everything, it doesn't matter because I have these other people behind me who are gonna keep fighting as well. That, to me, would have been a thematic progression of the series. And so I don't have a problem with Xehanort's new motivation, at least hypothetically. It's that it had nothing to do with the themes that were being explored in Kingdom Hearts 3, which is because Kingdom Hearts 3 did not feature themes.
Yay!
Anyway, haven't talked about Kingdom Hearts on YouTube in a while. Is it? I suppose it is. Perhaps we'll wrap up. New techniques are not available in Episode to Sky. There were new techniques were not available in Final Fantasy 15 either.
Damn.
Just saying. I'm just saying, it's true.
Well, we did it.
Did we?
Yeah.
Let's hit it. Let's roll.
Oh, it's time to
There's more
spar.
features. I got stuff to do. I just gave you money, says Shadows of the Day with a $5 donation. Please release the Remind cut. Pretty please? Nope. Never. Sorry, man. Not gonna happen.
Is there anything else you would like to parlay your money into for like a one-off stream?
Yeah,
that
sure.
isn't Remind?
I'll give you, well,
You know
no,
what?
not even that. Just for the Shadow of the Day, I'll give you another free, another like guaranteed read of your comment, real fast, since that was a.
Yeah, or if you want to request something.
Even though even though I'm sure you said it for the meme, no requests. I don't have time to do the stuff I already want to do. Come on, hit me. Yeah! Look at that. No can defend. See, look at this. There's something majestic about these woods spread out behind us and the distant rock formations and this music playing. Again, this type of stuff, like when you're here playing it, I'm like, damn, feels so different and interesting from other stuff.
Yeah.
But then when you've been removed from it for 6 months, you're like, yeah, I remember there were some woods.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the trouble with the art design of this game. I think it works extremely well in the moment, and then long term it really loses itself.
I haven't seen Shadow the Hedgehog show up again. I'm looking.
I'm gonna cheat. That's right, we're gonna cheat.
You might still lose. If he gets one hit, you're done.
Hit him! Just land one hit on him, Noctis!
Oh, he's so good!
I couldn't even land one hit on him, Shenmue!
Oh, he Shadow of the Day with another $5 donation. Shenanigans, he said. I don't know what that means.
Excellent. And he's dead. Oh, baby, a triple.
Rescue.
I was gonna use Drain Blade. I'm gonna use Drain Blade on him to get my health back. Hold on. I'm not gonna rescue him yet. Hold on. Hold on. It didn't work. Damn it.
Nice try.
Excellent. No, I'm good. Thanks, though. I want to ride a chocobo. Then I'm done. Saddle up if you think you want to ride in this rodeo. The take cover mechanic. Excellent, man.
Say, while you're running over there.
Such great texture in this game. Where's the teleport? How do I teleport? How do I throw my thing? How do I throw my weapons and teleport? It's not here. Whatever. Let's just run. There's no visible stamina bar in episode Disgaea. That's something that people complained about. That's how we got the physical. That's how we got the one that's in the final game. Now I remember all these things. All this stuff is coming back to me. Hey, Jacob, this VOD is being saved, right? Yeah, I mean, it should. YouTube saves VODs automatically unless they go too long. But I guess back in the day, I know it didn't save VODs if they went over 8 hours, but I think that's changed now. I think that might have changed.
I am not into wildlife. More of a pet guy. Quit your crying. Time to put up or shut up.
It didn't teleport. I tried to teleport. Another donation from Shadow of the Day. Thank you very much. If I ever get rich and donate $1 million, then will you release Remind? If you get for $1 million, I will edit and release Remind, yes. For $1 million, I will edit and release Remind. That is correct. Dean says, Jacob, send me the footage. No. I don't. For $1 million, I will put it out. I will not put it out before $1 million. And it can't be Cume. One person has to give me $1 million. You guys can't set up a fund to fundraise. You can't go do a GoFundMe or a Kickstarter. An individual must take $1 million out of their bank account.
Focus.
Joshua just pointed out from the distance, and you'd have to PayPal it to me as well, because YouTube takes a cut. So you couldn't just drop the money in here, because YouTube takes a cut of super chats. So you have to give the money to me direct. In fact, I'm gonna say it has to be delivered in cash. I'll come to you though. I don't want you to know where I live. If you're trying to give me $1 million for Remind, I'll be flattered, but I also don't want you to know where I live. No, hold on. Now that I'm walking up, I'm remembering you definitely can't ride chocobos in this. Now that I'm walking up here, I'm remembering that you definitely can't sell. You definitely can't ride chocobos in this. That was definitely not a feature in the demo. Now that I'm here, I'm remembering that. What's that say? Okay. Goblin crime spree. Just like me, for real. Yeah, exactly. No chocobo rentals in the demo. Now I'm remembering.
Sweet chocobos.
Hold on a second. I really need to zero in on this because this is important. Goblin crime spree. This is one of the funnier screenshots in Final Fantasy right here. Goblin crime spree. That's fantastic. Rampant goblin crime spree. Locals demand to close that cavern. Rampant goblin crime spree. Are they criminal? I mean, they're beast men.
Yeah.
They're beast men.
We gotta take 'em all
Do they
out.
commit crimes? Yeah, but there's no chocobos in the demo.
Oh,
I
so
remembered
we're
when I got here. I'll wrap up in a minute. I'll talk to folks for a few more minutes, but you're welcome to excuse yourself if you want to.
I'm going to. 1 second. I will do a formal goodbye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for joining us for this 10-year anniversary celebrazione. Yeah. Alrighty. We'll talk for a few more minutes, folks. No. Not doing that. Not happening. Never happening. Not in a million years, as Dante once said. Not in a million years, as Dante once said. What I think I will do is we'll watch the ending cutscene of this because it's like they did motion capture for this demo. The amount of work that went into this is like and this wasn't like a publicly available demo like the FF16 one of like we're really trying to sell this game to people mind. This was a you had to buy Type 0 to get this. Don't understand the decision making. Don't understand the decision making. Ninja Bunny says, Jacob, do you think the combat in this demo or combat in the final game is better? I don't know, because I now haven't played enough of either of them. I think that I have, with this, there is immediately a significantly greater amount of texture with this. Like, the strings, like, switching between weapons and me having basically a Birth by Sleep command deck, like, is more immediately interesting and engaging than hitting the buttons at the beginning of FF15. So there's that. When 15 feels much more like complicated right away, like I'm worried about weapon type weaknesses and like I don't know. I didn't play enough of the combat of 15 just now, really. It felt so, like, unresponsive, and I really wasn't sure what I was doing, or, like, what I was supposed to be doing, I guess, and it's just really janky. This is janky, too, but mostly in the frame rate and camera areas. Like, this is, much more immediately legible, if that makes sense. I haven't played 15, like, long enough, recently enough to offer a serious opinion. Joshua said the issues in the demo are polish related and the issues in the final game are design related. Okay, we're not going to fight Deadeye. I guess, I don't know, we could fight him with Rama and just kill him instantly, but I don't really feel like doing that. I'm gonna see a much better Rama in just a few days here anyway.
I'm sick of walking around.
Then try running.
I'm currently running. Oh, crud, he's coming. Oh, he coming, boys. He coming. I mean, I'm not leveled enough to... I remember this fight. This fight's infuriating. Without like, the quest line giving you, like, the advantages, it takes forever. I did kill him back in the day, but it ain't worth it. So down there in the corner, it does say, it's part of why I moved the camera so you guys could see some of the stuff that was blocking before. You can see down there where it says, like, attacking, ravage, it says attacking, counter, or, like, defending, depending on what buttons you're hitting. So it's, like, kind of telling you what you're doing in case you don't know which move is which. Oh, crap, I wasn't fast enough. Damn, it is so quick. I'm really not, like, I mean, I was just playing the other game, and it was so, like, slow waiting for you to hit the parry button. It gives you the huge warning. It gives you forever to respond to it. No, I don't want to be locked onto the head. I want to be locked onto the feet. Come on. Ow. Ow. Ooh, he's off guard. Or at least the leg's off guard. Not anymore, it's not, but that's fine. I did some damage. Ow. My only hope of finishing this fight in a reasonable amount of time is to die and use Rama. This is just, like, this was implemented to give you, like, oh, wow, a harder fight, but I think it was really just implemented so people could look at Rama again. Because there's just the game, like, there's not enough, you can't get powerful enough, and you can't get enough abilities, because the abilities don't exist, to, like, to have, like, a legitimate fight against this guy. You know, in the quest, it's a gimmick with little, like, things you do, and then you know, no, that's wrong. In the final game, it's a quest with gimmicks that you do to weaken him, but in the demo, it's just you go fight him, you lose, and then you use Rama to kill him, of course. I forgot. Yep, perfect dodge doesn't burn MP. You don't have to buy an ability in a menu to get that here, because it's just, like, normal. It's like a thing that should just be in the game. Ow. Well, I tried to perfect guard there, but it didn't work. I'd like to get the parry again since I messed that up. I'd like to at least get the parry, and then either give up and let Ramu kill him, or, lock on! Thanks. Thanks, Nox. Is there no aerial attack in this version of the game? Oh, right, of course, right, of course. It's just the spear. There's no aerial string. That's the trouble. Okay, I remember now. Ow. Okay. Not locking onto that anymore. Let's go to a different target. Oops, I'm down. Well, I would have liked to get a parry on him, but let's just use the thing. Let's just use the thing and kill him big. This is also, obviously, this isn't how it works in the final game. It's not just you go into critical health and get to use one. It's just RNG in the full game. AOW said I gotta go. Congrats on 10 years. Good night / good day, everyone. Thanks, AOW. I love the R3 prompt is still on screen. Well, I sure feel satisfied with that fight. Oh, where'd the audio go? There, it's back now.
I know why the tales are told.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Anyway. That's such a stupid line. Now I know why the tales are told. Of the gods? Stupid. Dumb. Idiot. Stupid. I wonder if that's not gonna... I guess maybe I hadn't killed him using the summon in my episode this guy's save file because he's still there. Or does he come back? If you just reload, does he just come back so you can keep fighting him? Maybe he was an atheist before this sarcastic one. Even though Noctis can fly around and use powers bestowed upon him by the crystal and the gods? Oh, no. No, Nero, I don't think it's a bad translation. I think that's exactly the line in the Japanese. It's just a poor writing decision. I don't think that's a poor translation. I think that's the writer thinking, oh, you know, oh, I'm in awe of how powerful this thing is. It's just like a silly line. I don't think that's a bad translation. I think that's exactly how it was written. He can reappear, says Dean. I'm glad Dean remembers the contents of episode Sky. God. That wasn't an insult against you. Obviously, I remember a lot of the contents of episode Sky, too. I'm just saying, like, gosh, this thing was a long time ago for you and I to remember this stupid crap. I love the way that he sprints when you turn the camera like this. It was yeah. Ah, yeah, feeling it. Really feeling it.
Phew. Whole lot of land out there.
Bet we could cover it quicker with some chocobos.
It would sure beat the hell out of walking.
Yes, I did. You're right. I saw it and then got distracted talking about the games. I didn't read it. I apologize. Shadow of the Day. $5 donation. Thank you very much. You heard him, folks. Never forget this. It will be fulfilled one day. We will see it, guys. The Remind cut will see the light of day. Hashtag million to mind. Oh, boy. Someone gives me $1 million. Yeah, I'll cut it. Ignis looks like his run was not like, it wasn't actually... Like, it was not actually animated fast enough to keep up with that. Like, their sprints... No, it looks like they don't have a separate animation for sprinting, do they? They just have an animation for running. That's the trouble. Yeah, that's just their running animation sped up, isn't it? It's not a new animation. No, he's leaning a little bit more forward. Okay. I don't know. Something about it. Something about Ignis's run seems off to me. He seems a little Looney Tunes right now. Like, he's moving a little too fast. Nero says there's some cool dialogue in this about Noctis's deep sleep and his affiliation with stars and freedom. Is there? That's interesting. I don't remember that. I mean, I believe you. Oh, right, we can draw... I forgot, once you fix the car, you can drive it around in this. Oh, no, it's grayed out. I can't... Okay, no, never mind, my bad. I thought you could drive it around just around the sky. Okay, I was like, what the heck? I forgot about this feature, but no, it's just a tease. You can't do anything. Okay. Take me to Kothis the Disc, baby.
Well, here she is. Come see for yourself. She's primed, prim, and proper. I reckon you won't find a loose nut or bolt on her.
We're in your debt.
I'll say you are. I souped her up a bunch for you. I should charge you, but I'm not gonna.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. They might have hand-animated this, but I imagine they did mocap work and then cleaned it up, because all mocap work has to be cleaned up heavily.
Just make sure
But, like, I mean, this is a cutscene with voice acting and motion capture and camera work and animations that is not anywhere in the real game that they had to make for this.
It's alive!
Just let us know if you need anything.
Well, won't be about repairs next time.
Well, that's fine by me. We can tune her up however you like in the garage.
This is a fun
All
scene.
you gotta do is just bring her on in.
Because Cindy knows exactly what they're talking about.
Sure is. Pawpaw'd love having someone to talk to.
Cindy's not clueless. She knows exactly what she's doing. It's very funny, actually.
Yeah. Time to hit the road. Thanks again, Cindy.
Y'all take care out there.
Ninja Bunny says, yeah, honestly, watching this stream after experiencing FF16 really made me not like 15 anymore. Hint of things to come. Let's look at the things that didn't come. Let's remember how these things didn't happen. Honestly, though, this is why you can never get excited for anything, folks. Because I don't know if you guys remember, there is a mural in FF16 exactly like this. It is identical, and I'm very worried. It makes me worry about things.
インソムニアがニフルハイム帝国軍の襲撃を受けたらしい。
昨日の夜、調印式の席で騒ぎがあった。王都を守る衝撃
No.
が崩壊。
Joshua was talking, if you guys couldn't hear him.
待てよ。
両国間で行われていた停戦協定については今回の事件を受け当面の凍結が発表されました。また亡くなられたレギス国王陛下に続きノクティス王子、そしてテネブライのフルレケ連
Nothing ever came of that. That's the weird thing. It's on the back of the box that, like, Noctis and Stella and Luna are both announced to be dead. I'm like, that's totally irrelevant to anything.
このレギスの息子として常に胸を張れ。
Luna Freya got out scot-free. That concept art never came to be. All this artwork is great, though, says Dean. Oh, yeah, it's good artwork. It's great artwork. Great artwork. Great people, by the way. Great vegetables. Great people. Preview or previous game with completed game, you will continue from before the ending. No, that's not necessary. I mean, I fought a bunch of guys and leveled up, but, like, who cares? I think it's funnier to have a save file from 2014. I don't know. You know what? What the heck? I leveled up. Assuming that the behemoth comes back, whatever. I got some experience. It's cool. Circle Duck says, wow, FF16 is really throwing shade at FF15 by being better. No, Josh decided we're going to play the FF16 demo now, right? And technically we can't because I don't own a PS5. I got to correct that at some point in the next 48 hours. I can't scroll. There's not more information on this one. There's not more legal information here to scroll through. Excellent. They should have released a $60 demo of FF16 with a bonus copy of Forspoken. Putting that demo out for free and paying a bunch of streamers to play it was a very smart idea. What's with the other demo? Why was that the giraffe one? I remember the giraffe. All I remember about FF15's marketing. Yeah, no, the other demo is the one with the giraffe. That's the platinum demo. I really liked the giraffe. But we're not going to play the platinum demo because right now it looks like Noctis and Carbuncle are looking at each other. They were committed so hard to, like, the integration of Episode to Sky and Type 0. Like, the user icons, like, the boot up icons for 15 and Type 0 are Noctis and Ace facing parallel to one another, like, looking at each other with, you know, he has flecks of crystal around them, and Ace has, like, bits of fire around him with a red background. Like, they were meant to be next to each other on the PS4 dashboard, right? And, there was also promotional art they released because they did this thing with the, you know, the blue falling over Noctis with Ignis Prompto, and there's a full render of that image that has the boys in the background, and there's a similar one of Ace with 3 of the random class 0 characters because none of them are more important than the others. Yeah, Platinum demo has the giraffe in it, but we ain't playing that.
Why not?
Because I don't feel like it. Sunset with a $5 donation. Thanks for the Xehanort talk. Now just one more thing, please. Explain to my friend now why the grid makes no sense in DDD. Damn it. He paid $5. I have to do it. Oh, he trapped me. Oh, no. Well, there's a lot of things I could talk about. And I would direct you to, for a more thorough discussion of the material, I wrote a very lengthy comment on one of the episodes of Dream Drop Distance. Let me double check which one, and you can go find it. It's pretty long. And then I also talked about it a lot on one of the videos where I rewatched that that 3-hour-long Kingdom Hearts story video. One of those streams, I talked about this again because I basically read this particular comment. Obviously, I don't remember which stream that was in, and I certainly don't know when it happened, so I'm not going to try and direct you back there. But let me try and find the particular episode of DDD with this comment in it. And then I'll talk about it a little bit briefly in addition to the contents of the comment. But the long and short of it is that within the world of the Tron films, the Encom mainframe system is the computer world that the characters enter in the original Tron from the 80s. Tron is set in the 80s. It's meant to be a semi-plausible computer system of the time, kind of. I mean, it's in like a normal office building. Obviously, going into the computer is fantastical. The MCP being an AI is fantastical. But it's not meant to be like a representation of a computer of the future in that way. It's meant to be an imagining of what the inside of the computers of that day and age looked like. So it's important that to mention that it was set in the 80s. The events of the film Tron lead to Jeff Bridges' character becoming the CEO of the company, becoming a sort of Steve Jobs-esque celebrity. And he develops in private and in secret in a basement that no one has access to but him, an experimental virtual reality system that he calls the Grid. This is not an existing computer system that you can get warped into. This is a essentially blank slate system that he builds from the inside to be a functioning ecosystem, first and foremost, over a normal computer operating system. He does not build this system until like 10 years after the events of the original Tron, thereabouts. At least 5-6 years. I know there is like a timeline date when he first made the Grid, but I want to say it's at least like, I want to say it's between 5 and 10 years after the original Tron. And then 20 years or so pass, during which Kevin Flynn, Jeff Bridges' character, is trapped in the Grid before his son, Sam Flynn, discovers the secret basement and enters into it. So here's the trouble, basically, with the whole thing, is it's already on, like, you know, you can basically ignore the fact that, like, obviously Encom is a company that exists in an unspecified American city. You can ignore that, and just like say, oh, even though Tron literally mentions Encom in Kingdom Hearts 2, you can just say, oh, haha, funny, cute fan service thing for people who care about Tron. Doesn't matter how the computer system got here. The trouble is that then you get to Dream Drop Distance, and, like, it doesn't make sense that a data world that's like, when did it go to sleep? When did the Heartless take this computer world that was hidden in the basement of this place, and how, like, what's happening here? How much time is passing in the real world while this world is deleted? Like, Sam Flynn in Tron Legacy was in the Grid for like 48 hours in computer time, maybe, but less than that in real time. If this world went to sleep, but the rest of America outside of the computer didn't, how long was he missing for? Months? Weeks? But that's a nitpick and a really minor thing. The main thing is that when the game is trying to explain itself, it didn't have to address this at all. It didn't have to say one word about the real-world existence of the Grid inside of Kevin Flynn's secret lab. It didn't have to say one word. Didn't have to open its damn mouth. But it chose to anyway. It decided to have Xemnas note that the Grid is the original system, and the system seen in Kingdom Hearts 2 is a copy of this system. Ansem the Wise discovered the Grid, copied it, and modified it for his own purposes, and that was the space paranoids that we saw in Kingdom Hearts 2. That is what doesn't make any sense, and there was no reason in hell for them to even say that. But it does not make any sense that that means that Ansem, because here's the thing, again, Tron World Space Paranoids in Kingdom Hearts 2 as it exists, other than a little wink wink nudge nudge to the existence of Encom, is totally disconnected from the events of the Tron movies, and it doesn't matter. You can assume Kevin Flynn doesn't even exist. You can assume Dillinger doesn't exist. It's a little bit weird that Alan doesn't exist since Tron looks just like him, but let's ignore that. Like, it's unimportant, right? But when you go to Tron Legacy and Sam Flynn and Kevin Flynn are there and they're talking about going home and it follows the events of the movie exactly, that means that America exists outside of the computer and the events of the original Tron happened. You could, again, not address this at all, but instead you decide, now that you've established that there definitely is a secret lab where Kevin Flynn made the grid, you now want to say that Ansem the Wise found the secret lab at the back of Flynn's arcade, downloaded it, and then modified it to exactly emulate the NCOM system that has nothing to do with the grid. The NCOM system is just a normal operating system for a computer. The grid is a built-from-the-ground-up virtual reality simulation built at maybe a decade later over the course of years that has absolutely nothing to do with the system seen in Kingdom Hearts 2. That is an excessively nerdy thing to care about. However, literally all they had to do is not have Xemnas literally just had to not say anything. All he had to do was just not open his mouth. And I wouldn't have anything to talk about. I would have no observations on the matter. It would be like, it's a little weird that NCOM system exists in KH2, but it was already weird, so who cares? But instead, they said something that had nothing to do, that trying to explain themselves in a way that made it make less sense. What did Xemnas said, says Orion Gold? I just said it. Xemnas says, Ansem the Wise found this system that you're standing in right now, the grid, in Dream Drop Distance. He copied it and modified it for his own use, and that was the system you originally saw, Sora. All he had to do was not say that, and it wouldn't have mattered. Anyway, for significantly more on this subject, if you care, and why, not only why this is silly from, a lore standpoint, but why it's really silly from a writing standpoint, visit Dream Drop Distance Episode 8, titled This Game is Embarrassing. One of the big things is that it has to do with, I'll talk about this again. I talked about it on that other stream, but whatever, I'll talk about it a little bit more now. I'll go find what I wrote in this, the most interesting part of this long series of comments that I wrote. I'm going to go find. The trouble is that the writers of Kingdom Hearts have a tendency to this is going to sound odd. They fall into conversational rhythms that don't actually support what they're trying to say. A really obvious example is Yen Sid saying, just as there are 7 princesses of hearts, so too are there 7 sleeping worlds. That has nothing, one has nothing to do with the other. At the ending of Dream Drop Distance, there will be no sleeping worlds. There's not as there are 7 princesses of light at all times, there are always 7 sleeping worlds. No. The two are unrelated. All he had to say was, there are 7 sleeping worlds. But by drawing an equivalence between a coincidence, it makes the game seem more flowery and more, the lore, right? And then there's tons of stuff like this throughout Kingdom Hearts, which is why the game's lores get so confusing, because they draw false equivalences like these all the time. They say stuff in flowery ways all the time because it sounds fancier. It sounds more interesting. And when they write scenes, they pick a couple of pieces of information they're trying to communicate, but then they the way that they structure themselves is just really weird. So another example from Dream Drop Distance is that Joshua says time flows differently between the 2 different versions of Traverse Town, right? And then Riku goes, so what? That's true of any world. And this is the first time this lore has ever been mentioned and never matters again, and it barely matters in this one context, before Joshua moves on and goes, true, but it's relevant because of this. And it's because they needed to create a back and forth between the characters, they made the scene more confusing and added new information in that had nothing to do with the scene. They could have just let Joshua make his point, but they wanted to have a conversational rat-a-tat-tat where it didn't belong, and they made Riku say some new nonsense that has nothing to do with anything. And, like, the point of the scene with Xemnas is just the average ooga booga booga, Sora, are you sure that you're not evil, that all the villains do when they show up and talk to Sora in Dream Drop Distance. So he's basically just showing up to say, hey, Sora, programs are all bogus and they're not real. And guess what? You're bogus too. And then also he says, the grid isn't a sleeping world, which means, or actually young Xehanort says, the grid isn't a sleeping world, which means something nefarious is going on, right? That's the purpose of all of the villains show up in Dream Drop Distance scenes, is, hey, Sora, you've got more hearts inside of you. You think you're a good guy, but you're hurting people. And also, we're up to something. That's what all those scenes are saying, right? But for whatever reason, they decide this one singular time to really gussy up the scene with a multimedia slideshow presentation about how data can be copied and is meaningless and programs don't have hearts. Like, this is the one time that they do this. They show up and have this long-winded thing. And like, people are like, well, obviously Xemnas was lying. He's otherwise in this game a continual source of truthful information, that something is going on. There are other hearts inside of Sora, and eventually nobody's can grow back hearts. So this is like the one time in Dream Drop Distance that a villain lies, and he gives a long monologue about how programs are made up and don't have hearts, and it's like, it's just meant to feed into these two objectives, but because of the way the scene is presented, it seems like exposition, because no other scene has that. No other scene has a multimedia wacky presentation of like, look, Sora, it's all made up, idiot. There's other stuff going on there that's really messy, but like I said, there's a very long series of comments you can go and read on episode 8 of Dream Drop Distance. I'm not going to read all of it right now. You guys can go take a look at that. I'm willing to bet, because there always is, I'm sure there's some stuff that I said in there, 3-4 years ago, however long ago it was now, that I don't really agree with anymore or feel differently about now, because that's how these things always work. Your opinions change over time. You feel differently about things, but I imagine that comment is mostly sound. So if you want to hear me talk more about that particular subject, go look at episode 8 of DDD, check the comments section. Oh, Jacob, why Haru? You could have picked any PF5 party member in the background. Why Haru? Because I like Haru. Because he's an idiot. I like Haru. That was who I picked when I played the game. As my girlfriend, that is. Yeah. Because he has terrible taste. It's fine. I like Haru. She's cool. She's a businesswoman. She has dreams. She wants to achieve things. She's working towards goals. She knows who she is, and she just lost her father, and she's taking over this big responsibility, and she's going to need someone to support her in these times to come. Yeah, you're saying there's a hastily written or / thought out aspect of Kingdom Hearts? Weird, I know, right? Nero says, the grid may not make sense, but Sora's interactions with Tron in DDD are pretty cool. And so is the old grid outfit callback. I like the old grid outfit callback. I think the interactions with Tron could have been a little bit more interesting, or at least not maybe more. Could have had more like thematic weight and could have achieved a little bit more. And could have actually. Let me put it this way: that comment that I keep shouting out in episode 8 of DDD, go read it. I may or may not have written a short fan fiction of how some of those scenes could have been written a little bit better. I never want to hear a Kingdom Hearts character say 7 again, says Ninja Bunny. Yeah, no kidding.
Surprised that was said before 13.
Dean Weiss says they also accidentally broke all of KH lore in one line there. Which one was that? Because I'm catching up on chat. The 7 hearts of light, 7 worlds. The time moving differently is true of any worlds. Programs don't have hearts. Which bit were you singling out? A sarcastic one says, I mean, they could still make more conversational dialogue if they were just willing to let the characters have feelings and personalities. That's also true, but we're only allowed to have exposition. So that is also, so again, like in terms of me being too negative on things, like when we were playing DDD, so much of that game was just like, you know, okay, I've played this before. I was checked out during some of the cutscenes when we did the playthrough of DDD. There's a moment in that playthrough that really stands out to me where it's Riku meeting Shiki. And I'm talking about something, I don't even remember what, I'm just complaining about something, and there's that moment where Riku's like trying to excuse himself from the conversation, and Shiki calls him out for being rude, basically, indirectly, and Riku just kind of turns around and goes, I'm bad at this. And Joey laughed at it, because it's a legitimately funny moment. It's a good joke that works, as Joey explains, because we've spent so long seeing Riku be the cool guy that it's fun to see him not be the cool guy, because now that he's like, my whole personality can't be I'm an asshole anymore. He doesn't know how to be cool and confident and a nice person yet, right? That's a cute moment. That's a good moment. And, like, it was a moment that I totally would have missed if Joey hadn't laughed at it, because, like, I was so jaded about the game when I went through it that time, and I wasn't giving it a fair shot in certain areas. But that's, like, a good example of there are little moments of personality coming through in DDD. That's actually a solid little moment, and like, it's something that, you know, you wish there was more personality and more interesting dialogue in Kingdom Hearts, so those character traits could come out even more, but, you know, it's there at least momentarily. Shadow of the Day with another $5 donation. Thank you very much. I was confused at the ending of KH3. Is there not a realm called Kingdom Hearts you can go to? Why did a version of Scala happen for the final fight? We still don't know what the heck's going on with Kingdom Hearts, so I can't answer that. The version of Scala that happened in the final fight is not very clear, but it's not inside Kingdom Hearts. It's inside of Xehanort. It seems to be a realm conjured from his memories. Because he's a portal, we can use that to trap him ooga booga booga. And I cannot offer you a more complicated explanation than that. No, you paid money for it, so I wish I could offer you a more complication, but the explanation is he's a portal, we can use that to trap him, ooga booga booga, memories, time, power, I remember Scala ad Kylum because I am Xehanort. That's the answer. They shot him with a thing that turned him into a portal, which I thought had to do with the Dream Realm, but I guess not. And they flew inside of him, and Scala was in there. That was a memory projected inside of Xehanort, not Kingdom Hearts. I think. Ooga booga booga. He's a portal, we can use it to trap him. The different time and worlds thing, says Dean. Okay, yeah. It's a little silly. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say it broke Kingdom Hearts, because, like, all it really did was allow them to say, like, they didn't even establish, like, there's consistent time progression. They basically established, like, Narnia rules where, like, it doesn't matter. We can say, like, if we want to, we want to do, let's say they want to do one of the direct to VHS adaptation, like, you know, sequels, like they want to adapt that. They can just go, 10 years passed locally on Little Mermaid World, so Melody's here now. 10 years didn't pass anywhere else, just there. 10 years passed on Lion King World. Now we can do Simba's Pride. Didn't pass anywhere else because time moves differently on different worlds. It's crazy. It's crazy how that works, right? And then they can come back in the next game and say, wow, okay, only a few months have passed this. Like, I don't think it broke the lore so much as it just let them like hand wave anything if they ever do that, because it's stupid, because they don't care about their world building. I'm just going to catch up on chat, and then I think we're going to wrap up for the evening, folks. I saw someone make some kind of comment about Haru fan art got this man on lock or something like that. I liked Haru, I liked Haru before I saw any fan art of her, man. I had picked Haru before we got to any of that. Like, the time, not enough time had passed for any of that to happen yet. More like, I can't, more people talking about like issues with like Kingdom Hearts storytelling that I'm just not gonna repeat myself and talk about this stuff right now. Is this the longest you've ever streamed in one session, says Sarcastic One? Nope. The last Dream Drop Distance stream 5 years ago, or however long ago it was longer than this. I came in just under the wire at 8 hours on that one. I stopped at like 58 minutes or something like that. Circle Duck says if they did Cinderella a stitch in time, it'd be okay because we only went there in BBS. Yeah, it's like only. I know, but a stitch in time. That's what I read because that's what he wrote down. I know it's a twist in time. I was like, is that a reference to the? Wasn't there like a Kim Possible time travel movie that had a name like that? There's also Stitch Has a Glitch. I thought maybe Circle Duck was doing a reference. But yeah, it is a twist in time. Yeah, and then they could easily just go, oh, even though it's been 11 years for everybody else, only a year's passed on Cinderella World. Hey, easy. That's why she doesn't look aged in Kingdom Hearts 1, man. Easy peasy. All right, that's going to be it. That's going to be it, folks. We're going to wrap up for the evening there. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you for, obviously, the general, like, it's been 10 years. Very cool. Thanks for the support, all that sort of thing. Appreciate you guys coming out and watching all of this. It's been fun. Going to try and get Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough started sometime in the next 2 weeks is the plan. If it's not out next week, it'll hopefully be out the first week of July. The main thing is just like I want to do a sort of how do I put this, to avoid our expected our habit of like sitting on the menu for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. There's so much background to talk about with Final Fantasy VII Remake that I didn't even want to waste. Like I didn't even want to try and do it efficiently in the actual game. So I'm going to be recording a little like part 0 of giving a little bit of background and a little bit of my perspective on the remake and what it's trying to do and my thoughts on it. Like an intro for people who are like, what's the deal? What's going on with this? While obviously Joey already knows all this stuff, and Aiden, I had plenty of conversations with her about it over the years and leading into it. Like she knows that sort of stuff. I have not made a formal video where I run through that, so that's the main holdup. The first couple episodes of FF7 Remake are ready to go. There were a couple of things that had to be finalized until relatively recently, but they're pretty much done. So it's almost ready. But I got to figure out exactly what I want to say in that intro video. I got to organize my thoughts. Then I got to actually make it. So that's going to be. I'm gonna have to make a legit video from scratch. So that'll take a little while. It's not going to be an hour-long Union Cross recap thing, but it may be like I'm going to try and make it efficient, but it'll probably still be like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So, but it's been way too long on waiting for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Aiden and I tried filming it like 2 years ago. 3 years ago at this point, I think. No, 2 years ago, sorry. We started filming this new playthrough, this new version of it in like, I don't know, February, I think, March. Or the point is, a while ago this year. Might have even been January. I hope it wasn't January. No, it was. No, it was definitely January. So I am going to, it's been long enough, so I'm going to try and get new episodes out soon. Obviously, Uncharted 4 will also continue. I will say once again, if you haven't given the Uncharted games a shot, or maybe you tried some of the earlier ones and didn't like them that much, I think Uncharted 4 is the best one in terms of storytelling by leaps and bounds. If that's the kind of stuff you're here for on this channel, is writing, is storytelling stuff, Uncharted 4 is pretty good. And consider giving it a shot, even if maybe you tried the other Uncharted games, didn't like them all that much. But, you know, just to maybe consider giving those a shot. If not, Final Fantasy VII Remake will be here soon. I really mean to stream more Castlevania. There have been several times, like, repeatedly where it's like, God, I need to stream Castlevania this week, and then just too busy and it didn't happen. I feel like there's something else for research runs that I need to talk about, but I'm forgetting what that is at current moment in time, so we're just going to move on with that. Hopefully some new stuff on the main channel soon as well, but got a lot to do, so we'll see how well I can balance all of these things. Regardless, that's it for this evening. Thank you all very much for coming out. And I suppose I will probably see you all in one way or another, be it a stream or be it a new video. See you guys next week. Actually, hold on. Probably won't be a stream next week because I don't trust people not to spoil Final Fantasy 16 for me. I remember when I played Spider-Man 2, some random troll showed up in the chat. Oh, sorry, yeah, Spider-Man 1, sorry. The original Spider-Man, some random troll showed up in chat. Like, I think twice it happened. People showed up to spoil stuff. I ain't running that risk. I ain't running that risk. So you guys aren't going to see me live until I finish Final Fantasy 16. I'm internet media blackout. But you'll see more Uncharted 4. You'll see Final Fantasy 7 Remake real soon. Thanks for coming out. Talk to you guys later. Have a good evening.